This audiobook contains 276 censored sentences and 434 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Censurado, 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 crossing her arms. No fair, she whined, shifting on her knees. She really didn't want to wait. She was eager for the evening ahead. Elion borrowed his jacket from the hanger. They stepped back into the empty streets, and it didn't take them long to spot a decent hotel with a free room. They booked it for a few hours and told the clerk not to disturb them. The moment they stepped through the door, Mira pushed Elion playfully against the wall. She greeted him with a barato on the cheek, smiling as she pulled back. "Someone's full of energy today," Elion said with a grin. Mira laughed and helped him slip off his jacket so they could settle in. Censurado, censurado, censurado. Mira leaned close to Elion, her face warm against his skin as she pressed a gentle barato to his barato. Elion let out a low, steady breath, his barato shifting slightly as Mira reached for his hand. She held his fingers softly, her touch calm and reassuring. Elion felt his heart barato, fast, in Mira's gentle hold. Censurado, 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 censurado. The pressure was building fast inside him. "Mira," he said with a strained voice, "you're so good at this." Elion activated his golden ability and pulled back, aiming his palm toward her face. The first burst of glowing light barato from his hand, shimmering across her cheek. Censurado, 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 censurado. Isn't it weird how things can change like that? Barato, though I much prefer this golden variant. She smiled again. "It tastes very good." Elion laughed lightly. "I guess I might have some explaining to do." He added, "It's about time I revealed some things. You can see for yourself that there are a lot of weird things about me, no?" Mira nodded. "I feel like I trust you enough to tell you some of my secrets now." Mira's eyes widened in surprise, but she raised her forefinger to his barato. "Shoo, now is not the time. You can tell me later." Censurado, censurado. He lifted her up carefully, shifting her weight as she gasped in surprise at the sudden movement. Her balance wavered as she tried to steady herself. What kind of move is this?" she protested. Elion did not answer. Censurado, 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 censurado. He secured it firmly with his elbow, mirroring the motion he had used on the right side. Mira let out a sharp cry as she was repositioned. Elion continued adjusting her carefully, and Mira winced in discomfort as barato was folded in half, the movement too intense for her to bear. Censurado, she leaned into him, pressing close as his arms wrapped around her. "Oh!" Mira cried out with intense emotion, barato trembling as she held onto him tightly. Censurado, 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 censurado. Mira felt an overwhelming wave of emotion unlike anything she had ever experienced. Every intense moment they had shared together had built up to this incredible barato. Deep down, Mira knew this was the most powerful and meaningful connection she had ever felt in her entire life. Censurado, 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 censurado. He felt like Mira should have been born with a different destiny. She was in part the embodiment of their wild ways, which made him wonder if she was something otherworldly wearing human skin. Her eyes were wide open in surprise, showing the whites clearly, but he could still make out the transformation of her pupils from the beautiful emerald green to a surprisingly vivid pink. Her eyelids were half closed, and she gazed quietly ahead, while her breathing was slow and steady. Censurado, he gently lifted her and cradled her in his arms. She rested against him, her head tilted against his barato. He carried her across the cramped hotel room as the floorboards creaked beneath his steps. Censurado. She looked tired and oddly beautiful in her current state. He couldn't stop now. The intensity of the moment demanded bravado. Centurado, 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 centurado. He immediately felt her pulse race under his fingers. She coughed a few times. Cough, cough. She gasped. The pressure made her eyes flutter, though they were still somewhat unfocused. Centurado, 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 pulling away from her. He stepped back into the quiet room. What had been done could not be undone, and a small trace of evidence remained visible in the dim light. Breathing heavily, he scooped her up again, cradling her still form gently against his bravado. He had noticed that there was a small bathtub waiting in the corner alcove of the room. It was just a simple and modest porcelain tub with a handheld shower head with runes at the end that were probably for warming the water. He turned on the faucet, testing the water until it ran warm but not hot. Steam rose as he settled her inside, her bravado sinking into the shallow pool. "Let's clean you up," he murmured softly, though she couldn't hear a word he said. He knelt beside the tub, dipping a washcloth into the water. He started with her face, gently wiping away the sweat and remnants of the day, and the quiet tears tracing her face. Her breathing steadied as she felt the soothing, warm water ease her tired muscles in Elion's gentle care. He carefully washed her neck and shoulders, being mindful of her comfort. She rested peacefully in the calm water. He cleaned the clothing carefully, gently working the soapy water through the fabric. Once he finished, he moved lower, rinsing the remaining mess from the garment. Centurado, he bought a very expensive but convenient bottle of fragrant cherry shampoo from the system store. He shampooed her hair, using his fingers to comb through the strands until they shone beautifully. Elion nodded, satisfied with his handiwork, and then he lifted her out, wrapping her in a towel before carrying her back to the bed. He dried her off lovingly, then tucked her under the sheets. As he pulled the covers up, a small, satisfied smile curved her lips, her face peaceful in repose. After that, he went back into the bath and thoroughly washed himself as well before returning to the bed. It was late into the afternoon by now, so not much time had passed. He could only hope that she would wake soon, or else they might have to spend the night in this humble hotel. If that was the case, Centurado, 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 though her voice still sounded bravado sleepy. "Me? And enough?" Elion feigned shock, his eyes flicking back down toward her. "When have I ever?" Mira giggled softly despite herself, shaking her head slightly. This guy's shamelessness really knew no bounds. "You're impossible," she muttered. She shifted slightly on the bravado, feeling exhausted and sore all over. "You really pushed me hard today. I don't think I'll be able to get up for a while," she said with a small sigh. Her whole bravado felt very heavy, and her legs felt weak. Centurado. It didn't take much to bravado out that Elion had washed her up while she was out. It made her smile widen. Elion grinned triumphantly, giving her a playful nudge. Is the great Mira, the unstoppable Mira, admitting defeat? He bravado. "Don't patronize me," Mira replied, swatting his hand away playfully, though there was no real edge in her tone. "This was never a competition," she added, giving him a look. "How am I supposed to compete with a fierce beast like you?" Elion laughed uproariously, rolling closer until his bravado brushed against hers. Centurado, Centurado, how was he still talking about going on after all that? Maybe if Arya were here, she might have shared some of the burden. But that was not the case today. Well, that was what she told herself. In truth, she felt a flutter of nervous excitement at the possibilities. Centurado, Centurado, and he moved across the room to the other side. With a casual thought, he pulled a fresh pair of clothes from his system storage. Dark bravado, fresh boxers, and a fitted shirt materialized in his hands. He began dressing slowly, Centurado, 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 only to immediately tumble forward. Her limbs gave out, and she hit the floor with a soft thud, sprawling awkwardly as her legs splayed wide painfully. "Ow, ow, ow." Elion heard the sound of her falling and turned curiously. He spotted her lying there on the carpet. "Ah!" She laughed wryly, looking up at him with a sheepish smile as she outstretched her arms for help. Elion sighed, shaking his head with amusement. He accessed the system store in his mind, purchasing a healing potion with a thought. A small transparent vial glowing with faint green light flashed into existence in his palm. Mira's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the green vial in his palm. She recognized it as the same one that he had used for Arya, though this one looked slightly less intricate, and the fragrance was not as overwhelming. "Isn't this potion valuable?" she asked. "There's no need to use it for like this." Elion shrugged. "Don't worry about it. There's more where that came from." He crouched down beside her, popping the cork open with his thumb, and he pushed the vial toward her lips. "Here, drink it," he said gently, tilting it so the green, fragrant liquid could flow into her barato. Mira pressed her barato together as the rim of the vial touched her barato. Healing magic would help right about now, Elion thought to himself, watching as the potion began its work. This potion was only a grade lower than the one he had used on Arya. Since there were no limbs at stake, there was no need to use one so potent, but this one wasn't exactly cheap either. He still remembered the very first days after receiving the system, when he had to agonize over how he was going to earn thousands of system points. He was exactly swimming in points right now either. He had barato over 250,000 SP in his balance, and he had received a measly 200 or so points after the encounter with Mira. So he still had to be careful about his spending if he ever hoped to buy any of those bloodlines from the system store. He felt a headache coming on just from thinking about them. Why do they have to cost an arm and a leg? He thought regretfully. Mira felt barato getting lighter as the potion began working to ease the numbness in her muscles and soothe the dull ache throughout her barato. The soft green glow from the healing potion faded from Mira's skin, leaving her feeling refreshed. She felt as good as new. In fact, she felt better than she had in weeks. Every muscle felt relaxed and invigorated. The lingering ache from her earlier exertion had faded, replaced by a steady warmth she couldn't quite shake whenever she was around Elion. Pushing herself up from the floor with ease, she stood tall, stretching with ease after her workout. To test her recovery, she did a few light jumps, landing softly on her toes. "Oh," she breathed out in relief, smiling as she felt her strength returning. "All better." She flashed Elion a thumbs up, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. Elion smiled wryly, shaking his head. This girl, he thought, watching her move with such carefree energy. She was really testing his patience and self-control. Cinchuredo, a beautiful green dress shimmered into existence in his hand, the fabric catching the dim light like liquid emerald. He tossed it toward Mira with a casual flick. "Put some clothes on, unless you want to crawl out of here." Mira caught it midair with a playful smile. She held it up in front of her to inspect. Her breath hitched, and her eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful." It really was. Her fingers traced the luxurious material. It was honestly the most barato dress she had ever seen or owned. The deep green hue perfectly matched the color of her eyes, and the velvety silk felt impossibly soft. It shimmered with every subtle shift of the fabric. Barato gold embroidery traced the hem and bodice, accentuating the rich emerald tones in intricate patterns that evoked vines and leaves, adding an elegant charm. The design featured an open, graceful neckline. The design featured a single sash meant to loop around the neck in a bold halter style, leaving the upper back bare. A side barato ran up the left leg, creating fluid movement with every step. The neckline was definitely high enough to add a touch of elegance if she moved just right. She absolutely loved it. It fit her style preference. Her pulse quickened at the thought of how it would look when she wore it. Yes, now put on," Elion said, waving her off with a chuckle when he noticed she'd fallen into a daze. Her fingers lingered on the silk, as if mesmerized by the feel of it on her hands. "Thank you for the gift," she replied with a genuine smile. Her voice was soft and appreciative. Stepping back slightly, she began slipping into the dress. Cinchuredo, the sash settled around her neck, pulling the fabric of the dress taut across her barato. The lower part of the dress draped gracefully, with a vent that revealed a glimpse of her leg. The silk fabric followed her form, and the back of the dress was open. Cinchuredo, while in the front, it climbed to modestly cover her barato before angling up to connect on either side of her neck, forming the supportive sash that cradled her shoulders. Elion nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile tugging at the corner of his barato as he took in the sight of her. "You look wonderful," he said with an appreciative tone. He glanced at how the silk draped around her as she moved. "Now you look quite striking," he added. "Who said I wanted to look like that?" Mira pouted, glancing down at herself. Though she lacked a mirror, she didn't need one to know she looked barato. Her gaze brushed over her appearance in the mirror, taking in how the elegant dress fit her form. The thin fabric draped smoothly, and she adjusted it without much thought, feeling confident in her look. Cinchuredo, he murmured, clearing his throat. "You might want to take a look at your back." He pointed behind her while trying to keep his tone casual, but his gaze looked intense. Chapter 239. Disguised Elion cleared his throat. "You might want to take a look at your back." He pointed at her while trying to keep his tone casual. Mira craned her neck, looking over her barato as much as she could. Her eyes widened at the sight that met her gaze. The deep exposure of her back was to be expected, but she was not prepared for how much of her skin was visible. She burst out laughing. "On second thought, let me change my outfit." She bent down to pick up her discarded black lace barato from the floor a few steps away. The damp fabric felt cool and slightly sticky against her fingers. It carried a faint musky barato from earlier, but she had no spares, so they would have to do. She put her feet into the holes one by one, before sliding the fabric up her legs, then higher up until the elastic strap clung to her barato with a snap. She felt the material settle against her skin as she adjusted to the new fit, the fabric softly shifting into place. Cinchuredo, she could take solace in the fact that she was still somewhat free up here. She shifted in her seat, trying to get comfortable as she took in the view around her. Cinchuredo. Voices and laughter echoed from the packed lower floor as they descended the stairs. The air was thick with the barato of ale and the warmth of many people gathered close. Eyes turned their way as they exited onto the busy streets. Mira's exquisitely beautiful face was drawing plenty of admiring glances, but Elion's enigmatic aura was more or less killing any hopes they had of approaching the pair. It would have been a different matter if he had concealed his presence completely. He didn't know it, but the passive effect of his new presence skill was always active, and it gave everyone who looked at him the feeling that he was not to be messed around with. They both took the moment to glance around and appreciate the beauty of Grimholt at night. The night was alive with torchlight flickering over cobblestones, vendors hawking wares, and groups laughing raucously. The cool breeze slipped under Mira's dress through the vent as they walked. "Let us go and see how Arya is doing," Elion suggested, guiding her forward. She nodded in agreement as they wove through the throng. Elion and Mira were just a few streets away from the elevated pathway that wound up to the academy when Mira accidentally bumped into an unusual figure amid the bustling crowd. "Sorry," the woman apologized quickly, though the expression on her face was far from remorseful. It was bravado, like a calculated flicker of curiosity. Elion shot her a sidelong glance, sizing her up. She wasn't exactly ugly, but after spending so much time surrounded by beautiful women, she struck him as utterly plain, the kind of ordinary that blended into the crowd effortlessly. Her black hair was tied back simply, her brown eyes held no spark of warmth, and her face was weathered by middle age without the grace to make it interesting. But when his eyes dipped lower, taking in her appearance, he couldn't help raising a brow. Beneath those drab, layered clothes, she carried herself with a quiet confidence that reminded him of Arya's mother, Cinchuredo. Realizing he had been staring openly. Of course, he caught the way the woman's eyes sparkled with interest as they looked him over in return. While He'd been observing her, she'd been doing the same, though her gaze remained polite and composed. She put on a light smile when she noticed his stare. She didn't even look offended, but amused instead. It took Elion a few more seconds to register that there was a man hovering possessively at her side. It was a rough-looking brute with a jagged scar running down one eye. His face twisted in a sharp glare. He was fuming. Centuredo, who looked every bit the plain middle-aged laborer. You mean to say they're both wearing disguises? Elion queried internally, his brows furrowing. Correct. I would have thought you heard me the first time the system's female voice dripped with that familiar condescending edge, like a know-it-all sister ribbing him. Glad to see you still have your sense of humor. He shot back mentally, rolling his eyes at it. He used his discerning active ability to look at both of their statuses. Status name, Vivian race. Human age, 38 rank. Level 53. High mage, he raised his brow in surprise. Centuredo, and there was definitely no one in these streets who could stop her if she decided to go on a rampage. It was not every day that you bumped into a high mage in a street after all. Well, maybe the chances were higher since there were a lot of experts in the city for a tournament. But he might lose his balance by the time someone strong enough thought to restrain her. Even then, people tend to enjoy drama, so they would definitely choose to watch instead of interfering. He looked at the guy's status next. Status name, Cane race. Human age, 32 rank. Level 49. Advanced Mage Chapter 240. Object status name, Cane race. Human age, 32 rank. Level 49. Advanced Mage. The man was also really strong, but this guy, Elion, was confident he could handle. He might be a peak Advanced Mage, while Elion was only somewhere around the middle, but his stats were definitely much higher. Before he could read Barato into it, "If you will excuse us," the woman said calmly, stepping around Elion and Mira with a graceful sidestep. The man followed suit, his glare boring into Elion like daggers as they passed. "Oh." The woman seemed to have a thought as she added, glancing back over her shoulder with a knowing tilt of her head. "If you ever find yourself in need of allies, Haven City is a good place to start." That was all she offered before vanishing into the crowd with her disguised husband, who followed her like a shadow, though there was a question of whether the pair even had that kind of relationship now. Elion's thoughts subconsciously gravitated toward the mystery of her true identity. It made him wonder if he could somehow uncover the truth behind her carefully maintained facade. Discerning, I is not at that level yet, of course. What a weird pair, Elion muttered under his breath, shaking off the encounter. Something deep in his gut told him this encounter was no mere coincidence. Of course, the disguises screamed ulterior motives. His first guess was that they were hidden experts from a shadowy organization or faction, quietly considering him for recruitment after his strong showing in the tournament. Unfortunately for them, he had the system and sharp insight to see through much of their cover. If someone was trying to goad him or lure him into schemes or alliances because of the skills he had shown, they'd be disappointed. He had zero reason to head to Haven City now or anytime soon. As far as he was concerned, the majority of the next decade of his life would be spent right here at the academy, training, growing stronger, and indulging in whatever pleasures came with it. He led Mira around a few sharp corners. A few streets later, they emerged onto the brightly lit and smoothly paved pathway that ascended toward the academy's glowing spires. Torches lined the stone steps, casting a warm, flickering light that danced over them. The pathway stretched ahead. Since there was no curfew for the foreseeable future, there were a few students chatting in clusters and the occasional guard patrolling with a nod. Elion reached out and gently held Mira's hand as she leaned into him. Meanwhile, Vivian and Kane slipped back into the cramped and they were renting on the outskirts of the city. They walked into Vivian's room to talk for Barato, and Kane used the moment to have a brief conversation with her, knowing she would soon send him on his way. The room was dimly lit by a single lantern, casting long shadows over the rumpled bed. Kane tossed his cloak aside, revealing his scarred face and broad, weathered frame. "Your hint was a little vague, no?" Kane grumbled, sinking onto the edge of the bed with a heavy sigh. "This is already more than we were asked to do. It's just that my curiosity got the better of me, so I wanted to see what he is like for myself." I'm kind of disappointed that he is just a typical male, though. Vivian replied succinctly before adding, "The master is never wrong, so he should end up with us eventually. Remember how he foresaw that our rival branch would lose its up-and-coming young talent? Yes, the Beast Girl, right? Apparently, she betrayed the orc, so they had to get rid of her. If we manage to recruit a new talented youngster, then that means our branch rises to the Barado. Still, though," Kane added, "I'm going to give that little troublemaker a piece of my mind for looking at you like that." He made a tired, frustrated motion with his hands, as if already fed up with Elion. If I hadn't seen the little show-off fight, I wouldn't have thought someone so single-minded would be so talented. That womanizing scoundrel. He even did something like that in an alley. Vivian laughed. Her smile curved into a smirk as she straightened up. "Look who's talking. The pot calling the kettle black?" "That's right." Kane shot back, though his glare softened at her playful jab. "Censurado, censurado, censurado, censurado." Vivian waved him off, and he was pulled toward the door by some invisible hand. Another invisible hand turned the handle and opened it, and then he was thrown out into the passage onto his bum. "Ouch!" Kane Barado his sore hip, getting up with a light wince. "I know that woman fancies me," he told himself as he stood on his 2 feet. In his eyes, she was simply admirable and out of his league. In the end, he hoped she would notice him once she saw what kind of person he was. She was stronger than him, so he could not push back against her, but that was only because she was years his senior. It was only a matter of time till he caught up to her, especially since her progress had stagnated recently. And then he could finally claim his victory. Meanwhile, earlier that day, back in the Moon family's balcony in the arena, Arya had just returned with her parents, with her condition now stable, and the moment she stepped in, the servants who had been present immediately expressed their relief and joy. Some bowed slightly while others spoke up, glad that the young lady was safe and unharmed. "Lady Arya, thank the stars you're safe," one murmured. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, and a small, adorable figure burst in. Aurelia, Arya's 9-year-old younger sister, returned to the balcony with a pair of servants in tow. The little girl's eyes widened like saucers the moment she spotted her sister. Her small face lit up with unbridled joy. "Sister!" Aurelia screamed with happiness, her voice piercing the air like a joyful arrow. Arya got up from her seat just in time to brace herself, arms opening wide. Aurelia crashed straight into her like a tiny charging beast, her head bumping into Arya's chest as she wrapped her arms tightly around her. Arya let out a small oof from the impact. "I miss you, Arya," Aurelia said happily. Her voice was filled with pure joy, even though her words were muffled as she nuzzled closer, her small hands clutching at the fabric of Arya's tunic. Arya laughed, a genuine melodic sound that eased the tension in her body, and she knelt down to envelop her sister in a proper hug. Her hand stroked Aurelia's back, feeling the rapid flutter of the child's excited breaths. "I missed you too, Aurelia," Arya whispered, pressing a kiss to the top of Aurelia's head. The parents watched with soft smiles. Aurelia pulled back just enough to beam up at Arya with an infectious smile on her cute face. Her plump cheeks were a little bit flushed from all the excitement. "I didn't get to see you when you came home, but you promised to tell me stories about the academy. Tell me everything. Did you fight monsters? Mother also said I have a brother-in-law now." Elvis choked on his own spit as he gave his wife a questioning look that she only returned with a small shrug. Arya laughed, guiding her sister to sit beside her. "Soon, Aurelia. Let us just enjoy being together first." The balcony's breeze ruffled their heads of blue hair. Arya's hair was noticeably longer than before. It had grown past her shoulders, slowly flowing down a bit lower. Chapter 241. Tired of her freedom, Gale was fuming, pacing back and forth in the balcony as his voice rose in frustration. "We have been here for 2 days. We have seen her fight twice already, and yet that stupid daughter of mine has not come to see us even once. How disrespectful can she be?" He snapped, his expression darkening further. Is she tired of her freedom? Cedric, on the other hand, looked like he was having the time of his life, leaning back comfortably as he watched his father rage. There was a faint smirk on his face as he enjoyed every second of it, because truth be told, he had never liked that sister of his, not when she seemed to hold more status than him in the family despite only being a woman. And lately, he had been in an especially good mood, because Mira seemed to be doing a fine job of angering their father all on her own. All is well that ends well, he thought with quiet satisfaction, as he could already imagine what kind of punishment she would receive. At this point, even he could tell that she was digging her own grave, because no matter how much their father tolerated, there was always a limit, and once that limit was crossed, the hammer would fall, and Cedric was more than happy to sit back and watch it happen. Meanwhile, their mother sat quietly, caught between the two sides. Her expression looked calm on the surface, but her thoughts were anything but. On one hand, she did not want to estrange her daughter by strongly going against her wishes. But on the other hand, customs dictated that she stand by her husband's side, and right now, Mira was not really making things easy for anyone. Any good daughter would have come to see her parents the moment they arrived, would have introduced the man she considered her husband properly, as she was meant to, and yet it felt more and more like Mira wanted them to be the ones to approach her first, as if she was making a point. And that was the problem. Clearly, she was doing this on purpose. Whether it was to show that she didn't care about the family anymore, or simply to throw a tantrum. Either way, it would only serve to anger her husband further. The woman let out a quiet sigh. She could already feel a headache forming on her brow. It didn't help that both father and daughter were so alike. They were both stubborn and manipulative in their own ways. Neither was willing to back down easily. And she knew that this situation would go nowhere unless one of them took a step back. But who would it be? That only time would tell. Elion stood at a distance with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the group of beautiful flowers ahead of him, where Mira, Isolde, Arya, Tessa, Lyra, and a few of Arya's other friends had gathered. Their voices overlapped as they spoke excitedly, some laughing, some still looking a bit shaken as they no doubt talked about what had happened yesterday, and how everything had somehow turned out okay in the end. For a while, he simply watched them without moving, with a calm, almost detached expression, but his mind was anything but calm. His thoughts drifted to the missing arm. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened to it after everything settled down. Beatrice had probably gotten rid of it already, preferably burned it even. Centuredo, he forced himself to push the thought aside. His eyes shifted again as he scanned the area. He had been keeping an eye out for William ever since he had come in here, but the guy had not shown his face even once. It was starting to look Barado like he had decided to disappear somewhere, Centuredo, and sooner or later, they would have to face each other. Either way, they would meet on the battlefield today. That was if William even showed up. Or maybe not. Elion would bet on the latter. The guy could just be hiding somewhere right now, licking his wounds and praying for a miracle. Centuredo, he wanted to see if it would make her act any differently around him. Definitely not, because it annoyed him that his charm hadn't worked on her the way it usually did on others. Yeah, definitely not that, he told himself, though even he didn't sound convinced. He had actually been looking forward to seeing her today. He was a bit curious to see if anything had changed in her, to see if there would be even the slightest difference in how she looked at him. I'm not participating until the second round, he muttered under his breath, his gaze drifting slightly as he thought it through. Maybe I should take that chance to go look for her. He paused, then immediately shook his head. No, that would look suspicious. He had never gone out of his way to look for her before, so if he suddenly started asking about her now, of all times, especially after having a strange dream about him last night, Centuredo consciousness, all of it. And what had he just used on her? An artifact that influenced dreams. Darn! He dragged a hand down his face slowly, his earlier curiosity completely gone now as a very real sense of unease settled in his bravado. Because it was to say it wouldn't backfire. Centuredo, as far as he knew, the only reliable ways to guard against mental interference like that were specific artifacts or divination affinities, and he had no idea if mind-based affinities worked the same way. So I should be safe, he muttered quietly, though even to his own ears it didn't sound convincing. Probably. Worst case scenario, her affinity allowed her to distinguish what was real and what wasn't. And it also helped her realize that her dream had been tampered with, and then somehow traced it back to him. In that case, he was well and truly done for. Elion exhaled slowly, letting his shoulders drop slightly as he stared ahead without really seeing anything. I really should have thought this through. He muttered under his breath, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance at himself. So stupid. You think. The system's sarcastic voice sounded in his head immediately, perfectly timed as always. Elion's brow twitched. He didn't reply to the retort. He refused to give it that satisfaction. In any case, Elion didn't really feel like staying there any longer. The noise felt suffocating now that things had settled down, and his thoughts naturally drifted to Arya, because he had already spent time with her, Barato, for now. They had been together all night in his room, and for once, the evening had felt different, calmer, and unexpectedly peaceful. They had just stayed close, talking, or rather, she had done most of the talking while clinging to him, while he listened and occasionally responded. Her voice was soft as she spoke about random things, about the academy, about her thoughts about him, and at some point she had fallen asleep while still holding on to him. It had done more for their bond than anything else they had done before, which was surprising. She had also mentioned something important. His presence was still needed at her parents' balcony. She had said it with that slightly awkward tone she used when talking about her family. Oh, and she had also mentioned her younger sister. Apparently the girl was very excited to meet him, which was something he didn't really know how to feel about yet. And then there was Mira. Elion's gaze shifted slightly as he thought about her. She acted normal most of the time, calm, composed, playful when she wanted to be, but there was something else there that she hid from everyone else. In that sense, she was a lot like Leora. It felt like both of them were wearing masks all the time, showing people only what they wanted to show, never quite letting anyone see everything. Mira hadn't said much about her family recently. He knew they were here in the city. She had mentioned it in passing before, but that was it. There was no mention of meeting them, and she didn't seem to have approached them since he was always aware of her whereabouts, which was strange, because usually she would have brought it up already. So that meant one thing. She was doing it on purpose. Elion exhaled lightly as he thought about it, his mind turning over the possibilities, trying to make sense of it. And honestly, there weren't that many options. Either she was avoiding them, which felt unlikely given her personality, or she was being rebellious, which to him, for some reason, felt very likely. Elion huffed quietly under his breath. Yeah, that sounds about right. Chapter 242. Simple questions. He decided to leave the room just as the first group was being called up. Numbers were shown on the screens, and participants began moving out toward the platforms. He glanced over briefly at the screens, noticing that Mira, Lyra, and Tess's numbers were among them. All three of them were already stepping forward with confidence, so he stopped for a moment and watched them go. "Good luck," he said simply. Mira gave him a small, knowing smile. Lyra waved lightly, and Tessa cracked her neck like she was about to enjoy herself thoroughly, which honestly wasn't surprising. And just like that, they disappeared through the tunnel with the others. Elion didn't feel the need to worry about Mira. She was more than capable, and for what he could tell, her opponent was nothing special. It was someone low-ranked, so there was no reason for him to stay just to watch with bated breath. And with that thought in mind, he turned to leave, continuing with what he had already planned. But just as he was about to step out, Arya and Isolde walked up to him. "Where are you off to?" Arya asked, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him with that bright, loving smile. Isolde stood just a step behind her, Censuredo. The way she stood behind Arya was obviously deliberate, whether subconsciously or not. It was like she was deferring to her, like a junior to a senior, which was strange. Arya was anything but reserved. She was bold, brash, and expressive, while Isolde carried herself with a calm, composed elegance, and yet right now, their positions felt reversed in a subtle way that only made the situation more awkward than it needed to be. Elion glanced between them. "Just getting some air. Can we come with you?" Arya asked. Elion gave it a bit of thought, his mind briefly drifting to William. Censuredo, and she reacted just as he expected her to. Her pointy ears turned red, and she quickly looked down at the floor, fidgeting with her fingers as if she didn't know where to put herself. Great! Arya beamed as she skipped to his side and pulled his arm into hers, clinging to him as they walked out together. He didn't really have a destination in mind when he thought about leaving the waiting room. So he decided to take a look at how the experience felt spectating from the stands, since he had never really done that before. He led them there. The entrances that led to the stands and the academy seating area were close by, and with his decent spatial awareness, they made it there in no time. As they walked, he had been occasionally glancing back at Isolde behind them as she followed like a third wheel. Her steps were very quiet, and she looked uncomfortable, honestly. While he would have liked to tell her that it was fine to come walk beside him, she was probably much more comfortable this way, so he left it alone. Luckily, Arya didn't seem to notice the glances he gave Isolde, because if she did, she might throw a fit, and he really wasn't in the mood for that right now. Soon enough, they came to the corridor with multiple exit tunnels, walking into one as the noise started getting louder and louder with every one of their steps, until they finally walked out into the open air. And then it hit him. His ears were immediately assaulted by overwhelming, blaring noise. The many sounds crashed into him like a wave, loud enough that it almost felt like someone was hammering directly against his eardrums, and for a second he just stood there, stunned. How on earth? He muttered under his breath. How on earth did all these people survive here for 3 days? He looked around and realized how. Because almost everyone he could see was part of the loud crowd, shouting, cheering, roaring as loudly as they could, completely immersed in the fights below. The noise was terrible. Honestly, it was unbearable. But the view was something else entirely. A massive stone structure stretched out before him, built in an oval shape, descending in terraces that seemed to go on forever, packed with at least 100,000 people, maybe more, all of them focused on the battlefield below. It was awe-inspiring. He had always known how big it was. After all, he had seen it from down on the battlefield before. He had looked up at the thousands of people watching, and even then, he had been amazed. But he was more focused on the fights themselves the whole time. The noise had already been intense, but this was different. Now he was inside it. He was within the crowd, surrounded by the chaos. It was overwhelming, intense, and almost suffocating. And his ears were crying out for mercy. That was when he remembered to check on the girls. He looked back with a grimace on his face. Arya and Isolde both had their hands clamped over their ears, their faces scrunched up as they tried to deal with the noise. Yeah, between the time it had taken them to walk there, since they had taken their time, Mira and the others were already deep in their fights on their respective platforms, the crowd roaring even louder as the excitement built. He had really thought he might enjoy this view, but apparently not. Dang. Elion gave the arena one last glance, taking it in for a moment longer. Then he turned around without a second thought. Let you 2019s go. The girls didn't you 2019 argue. They followed him out with gung-ho enthusiasm. It's so loud out there. Isolde complained first once they were finally out of range of the overwhelming noise, her hands still lingering near her ears like she didn't quite trust the silence yet. Yeah, Elion agreed with her. He exhaled lightly as his ears finally got a break. He glanced at the two of them. Do you guys have anywhere else you want to go? Arya tilted her head, actually thinking about it for a few seconds before shaking it lightly. I can't think of anything right now. Elion then looked at Isolde. She met his gaze for a second, her ears flushing slightly. Then she shook her head as well. Well, Elion said, looking ahead again as he started walking, let me treat you guys to some sweets. However, the moment he lifted his gaze, his eyes went wide like saucers. Zhang! Why now? Hello, Leora stood right in their path, waving her hand excitedly as if she had just run into a dear friend by chance. Her expression was bright and cheerful as always. Her eyes flicked briefly toward Arya and Isolde. She gave him just a cheery glance, nothing more than that. They didn't know each other personally after all. Hey Leora, what is up? Elion asked, forcing his expression to remain calm. Not much really, she said with a smile. Just walking around. What about you guys? Well, We were just wandering around, Elion admitted casually. At the same time, he activated the love meter as his heart unknowingly sped up from the suspense. And what he saw made all his composure bravado instantly. What? His mind bravado. Leora, Windfell Blossom love meter reading. -5 bravado. -5%. He almost thought he was seeing things. Maybe the system added the dash by mistake. But the text had also changed to a red color indicator, so it was most definitely real. How is that even possible? -5? He could almost hear the system laughing at him. Is it even possible to get a negative reading? The system answered immediately. Fair enough, Elion thought, his expression stiff for just a fraction of a second. But still, what in the world happened in that dream? The Barado was a divine artifact. Sure, he had considered the possibility that it might fail. But this wasn't just failure. It had backfired spectacularly. Did this mean she hated him? Hate is a strong word. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Everything all right, Elion? Leora asked as she tilted her head slightly. Her expression still as bright and harmless as ever. Why, yeah, Elion replied quickly, a bit too quickly, but he forced himself to stay composed because right now was definitely not the time to be thinking about it. At the very least, she didn't seem to be treating him any differently. What a tragedy, he thought dryly, going from hoping for a favorable opinion to hoping nothing changes at all. How the mighty have fallen. Elion ignored the system's mockery. If you'll excuse us, he said, deciding to leave before things got any weirder. But just as he was about to move, can I follow you around? If you don't have any plans? Leora asked suddenly. Elion's eyes widened slightly. He looked back at her. What is her deal? Seriously, nothing about this was making sense anymore. She wanted to follow him around. For what reason? Did something so terrible happen that she wants to find an opportunity to get rid of me, or something? Or maybe she was suspicious about something and wanted to confirm it for herself by observing him while they walked together. Either way, things are not looking good. His thoughts spiraled for a brief second as he stared at her, trying to make sense of the situation, but the more he thought about it, the less it made sense, and just standing here, talking to her, was already starting to make him feel uneasy. Something was off, very off. He cleared his throat lightly and turned, deciding not to overthink it any further as he started walking. Let us go. There was no point frying his brain over this. Whatever was going on, it was probably just his own actions backfiring on him. And if worse came to worst, deny. They left the academy grounds and went back into the city, taking the nearest open food place they could find, a small cozy shop with warm smells drifting out into the street. And since everyone had probably already eaten breakfast, they didn't go for anything heavy, just some light tarts and cookies. Elion bought a few and handed them out, even offering Leora one, which she accepted happily without hesitation. They sat together and started talking, but it didn't really feel like a normal conversation, at least not to Elion, because it felt more like Leora was using this chance to get to know the girls rather than just chatting casually. She asked simple questions. So, how did you two fall for him? She asked with a teasing smile, looking between Arya and Isolde. Elion's eyes narrowed slightly. What is her game here? Why did it feel like she was gathering information? Not like he could stop it. Arya answered happily, not thinking too much about it, smiling as she spoke, while Isolde, on the other hand, turned red with every question, squirming slightly in her seat as she avoided eye contact, only sneaking glances at Elion whenever a question was directed at her. Honestly, her reactions were cute. It warmed Elion's heart a little. Meanwhile, Leora listened carefully, nodding along. Occasionally bravado them, laughing lightly, her expression playful as always, giving nothing away. Eventually, after she finished her tart, she stood up and gathered her things. Well, it'll be off, she said cheerfully as she waved at them. And just like that, she left the small shop. The moment she stepped outside, her smile vanished. Everything checks out, she muttered under her breath. She exhaled lightly. Better go get my report. Then, her bright smile returned as if nothing had happened, and she walked back toward the towering arena. Chapter 243. Epic. Elion, Arya, and Isolde returned to the waiting room after wandering around for a bit longer. He had reluctantly forced his mind to move on from the Leora matter. He pushed the doors open just as a pair of seventh years were stepping onto the stage. The room was already quieter than before, as most people had their eyes glued to the screens with excited looks on their faces. "Ah, you're back." Tessa's voice came first. Elion looked over. Mira, Tessa, and Lyra were all there. "You guys are done already?" Elion asked. Of course, Tessa grinned, cracking her knuckles. "You think I struggle with some puny opponent?" Lyra rolled her eyes slightly. "She almost killed him," she said calmly. "I did not." "You did." Mira chuckled softly from the side. "He surrendered before she could finish," she added. Elion snorted. "Sounds about right." Arya stepped forward quickly. "You all won?" she asked, her eyes bright. "Huh?" Mira nodded. "Nice." Arya beamed. Isolde gave a small nod as well. "Congratulations," she said softly. Tessa grinned at her. "Thanks." Then her eyes shifted to Elion. "You missed it," she added. "Unfortunately, I did," Elion replied dryly. "No one forced you to leave. You could have watched." "That is true. Did you want me there that much?" he said playfully as he walked closer to her. "Not a chance." She pushed his face away and stepped back to make some distance. Lyra tilted her head slightly as she looked over at Isolde and glared at Elion. "Where did you guys go?" "Out," Isolde said simply. "With us," Arya added quickly, gesturing for him to move away from Tessa. Tessa raised a brow. "Of course you did." Mira just smiled. The room quieted bravado, and someone muttered, "They're starting." Everyone turned toward the screens as they flickered. Tuberado stood on the platform. "That's the second pair of seventh years today," Lyra said softly. "You missed the first one. It was epic, but I bet this is still worth watching," Tessa muttered. Elion folded his arms. "Let us see." On the screen, the proctor stepped back. "You may begin." And instantly, the two guys on the platform moved. The wind mage vanished in a streak as he became nothing but a blur. The earth mage stomped his foot down at the same time, making the platform crack as thick slabs of stone rose around him like armor, forming a layered defensive shell just as a slicing arc of compressed wind tore through the space where his head had been a fraction of a second earlier. "They're fast," Isolde whispered. "It didn't even seem like there was any delay between his actions and the spell forming," Arya added. Elion also focused on the fight. He didn't need to worry about the split-second casting delay, because he had a cheat, but that was not the case before. There was a time when he needed to think about cooldowns and spell formation speed while casting. The only way to improve on it was through years of experience. Among the first years, Isolde had a somewhat decent casting speed, but it was still within an acceptable low margin. These guys had definitely surpassed such limitations. The wind mage reappeared above. He was already attacking again. His hand swept down as dozens of blades of compressed air sliced downward like a storm. The earth mage raised his hand, and the ground answered to his call. Walls surged upward in overlapping layers. They looked thick and dense, each one taking the brunt of the attack as the wind blades tore through them one after the other. The stone exploded into fragments as dust burst into the air, and then the wind mage broke through. He didn't slow down. He drove straight through the collapsing defenses, his body coated in a thin layer of swirling wind as he closed the distance instantly, his fist already moving. "Close range?" Tessa leaned forward. He is very confident in his skills to dive in headfirst into the enemy's jaw like that, Mira said softly. The earth mage didn't flinch, though. He stepped forward as well, and he met him head-on. Boom! The impact shook the platform. Stone cracked, and air exploded outward. The two figures collided, their bodies blurring as they exchanged blows at a speed that made the surrounding air ripple violently. Each strike was reinforced by its respective elements, wind accelerating, earth reinforcing, offense meeting defense in a relentless clash. "Wow, look at that control," Lyra murmured. Elion didn't reply. His eyes were locked in. The wind mage twisted his bravado mid-exchange, vanishing again before reappearing behind his opponent's blind spot. He threw out an enhanced kick. The Earth Mage reacted instantly, raising his arm as layers of stone coated it, taking the blow head on, the impact sending cracks through the armor but not breaking through completely. He grabbed the leg. Got him. Tessa grinned, but the Wind Mage smirked. His body dissolved into a swirl. And just like that, he was gone again. An afterimage? Adia whispered. No, Elion said quietly. Movement speed. He was just that fast. The Wind Mage appeared again at a distance with both hands raised. The air around him twisted as he compressed it. Oh, Tessa muttered. A dense, unstable sphere of wind formed in front of him. He fired it a few seconds later, and it screamed through the air. The Earth Mage slammed both hands into the ground, making the platform split. A massive wall surged upward, thicker than anything before. Boom! The impact was catastrophic. The barrier shattered, and then it exploded outward. Fragments rained down like shrapnel as the shockwave rippled outward, forcing even the nearby barriers protecting the arena to flicker. Holy! He broke through? The dust cleared. The Earth Mage stood there. He was visibly breathing heavier, but he was still standing, though his stone armor was cracked. Wow, Isolde whispered. The Wind Mage didn't stop. He rushed in again, faster, sharper, and deadlier. Their bodies blurred once more, clashing with each other in a flurry of strikes that no normal eye could follow. Only the flashes of impact and bursts of mana marked their movements as they pushed each other further and further, neither giving ground, neither holding back. The Earth Mage stomped again, and the entire platform shifted. Dozens of spikes erupted, and dozens became hundreds. The Wind Mage danced through them. His movements looked beautiful, weaving between the deadly forest of stone with impossible agility, his body flickering from point to point as if he wasn't T-bound by normal motion at all. He is insane. Adiamativ. He is. Mira added. The Earth Mage raised his arms, and pieces of the platform began to rise and form a massive construct. A golem. It formed beside him, and he leaped onto its barato while it was still forming. No way. Tessa grinned. The Wind Mage laughed, then he vanished. The air twisted violently as the air pressure dropped. Then it spiked an instant later as a vortex formed above and below. Everywhere, the battlefield became a storm as people watching from within the arena were blocked from seeing directly. It was now impossible to see except from the screens. And right in the center, they clashed again. The Wind Mage did not let the momentum die for even a second. The vortex around the battlefield only grew more violent as he moved through it like a fish through water, his robe snapping behind him. His body flickered in and out of sight as currents of compressed air bent around him. And every time he reappeared, another strike followed, another blade of wind, another kick, another crushing blast aimed at the Earth Mage who stood in the middle of the chaos like a mountain refusing to be moved. The Earth Mage's eyes narrowed as he planted both feet and drew in a deep breath. The shattered platform beneath him rumbled violently as huge slabs of rock rose from below, layering around his body and around the great half-formed construct beneath him until it looked less like armor and more like a fortress wrapped around a man. When the next blast of wind came screaming toward him, he did not dodge. He threw a fist forward, and the giant stone arm behind him mirrored the motion, smashing into the incoming air blast with such force that the impact exploded outward in a ring of dust and broken stone. Damn, Tessa muttered, Centurato. They really fight like veterans. The Wind Mage suddenly shot upward, his figure becoming a streak as he rode one of his own spiraling currents higher and higher into the air above the battlefield. He spread his hands wide as dozens of crescent-shaped blades formed behind him, thin at first, then broader, sharper, heavier with mana, each one spinning and shrieking as they hovered in the air like a storm of guillotines waiting to fall. The Earth Mage glanced up once, then struck both palms downward toward the platform. And in the next instant, thick stone pillars erupted all around him in a circular formation, rising so high that they looked like the beginnings of a cage. The slabs connected them one after another until an immense stone dome was forming over his position. It was dense, layered, and packed with mana so thick it made the whole structure glow faintly brown. The wind mage smirked from above. Then he dropped his hands. The storm fell. Chapter 244. The last time the storm fell. Every blade came down at once, whistling as they tore through the air and crashed into the dome in a relentless barrage, one after another, then 3 at once, then 10. Then all of them in a cascading storm that turned the screens white and gray with dust and impact flashes as the dome shuddered again and again under the assault. Chunks of stone flew outward while the whole arena reverberated with each strike. "He is trying to break through the defense first," Lyra said, her voice low and thoughtful. "He doesn't want to get close while that earth construct is still stable." Mira nodded. "And the other one knows it. That's why he's not chasing." Elion didn't answer, but he agreed, because every move in this fight had purpose. There was no wasted energy, no flashy nonsense for the sake of the crowd. Even the spectacular parts served a real function. Then the dome cracked. A single deep fracture spread across the top, then another, then a third, and the wind mage's eyes gleamed as he thrust one hand downward, gathering the remaining wind blades into a single massive spear of swirling compressed air that spiraled violently as it drilled through the center of the cracked dome and detonated inside with a deafening boom. The entire structure blew apart. Stone exploded outward in every direction. And through the collapsing debris, the Earth Mage emerged, riding upward on a rising slab of rock like a platform from the fallen golem. His expression had finally lost that calm heaviness as he thrust one arm outward and sent 3 giant stone lances rotating toward the wind mage in a triangular pattern. Each one was thick as a tree trunk and spinning fast enough to tear apart the air around them. The wind mage vanished from their path just before they collided, reappearing to the side in a burst of motion. But the earth mage had predicted it, and the moment he reappeared, the rising slab beneath him split apart into 5 smaller chunks that launched forward like catapult stones. One was aimed at his chest, one at his legs, one above his head to cut off escape, and 2 more from the sides. The wind mage was forced into an awkward dodge, twisting his body hard as one chunk smashed into his shoulder and sent him spinning off course, his balance broken for the barest moment, and the earth mage didn't waste it. He stomped once more so hard that the platform below split wide open and a colossal stone hand erupted upward from beneath the wind mage, the fingers spreading out to crush him outright. "He got him," Adia gasped. But the wind mage reacted at the last possible second, slamming both palms together and releasing a point-blank burst of compressed wind beneath himself, blasting his body upward before the hand could fully close, though the tips of the fingers still caught him and sent him flying with his sleeve torn and a red streak now visible along one side of his arm. He landed hard on one knee atop a narrow current of air, breathing heavier now. His expression was no longer as playful. The earth mage was breathing harder, too, though he hit it better, his chest only just beginning to rise more visibly as he reformed pieces of his shattered stone armor around his forearms and shoulders. "They're both getting worn down," Isolde whispered, almost like she was afraid to break the tension. "Not yet," Elion said. "Not yet." And he was right, because neither of them looked anywhere near finished. The wind mage rose slowly from his crouch. He wiped his barato with the back of his hand and then smiled again. But this time, that smile was different. It looked like the expression of someone who had stopped enjoying himself and had decided it was finally time to end things. He raised both hands again, but instead of dozens of smaller attacks, the air across the entire battlefield began to shift, not in obvious gusts, but in strange distortions, as though invisible walls were being erected and folded and compressed into tighter and tighter layers around the earth mage's position. The crowd, which had been roaring nonstop until now, actually began to quiet a little as people sensed the change, even if they didn't fully understand it. "What is he doing?" Arya asked, frowning. Elion narrowed his eyes. The earth mage seemed to understand at the same time, because his expression also changed for real. His eyes hardened as he slammed both hands into the ground once again and forced huge pillars of rock to rise beneath him, lifting his whole position higher, as if trying to escape the invisible pressure forming around him. But the wind mage's hands clenched, and the air snapped inward. The stone pillars cracked apart, not from impact, but from an invisible pressure, as if some giant's unseen hand had barradoed them from all sides at once. The earth mage dropped through the broken rubble, barely managing to land on another slab of rock, but more layers of pressure were already forming around him, squeezing the space tighter and tighter, twisting dust and pebbles in unnatural ways as the battlefield itself began to groan. "That looks terrifying," Mira murmured. Elion had to agree. This kind of wind magic was on another level. It didn't even look like wind magic anymore. The earth mage roared, finally showing true strain as mana burst out of him in a dense brown wave, every remaining piece of stone on the platform lifting into the air and rushing toward him, and forming a massive ring of layered earth around his body. Then a second, then a third, each one rotating in different directions, grinding against the air with a deep rumble. Then he thrust both hands outward. The rings exploded apart and surged toward the wind mage like a collapsing mountain, huge slabs and sharpened fragments all moving at once with overwhelming weight behind them. The wind mage didn't dodge. He drove one hand out, and everything in front of him split. The rushing wall of stone was cut open down the middle by an invisible barrado, the halves flying apart so violently that they smashed into the barrier walls around the arena and made the viewing screen flicker with dust and glare. And then he was already through the opening. Too fast. He appeared in front of the earth mage with one hand outstretched and palm open, and released a point-blank blast of wind so compressed that it looked almost invisible until it hit. The earth mage crossed both arms, stone wrapping around them in a last-second brace. Boom! He was launched backward so brutally that he bounced across the ruined platform, skidding through broken rock before barely managing to stop himself at the edge. He was on one knee now, breathing hard, a faint red trace at the corner of his barrado. The wind mage landed lightly, but not perfectly, his own breathing now clearly strained, one arm hanging slightly lower than before from the damage he had taken, yet his eyes never left his opponent. No one in the waiting room was speaking anymore. Everyone was just watching with suspense. The earth mage slowly stood up again, the remains of his construct crumbling off him as he straightened his back and exhaled through his nose, and for a second, both men simply stared at each other across the destroyed battlefield, battered, bleeding, and still very much ready to continue. Then the earth mage lifted one hand, and the entire ruined center of the platform shook. "What now?" Lyra whispered. The broken battlefield began to rise, not in pieces this time, but all at once. The entire central section lifted under his control, great slabs of stone folded and stacked into one another, compressing, hardening, taking shape until a gigantic spear of earth formed above him, so large that the people in the front rows of the arena visibly recoiled as if afraid it would be thrown at them. The wind mage looked up at it once, then spread his hands slowly as all the air in the arena seemed to rush toward him at once. His clothes whipped violently, his hair snapping back, and a dense sphere of revolving wind formed around his body, then flattened, lengthened, sharpened, becoming a massive drill of screaming white air that tore up dust and pebbles from the entire battlefield. "Oh, this is it," Tessa said almost gleefully. The final clash. The earth mage roared and sent the spear downward. The wind mage shot upward to meet it. They collided in the middle of the screen. For a moment, there was no explosion, only resistance, a giant spear of earth pressing against a screaming drill of wind, both spells grinding against each other while cracks spread through the stone, and the air around the clash warped and screamed from the pressure. Then both men pushed harder. Mana surget. The screen flashed white, and the whole arena shook. The collision exploded outward in a violent ring, dust swallowing everything, the barrier around the battlefield rippling visibly from the force as broken stone rained down across the platform. Everyone in the waiting room leaned forward instinctively. No one blinked and no one breathed. Slowly, the dust began to clear. One figure was still standing, only barely. The Wind Mage. His body was swaying, one arm hanging limp, his chest was heaving, blood was running from the side of his head and down his neck, but he was still on his feet. The Earth Mage lay collapsed in a crater below, half buried in shattered rock, unmoving except for the faint rise and fall of his chest. The hostess' voice finally cut through the silence, breathless with excitement. "Winner, Dexter!" And then the arena erupted. The crowd roared so loudly that even through the muffling walls of the waiting room, it felt like the building itself might crack. Tessa let out a low whistle. "Wow, what a fight!" Mira nodded slowly, her eyes still on the screen. No wonder they're 7th years. Arya hugged herself slightly. "I don't think I could survive 2 seconds against either of them." She seemed to be remembering yesterday's events. They all noticed, but no one moved to comfort her or anything. That was not what she needed right now. But Elion felt like it would be awkward if he didn't comment on it at least. "Neither could most people," Elion said quietly, still watching the screen, his eyes thoughtful now rather than stunned. "But that's what makes it useful." Mira looked at him. "Useful?" He nodded once. "Watching them, the way they choose their moments, the way they commit only when they've already taken the field apart piece by piece, the way they build toward a finish instead of chasing it from the start." Tessa grinned. "You sound like you want to fight them." Elion's lips twitched faintly. One day, they all laughed audibly as the murmurs from everyone else in the waiting room reached a crescendo. The host's voice rang out through the arena, loud and clear. "A short break before the next round begins." The tension that had built up from the previous fight eased slightly as people shifted, stretched, and began talking again, some still going on about the 7th year's battle, replaying moments, arguing over who had the better technique, who had held back, who could have won if things were different. Before long, the break ended. And now, the host's voice rose again, filled with excitement. The second group of first years for today. Numbers began to flash. Elion looked at his chest. So, it is time. The moment he had been waiting for had finally come. Elion's heart slowed. Everything around him seemed to dull slightly. The chatter, the movement, even the lingering excitement in the air. It all faded into the background as a strange, eerie calm settled over him. He stood up. "It's your turn to fight now, but my hands are itching," Tessa said with a grin. Elion just laughed lightly. "Don't lose," Lyra added calmly. Mira looked at him quietly, her expression softer than usual. "Be careful." It sounded ridiculous, but they all knew who he was going to fight. The message hidden behind it was, be careful not to take him down too hard. Honestly, Elion did not know what he was going to do. He couldn't hurt the guy too much before the match was called. That was if William even showed up. Best case scenario, Elion accidentally takes down William. He just had to be fast enough that the proctor would be caught off guard. However, thoughts were simple. Executing and acting on your thoughts was another matter. Would he be able to strike without mercy when the time came? I guess we will see, he thought. Cinceredo, Elion snapped out of his daze. I blanked out. He realized. I will decide how to handle this when I'm out there. You'd better win, she said, though there was something deeper behind her words, something she didn't say out loud. Isolde hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Good luck. Elion looked at all of them, then smiled lightly. Of course. He turned and walked step by step toward the door and out into the tunnel. None of them knew that this was the last time they would see him for months. Chapter 245. White Sword. Elion stepped calmly onto platform number 1, his posture relaxed, his hands loose at his sides, as if he was simply taking a stroll rather than stepping into a match. A beautiful female proctor was already waiting there with her arms folded. She had a stern expression at first glance, but the moment Elion gave her a charming smile out of habit. Cinceredo, he needed something to occupy his mind, because William was nowhere to be seen. Elion didn't make a fuss about it. If the guy didn't show up, that would be quite tragic, because when they finally did face each other, William would have to bear the full brunt of his anger. And that wouldn't be pretty. 1 minute passed, and the other matches had already started. The sounds of clashing, explosions, and cheers echoed faintly. William was still a no-show. 2 minutes passed. Elion started tapping his foot lightly against the stone. "I'm going to call a forfeit," the proctor finally said, gathering the courage to walk up to him, her voice a bit hesitant. "That's fine with me." Elion shrugged lightly, already turning as he prepared to step off the platform. "Wait." A calm, familiar voice echoed from above. Elion stopped. Xavier descended from the sky, his presence immediately drawing attention. His expression looked indifferent, as always, and in his hand he was holding William by the collar like a misbehaving dog. Without a word, he dropped him onto the platform. Thud! William hit the ground and groaned slightly. Xavier dusted himself off like he had just taken out the trash, then flew away. Just like that. Elion narrowed his eyes as he watched him leave. So he brought William here against his will. It made sense. His family would rather have him lose than not show up at all, because a loss could be excused. Cowardice could not. Elion finally shifted his gaze toward William. The guy was getting up slowly, his expression sour, his movements stiff, like he really didn't want to be here. It took every ounce of Elion's willpower not to immediately pounce on him. But he held himself back. Use your anger to sharpen your resolve. Do not let it control you. So he let it simmer. William pulled out his flashy sword, holding it tightly, but he avoided Elion's gaze completely, refusing to meet his eyes. Elion walked back to his position calmly. Then he summoned his weapon. His new sword landed lightly in his palm. A beautiful, thin, white longsword. Yes, he had collected it yesterday. The day before, Elion had returned to Oliver's rundown shop later that night, after dropping Mira off at the academy and heading back into the city alone. He pushed the door open. The place was still as messy as ever. Scrap metal everywhere. Half-finished weapons. Tools were scattered like they had been thrown around randomly. "Hello? Anyone home?" Elion called out, kicking a stray piece of metal aside as he stepped further in. No response. Then he heard the sound of snoring from behind a metal divider. There he is. Elion walked over and peeked behind it. Oliver was there sleeping soundly, if you could even call it that. Centurado, he had drool leaking freely from his mouth down his chin, and one arm flung back like he had passed out mid-movement. The other was resting on his exposed stomach. His skin looked oddly smooth there, and he was still wearing the same jumper from yesterday. There were bandages wrapped around him from underneath the shirt. A lot of them. "Oliver," Elion called out. The hand on Oliver's stomach twitched. "Oliver," he called again. The guy shifted slightly. 5 more minutes. Elion walked around the divider and kicked him in the side. "Oliver." "Huh, what dash? Who dash?" Oliver shot up in alarm, nearly falling over as he scrambled to sit upright, his white hair a mess as he looked around wildly. "It's me," Elion said flatly. Oliver blinked. "Oh." Then he almost flopped back down to sleep. "Kick." Elion gave him another kick to the side. "Get up." "Ow." "Hey, Barado." Oliver clutched his side, glaring at him. "Do you wake people up like that? You said it would be ready by now." Oliver froze. "Ah, it's you." He finally realized. He scratched his head awkwardly, then stumbled to his feet, nearly tripping over scrap as he rummaged around. "Where did I put it?" Metal clattered as something fell and broke. "Uh-huh." He popped back up and tossed the sword toward Elion. Elion caught it. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt the difference from the other uncommon grade sword he owned. Even while it was in a scabbard, this is not an uncommon grade. His eyes widened in shock. Is this a rare grade sword? Oliver scratched his cheek, laughing sheepishly. "Yeah, I had a little breakthrough while crafting your sword." Elion narrowed his eyes. "How?" Oliver paused. He blushed and looked away. Flashback, the forge burned hot. Oliver stood alone, sweat dripping down his brow. The molten mithril glowed in the crucible, and as he worked, his thoughts drifted to Elion. The way he carried himself, his mannerisms, and his manner of speaking, it reminded him of his late master, the old man who had taught him everything. He thought of the happy times, the harsh lessons, the laughter they shared, and the lonesome silence that had followed his untimely passing. He poured the molten mithril into the mold and waited as he watched it take shape. Then he pulled it out with tongs and placed it on the anvil. He began striking it. Clang! Mana flowed from his hands. Clang! He began to shape it. Clang! His mana slowly engraved within it with intricate carvings. He poured himself into it. Clang! His strikes overlapped with old memories. His Master S hammer. His Master S voice. And his eyes blurred. Tears began to fall, dropping onto the blade as he hammered away. But he didn't stop because he could not see. No. His emotions, his grief, his memories, all poured into the sword. And something changed along the way. His mana poured out not in larger quantities, but it came out purer and thicker, in a beautiful silver color, changing the color of the mithril from its natural green to a silver-white color. Oliver had just achieved a breakthrough into the second crafting grade. He didn't realize it until he had finished crafting the sword. Back in the present, Oliver's face turned red. How did you craft a rare grade sword? Elion asked again. Nothing. Just take it and go. Oliver pushed him toward the door and shoved him out. Bang! The door was slammed in his face. Elion stood there. What is wrong with him? He looked down at the sword. A scabbard too? He smiled faintly, then flicked a gold coin through the gap in the door. Clink! It was probably worth more than that. He wouldn't know, but rare-grade swords were supposed to cost an arm and a leg. He drew the blade. Back to the arena shing. The sword slid free out of the scabbard. It was a pearly white color that shimmered silver in bright light. The shape was thin and long, just as he had said he wanted it to be, but it was also slightly curved at the end. A single-edged sword with one blunt side. It looked beautiful. It shone under the sun, a pale light running along its surface, reflecting the intricate translucent carvings etched down the blade, flowing naturally into the flame-shaped hilt down below. Elion smiled slightly. He had never had a younger brother, or an older one for that matter, but if he could, he would want one like Oliver. The scabbard vanished into storage. He held the blade in his right hand and swung it once. Shing! The air split cleanly around it. Swinging, it felt effortless because the blade was as light as a feather. Begin! Elion lifted his gaze. William stood across from him, his eyes darting around in panic before finally forcing himself to glare at his opponent. Elion's expression remained blank. Reel it in, he reminded himself as his anger threatened to bubble over. Of course, William's face was all healed up after their altercation yesterday. I would like to teach him another lesson. He hadn't been able to finish what he started yesterday. Now, he was really looking forward to this fight. William didn't seem like he was going to make the first move. In fact, he took a shaky step back when Elion looked at him. Coward! Elion muttered loud enough for the fool to hear. William's teeth clenched. Who do you think you are? He charged in carelessly. Elion smiled. So predictable. The guy had a pea-sized brain, if it even existed in that head. He lowered his stance as he watched him come. He was going to take his time, humiliate him for a while, then teach him a lesson for yesterday. Don't disappoint me, William, Elion thought. It would be no fun if the fight ended too soon. Chapter 246. Is it worth it? William charged. There was no restraint left in him because whatever fear he had felt was completely drowned out by humiliation and anger. The wind around his body surged violently as he poured more mana into it, pushing his speed to the limit as he closed the distance between them in a reckless straight line, his blade raised high as he roared in frustration. Elion watched him come without moving, because there was no need to rush when everything about William's approach was already laid bare in front of him. As the sword came crashing down with all the force William could muster, Elion lifted his own blade in a smooth, almost lazy motion while shifting his stance just enough so that the incoming strike slid off at an angle. Clang! The moment their weapons met, the sound that rang out was sharp but hollow, like something fragile striking something unyielding. William felt it instantly, that same dreadful lack of resistance, and before he could even react to it, Elion's wrist turned and redirected his blade completely off course, and in that same flowing motion, Elion stepped forward and struck him across the torso with the flat side of his sword. The impact landed with a dull, crushing sound that sent William's entire body flying backward again, as if he had been hit by something far heavier than steel. The crowd reacted with screaming cheers. While this battle was nowhere near what they were used to witnessing from the upper years, this was blood-bumping for a different reason. What they were witnessing did not resemble a proper fight between equals, and murmurs began to ripple outward as people leaned forward, trying to understand how a first year could be overwhelming another in such a one-sided manner. William crashed onto the ground and struggled to push himself up. His ribs ached, and his breath was uneven. His thoughts spiraled in a frantic loop as he tried to understand what was happening. It was like he had forgotten that this was a fight he was never going to win anyway. His anger had blinded his reasoning. Why can't I touch him? It frustrated him to no end. He forced himself up again, his legs shaking slightly, and even though his instincts were screaming at him to stop, his pride would not allow it, especially not in front of this many people, and especially not in front of Elion, who was standing there with that same calm, blank expression that made everything worse. "Stop looking at me like that," William shouted as he rushed forward again, and this time he layered his attack with wind magic, sending compressed blades of air ahead of him while he moved in from the side, hoping to overwhelm Elion with multiple angles at once. Elion simply stepped forward through the attack, as if he had already seen it all before it happened, his movements precise and controlled, and as William's blade came in from the side, Elion deflected it with a single motion before striking him again with the flat of his blade, sending him flying once more. This continued again and again, and every time William tried something new or poured more mana into his attacks or altered his approach, Elion responded in the same calm manner, deflecting, evading, and then countering with a measured strike that humiliated him without ending the match, and it became painfully obvious to everyone watching that this was intentional. P.S. dragging it out. Someone whispered in the stands, and once that thought took root, it spread quickly because it was impossible to ignore what was happening anymore. In the waiting room, the girls watched in silence, and even Tessa had lost her grin as she leaned forward slightly, her eyes narrowing as she observed the pattern, while Mira remained still with her gaze fixed on Elion, understanding far more than most what he was doing, and Arya's hands were clenched tightly as she watched William being struck down again and again. "Good," Arya whispered, her voice quiet but filled with a sharp satisfaction that came from seeing him suffer. High above, Maximus leaned forward slightly as he watched the scene unfold, and after a moment, he turned his head toward George and spoke in a low and thoughtful tone. "What kind of enmity is this between those two young men, George?" he asked, his gaze never leaving the platform. George adjusted his glasses slightly before replying. "They have been at each other's throats for quite some time now, and I'm afraid it is not as simple as a simple rivalry," he said calmly, offering no embellishment, because the scene below spoke for itself. Maximus hummed faintly as he returned his full attention to the match. George took the opportunity to slip out of the faculty balcony. "Let us see how this plan of his will play out." Elsewhere, Cain Dawnecrest's expression had darkened completely, but unlike before, his anger was no longer divided, because while there was disappointment in William, the true focus of his fury had shifted entirely. "Who does that boy think he is?" His fingers tightened against the armrest as his gaze locked onto Elion. "To stand there and humiliate my name in front of everyone." His jaw clenched. "I can't let this continue." There was not much fury in his eyes for William anymore, only cold irritation, because in his mind, the disgrace came not from his son's weakness alone, but also from the fact that someone else dared to expose it so openly. "I will deal with that boy," he thought, his eyes narrowing further, "and I will make sure he understands exactly whose name he has trampled on today." He stood up from his seat, alarming his retainers. Back on the platform, William was barely holding himself together, and his body had long since passed its limit, yet he still forced himself forward because stopping meant accepting defeat, and that was something he refused to do while his father was watching. "Damn it!" he screamed as he charged again, his movements sloppy, his attacks predictable, and when Elion met him this time, he didn't even bother to use the edge of his blade, instead continuing to strike with the flat side, each blow landing cleanly and sending William back again, reinforcing the difference between them in a way that left no room for doubt. By now, all other matches had ended. and the entire arena was watching this one platform, and the silence that hung over the crowd was heavy, because everyone could see that this was no longer just a fight, but a statement. Elion finally slowed, and as William stumbled toward him once more, he paused for a moment, his thoughts shifting inward as he considered what to do next. Should I stop him? The thought came, calm and deliberate rather than emotional, and it lingered just long enough for him to consider it properly. Can I deal with the aftermath? He asked himself, and his mind immediately brought up everything that would be affected, not just his own position, but the people tied to him now. Adia, Mira, Celeste, the others, the future he was building, the responsibilities he now carried. Celeste, Esme, and Ophelia will be expecting soon. Was it worth it to put all that at risk just because of someone who had long since stopped being worth his time? Is it worth it? He asked himself, and the answer came just as clearly. No, he didn't think so. It wasn't worth it. Not for him. His grip tightened slightly as his gaze hardened, and while he let go of the thought of ending William, he did not let go of his intent entirely. One incident can pass as a mistake, he thought, his eyes flicking briefly to William's arms, but anything further would be too obvious. He stepped forward again, and this time there was a shift in his presence, something sharper, something colder, and William felt it immediately as fear finally crept into his expression. And Elion raised his blade. As Duke Dawncrest rose from his seat, the movement alone was enough to send a ripple through the balcony, because it was not often that a man of his stature reacted so openly, and his retainers behind him straightened immediately, their expressions tightening in alarm as they realized what he was about to do. Duke, one of them began cautiously, but Kane did not even spare him a glance as his aura began to stir. His intent was clear as he stepped forward toward the edge of the balcony, fully prepared to take flight and put an end to what he now saw as an intolerable spectacle. I will not allow this humiliation to continue, he thought, his eyes fixed on the platform below, where Elion stood over William like an executioner taking his time. However, just as he was about to move, the door behind him opened softly. Kane paused as a familiar presence entered with a pink-haired young woman in a uniform beside him. Brother, George greeted lightly. Kane's eyes narrowed slightly at that, because George would never address him like that under normal circumstances. Not in public, not in private, not at all. While Kane did not care for such formalities or the lack thereof, he understood immediately that this was deliberate, and that meant there was something to be said. Be quick, George, Kane said, his voice low and edged with impatience as he turned halfway toward them, though his body remained angled toward the arena. I have places to be. George smiled faintly as he approached, completely unbothered by the pressure in the room. You want to stop this farce, no? He asked casually, though there was nothing casual about the meaning behind his words. You can't be thinking of just appearing down there with no plan. It will cause an uproar. Kane's gaze sharpened. It was obvious what he was referring to. I did have something in mind, but speak. I'm listening, Kane replied after a brief pause, though the tension in his voice made it clear that his patience was limited. George tilted his head slightly, then gestured beside him. I will let the girl take over. George stepped back to let Leora take center stage. Leora stepped forward with a light smile, though her posture was respectful. Her expression was calm as she bowed her head. Greetings, my lord. Speak, girl, Kane said immediately, cutting her off before she could continue, his tone laced with irritation as he waved a hand dismissively. I have no patience for empty greetings. Leora did not react to his tone. Instead, she raised her head slowly and met his gaze with that familiar smile on her beautiful face. Chapter 247. Senile, Elion's gaze sharpened for the first time since the fight had begun, and without any warning, he cast the first spell of the match, a simple water spell that formed instantly beneath his feet. And before anyone could even react, the water froze over into a smooth layer of ice that spread outward just enough to support his movement. And in the same motion, a pressurized jet of water burst from behind him, propelling his body forward with explosive speed. The movement was sudden and unpredictable. Cinchuredo, his mana rushing toward his hand in a desperate attempt to create a barrier or at least redirect the incoming attack. But his thoughts were too slow, his casting too subpar. The spell never had the chance to take shape because Elion was already there. The white blade flashed into view at the very edge of William's vision, reflecting the sunlight in a brilliant arc as it came from the left, in a precise and utterly merciless angle. In that single instant, William understood. I'm going to lose my hand. The thought made him feel cold all over, and it brought with it a surge of seething anger that burned through his fear as his barato clenched and his eyes flared with hatred. This lowlife, he's paying me back for what I did to that woman of his. Rage surged within him, but it meant nothing because anger did not make him faster. It did not make him stronger either, and it certainly did not make him capable of stopping what was inevitable. The blade came down in a clean and unstoppable arc shing. Time seemed to slow as Elion's blade began to slice into William's arm. And in that stretched moment between motion and consequence, his entire figure looked like nothing more than a blur. From the instant he propelled himself forward on that jet of pressurized water to the moment his sword descended, there had been no wasted movement and no hesitation, only clean, decisive execution. The proctor never even had a chance. Even if she had known beforehand what was about to happen, even if she had been prepared and watching closely, her body would have never reacted in time to stop it, because the speed at which Elion moved was simply beyond her ability to intercept. It was simply incomprehensible for a first-year student to move that fast. Even the upper years would be hard-pressed to reach that level of speed and agility. The blade had already made contact. Whoosh! Bang! A barato crashed down from above. It happened so suddenly that no one could process it. The impact landed on Elion's side with tremendous barato, and several of his ribs broke under the blow. Dash! Elion was sent flying. His barato spun through the air, twisting uncontrollably like a rag doll caught in a storm, and the speed at which he rotated made him look like a spinning top as he hurtled across the battlefield. He hit the ground once, then again. Each collision sent dust and debris into the air, but the force behind the attack was far too great for him to stop or even slow himself down. Bam! His body slammed into the outer ring of the arena, the barrier that separated the battlefield from the first row of seats, and the wall caved in around him on impact as cracks spread outward from the point of contact, fragments of stone falling away as his body finally came to a stop, lodged into the broken structure. Silence. Absolute silence. The entire arena went quiet in an instant, as if the air itself had been sucked away. What just happened? It was clear who said it first, but it didn't matter because it was the question on everyone's mind. It couldn't be. There was no way that William had done that. Every single pair of eyes snapped upward toward the figure that had descended. Shock. What is shock? To say that every spectator, every professor, every student in the arena was stunned would be an understatement, because what they were witnessing was something that should not have happened, something that broke the very rules of what this tournament represented. Mira felt her entire body go cold, as if her soul had left her for a moment, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen without blinking. Arya froze completely, her eyes trembling as she tried to make sense of what she had just seen, her mind refusing to accept it. No. The first voice that broke the silence came from above. Maximus. Dawncrist. His voice thundered across the arena, filled with unmistakable rage as the pressure behind it shook the very air. What is the meaning of this? Yes. Floating in the sky was Duke Cain Dawncrist. He stood there without a trace of shame, his expression cold and unreadable as he looked down at the wreckage below, where Elion had crashed through the broken wall, as if what he had just done was merely a necessary action. He had attacked a junior in broad daylight, in front of everyone, and he did not seem to care. Maximus moved, and it was strange because to everyone watching, it looked like he was both slow and impossibly fast at the same time, as if the space between him and his destination had simply folded to accommodate his will. In the span of a single heartbeat, he had already left his balcony with his sword staff in hand. Within a split second, he was there, right in front of Cain Dawncrist. He positioned himself perfectly between him and the direction where Elion's body had been launched, as if placing himself as a barrier, not just physically, but symbolically as well. "Explain yourself," Maximus thundered, his voice carrying a pressure that made even the air around them tremble slightly, and the authority in his tone left no room for misinterpretation. Doncrest did not flinch. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Maximus's. He looked into those abyssal black eyes. "Don't tell me you've grown senile, old man," Kane said calmly, his voice devoid of urgency despite the situation, as if he were merely pointing out an inconvenience rather than answering to an accusation. Maximus's grip on his staff tightened. "What are you implying?" Kane's lips curled ever so slightly, not quite a smile, but something colder. "Can you not see it?" He continued, his gaze flicking briefly toward the broken wall where Elion had been embedded, then returning to Maximus. "Or are you only pretending and letting this rot fester in your school?" The words hung in the air. Maximus's aged eyes trembled. A thought crossed his mind. Did he see it? The origin core? The implication struck deeper than the accusation itself, because if Kane truly understood what he was looking at, then that put his plans in jeopardy. Maximus's expression hardened slightly as he processed that possibility. Chapter 248. "Heretic, what do you mean?" Maximus asked, a frown forming on his wrinkled face as he looked at Kane steadily. And inwardly, he was already thinking, maybe I am mistaken, even as he feigned ignorance on the surface. Because if Kane had truly seen what he thought he had seen, then that put his plans in jeopardy. Kane sighed, and there was something almost disappointed in the sound, as if he could hardly believe the old man standing before him was forcing him to spell it out. "You really have lost all your edge, old man," he said calmly, his voice carrying just enough scorn to make the surroundings feel very uncomfortable. "Very well, let me explain myself." He sighed. By now, the crowd was growing restless because everyone wanted an explanation, and the shock that had frozen the arena a moment ago was quickly turning into a boiling confusion that spread from row to row. People stood from their seats, craning their necks, whispering loudly, some shouting questions from below, demanding to know why a duke had just attacked a student in the middle of an open academy tournament. The other professors had been slower to react, but they were entering the arena now as well, most of them forced to approach on foot because they could not fly. Their robes fluttered as they hurried across the battlefield with dark frowns on their faces, while Hal Brecht and a few others floated in from above and took up positions to the side, all of them watching Kane closely as they waited for him to speak. No one moved to check on Elion, though, and that alone said a lot, because even though some of them were disturbed by what had just happened, they were all hesitating, some because they feared there was more to this than they understood. If the Duke was right about whatever he was implying, then the smartest thing to do was keep their distance until the truth was known, and no one wanted to be seen rushing to the side of a boy who might suddenly turn into the center of some far uglier problem. Of course, some of them couldn't help but think something else entirely, that perhaps Doncrest had simply done all this because he could no longer stand to watch his son be humiliated so openly, because no matter how he dressed it up, that was what everyone had just witnessed, and it was the easiest conclusion to come to. Meanwhile, lodged in the broken outer wall, Elion coughed, his barato tight with the effort as a sharp barato flooded his barato. His head felt hazy and heavy, like the whole world had been wrapped in thick cotton. The sounds of the arena coming to him distorted and far away as he struggled to stay conscious. The world spun slightly around him as he struggled to focus. The pain in his body felt unbearable, and it was unrelenting. His abdomen felt worse than every other part, with every shallow breath he took. For a moment, the sounds of the arena felt distant, muffled, like he was hearing them from underwater. It felt like every single bone in his barato had been badly broken, and the pain came in waves that overlapped and collided with each other until it was difficult to even separate one injury from another. There were deep cuts across his arms, barato, and legs, and he was badly hurt, not just from his barato, but from his head and his sides and places he could not even properly feel anymore. All that from just one blow. What just happened? The thought came slowly, like it had to fight its way through the haze, clouding his mind, because his vision was blurred and darkened at the edges, and blood was running into his eyes, making everything smear and distort. And yet, even in that state, he knew one thing with certainty. It wasn't T. William. Up until the very last second, his eyes had been locked on William, and he remembered that clearly, remembered the exact angle of his blade, the exact moment before impact, and whatever had struck him had come from outside that frame, from somewhere he had not even perceived. It was too fast. His body shifted slightly, and the broken stone around him crumbled as he slipped out of the man-shaped crater that had formed around his impact point, and he fell forward weakly onto the arena floor. His hands caught him just barely as his arms trembled under his weight, and another mouthful of Barato spilled from his Barato as he choked and coughed, his Barato tightening painfully. He lifted his head slowly as his vision flickered. He saw nothing but shapes and blurs, and then they focused into multiple Barato standing in the distance. What is happening now? His body felt like it was on fire and frozen at the same time, but beneath all of that, there was something else, something working quietly because he could feel it. The slow and steady pull of recovery, his body trying to mend itself, trying to stabilize the damage, even if it was only just enough to keep him conscious. His passive abilities were working wonders for his recovery. Meanwhile, Kane began to speak. I have reason to believe, his voice rang out, loud and clear, carrying across the entire arena without obstruction, that this young man you have been keeping in the academy is a filthy heretic who has signed a contract with a demon. At first, there was a stunned silence, which swiftly changed to shock as every eye widened at the implication of what had just been said. And almost instinctively, they all turned toward Elion, who was lying there in a broken and bleeding state. They all stared at him, as if searching for obvious signs of this absurd accusation. They all wanted to see something, to see if there were any obvious and visible signs of this supposed demonic contract. They expected to see something monstrous. Perhaps it had passed over them because they had not been looking for it. But they found nothing of the sort. Whispers broke out. A demon? No, that can't be. But the Duke, he wouldn't say something like that without reason. Suspicion. It spread faster than logic. Maximus narrowed his eyes. And what proof do you have to support this claim? He asked, his voice low but heavy, cutting through the rising noise like a blade. Because if that were true, he should have seen it long ago, the very first time he had looked into the boy, the very first time he had peered into his being. So how could Dawnecrest have seen something he had not? Maximus' gaze sharpened. A part of Maximus quietly sighed in relief, because if Kane had not sensed the origin core, then his plans were still intact for the most part, and that alone was enough to ease a fraction of the tension that had built up in his chest. However, that relief did not last long, because the situation unfolding before him was no less dangerous, perhaps even more so in the eyes of the public. Making a contract with a demon was the highest form of treason a resident of this world could commit. And even though most of the people in the stands had long since forgotten the devastating war that had taken place centuries ago, there were still those who remembered. There were records, stories, and scars left behind by that era that had never truly faded. And while the war had ended in victory and the demons had been sealed away into another realm, the cost had been catastrophic. Entire regions and races had been lost, entire bloodlines erased, and because of that history, the mere mention of demons was enough to stir fear and hatred deep within the hearts of the people. And yet, even after all that, there were always fools, heretics, and those who believed they could gain power by betraying their own kind. And every now and then, such individuals would emerge, trading their humanity for power by forming a contract with these demons and causing chaos before being put down. Just being accused of such an atrocity would mean very thorough scrutiny. Proof? Kane scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain as he looked around at the gathered professors and spectators, clearly unimpressed by their reactions. It is because everyone is so blind that heretics like him manage to cause havoc now and again. He continued, his tone sharp and unwavering as he pointed subtly toward Elion's broken form. You're all fortunate that I managed to weed out this threat before it became any stronger." A murmur spread through the crowd again, louder and more restless this time, as people exchanged glances and began to reconsider what they had seen earlier, trying to fit it into this new narrative. "I do have proof, however," Cain added, his gaze returning to Maximus as he spoke, his voice steady, confident. "It is simple." He gestured toward Elion. "The boy you see here is no longer human," he said, letting the words hang for a moment before continuing. "Technically, he is only half human, but that is not the point." The murmurs grew louder. "It is only a matter of time before his demon side completely takes over, and when it does, he will begin committing the same kind of massacres we have seen before from those lowly creatures." Maximus's eyes narrowed, and around him, the reactions were immediate. Because disbelief rippled through the arena like a shockwave, some people shaking their heads, others staring at Elion with suspicion, fear, or outright hostility, as the idea began to take root in their minds. Meanwhile, Elion could now hear and see everything. The haze had lifted just enough for him to use his senses, and what he heard and saw made him laugh. Heek, or at least he tried to. It came out as a pained wheeze that made his bravado tighten as a bravado reached his bravado, but the sound still carried along loud enough for every single person to hear him. Cain's frown deepened as he looked down at him. "What is so funny, demon?" he asked in a cold tone. Chapter 249. Simple. "What is so funny, demon?" Cain asked in a cold, disgusted tone. Elion didn't answer because he couldn't. Every breath felt like it was tearing through his chest, and the laughter that had escaped a moment ago had left his lungs burning and his throat feeling raw. His body also refused to cooperate with his actions, so all he could do was remain there on his hands and knees. Cain, however, did not wait for an answer, and instead, he took that silence as confirmation of his claim, his expression turning colder as he looked down at Elion. "See," he said, his voice carrying easily across the arena, his vision flickering as he struggled where he lay on the stone beneath him. "He has already lost his mind." The crowd stirred again, and the whispers grew louder, more uncertain, more divided, as suspicion began to take hold more firmly in the minds of those watching. Maximus frowned deeply as he looked at Cain, and though his voice remained controlled, there was an unmistakable edge to it now. "What makes you believe he is no longer human?" he asked, his gaze steady and unyielding. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "And how did you even see it?" Cain let out a soft breath, almost as if he was humoring the question, and then he descended slowly, his boots touching the ground as he moved toward William, who was still lying there in a dazed state. "Well, first of all," Cain began as he bent down and seized William by the collar, lifting him up with ease despite the boy's condition. "My son here tells me that this so-called peerless talent of yours was nothing more than a bottom feeder not too long ago." He turned slightly, positioning William so that he faced the arena. "But then, one day, after an unfortunate accident in the dungeon, he was proclaimed dead, only to return stronger and more talented than ever." A ripple passed through the crowd again, because this was information that most had simply never heard. "You see," Cain continued calmly, "he also tells me that the two of them never got along. So, of course, the first thing the boy did after his miraculous return was seek revenge against my poor son." He gave William a slight shake. "Right, William?" William blinked, still somewhat dazed, but he nodded quickly, almost too quickly, and though confusion lingered in his expression, something else appeared as well. Understanding. "No wonder." His eyes widened slightly. That's why he became so strong, so quickly." "Yes," William muttered hoarsely, as if convincing himself as much as anyone else. "There's no way he could have grown that strong on his own." Cain lifted him, letting him stand unsteadily, using his support as he turned back to the air arena with William in his grip. "Now," Cain said, his voice rising just enough to reach everyone clearly, "I can assume the more intelligent people here can already see where this is going." The tension thickened. "I believe one of two things happened," he continued, holding up two fingers as he spoke. "One, the boy truly died, and a powerful demon managed to slip through a crack in the seal and steal his body in the dungeon. He paused briefly. This is highly unlikely, as such possession would typically strip away most of the body as human traits, and it is almost impossible for demons to come into our world without outside influence or help from a native of our world. He lowered one finger. Or, on the brink of death, this boy sold his soul to a powerful demon in exchange for great power and unparalleled talent. His gaze hardened slightly. I am leaning toward the latter. The arena fell into a heavy silence. The idea had taken root, and that was all he needed. Now, Kane said, turning his attention toward the professors. If the boy-esque professors are present, would you care to confirm my suspicions? For a moment, no one moved, and then George raised his hand calmly in agreement. He still had that faint smile on his face, even now, as if none of this bothered him in the slightest. The gesture alone sent a ripple through the crowd. Evelyn and Celine, however, were frozen in shock, so they couldn't give their input. They stood near one of the tunnel entrances, a bit further away from the center of the arena, but both of them looked like they had forgotten how to breathe. Their bodies were stiff, and their expressions looked pale. Celine, most of all, could not believe it. Her eyes trembled slightly as she looked toward Elion, then back toward Kane, her mind refusing to accept what was being said, because no matter how she tried to rationalize it, nothing about Elion had ever felt like that. It hurt her more than anything else, because she had been so deeply invested in Elion-esque growth, especially from the moment he had pushed past his limits. It had all resonated with her in a way that very few things ever had. He reminded her of herself, not the person she was now, standing here as a respected instructor, but the version of her that had clawed her way up from nothing, from the dirt, from the trenches where no one believed in her and no one gave her anything freely, and she had fought for every ounce of strength she had gained, just like he had. Watching him grow had not just been interesting. It had been personal, even though she hadn't really shown it or done anything to actively support him. It had brought back memories she had long buried, memories of exhaustion, of pain, of stubborn determination, and of the quiet satisfaction that came from proving everyone wrong. And in a strange way, it had been comforting seeing someone walk a path so similar to her own. And now, to hear this, to hear him reduced to something else, to something inhumane, something so vile. Her chest tightened, and her breath grew shallow. No, her voice trembled. It cannot be. Maximus spoke once more, and this time his tone was calmer and measured, as if the earlier burst of anger had been deliberately reined in. But there was still an undeniable weight behind his words as he looked directly at Kane. My question remains the same, he said, his voice carrying clearly across the arena. What proof do you have to show us that he is not human as you claim, and what sort of means did you use to arrive at such a conclusion? He paused briefly, his aged eyes narrowing slightly as he continued slowly. Forgive my supposed ignorance, but I am well aware of how rare such methods are, those that are capable of reading into a person's hidden traits, their bloodline, their essence. So, I must ask, did you perhaps resort to unethical means? His words flowed smoothly, almost casually, but there was intent behind them, because in truth he was stalling, buying time, forcing Kane to speak more, reveal more, while he himself considered the situation carefully. If Dawncrest had gone this far, if he had stepped into the arena and struck a student in front of everyone, then there was almost certainly at least a fragment of truth in what he was saying, and if that was the case, then the next step was obvious. It would only be a matter of time before he suggested taking Elion away for examination to back his actions and claims. Once that happened, once they had the chance to look deeper into the boy's body, they would inevitably find something, because regardless of whether Elion had made a contract with a demon or not, the origin core was most definitely there, and it would be bad for him if it fell into someone else's hands. Maximus' mind raced behind his calm expression. I need more time. Kane laughed lightly. Very well, he said, his voice laced with faint amusement. I see that you are just intent on protecting one of your former students. He did not seem offended. If anything, he seemed a bit entertained. I happen to have a subordinate with very sharp senses, Kane continued, his gaze shifting briefly toward the side. And the boy happened to let traces of his demonic aura slip when he cast his spell. The words landed heavily. Cain did not give them time to dwell on it on purpose. Most of what he was saying was made up, but as long as the fact of the matter remained true, then he would be judged to be right in the end. A part of him, however, was completely shocked. That strike on Elion had been meant to knock him out, and preferably leave him half dead. Checking him and proving his claims would have been a simple matter then. But now he would probably have to give the devil a chance to speak and perhaps explain himself. He more than expected Maximus to ask such. If he suggested the same, however, it would paint him as a just and honest man who is simply serving his kind. I don't know how George and that girl managed to get this information, but I'll be damned if I don't use it. However, he added smoothly, it will be quite simple to prove my claims. He paused and spoke plainly. I suggest a simple extraction and examination of his bloodline essence. His confidence did not waver, not even slightly. Chapter 250. Trust me. With that being said, Cain continued, his tone calm and almost reasonable despite everything that had just happened. I am no brute, though my actions just now may suggest otherwise. So I propose we allow the demon to speak if it has anything to say for itself. As those words settled into the arena, the crowd, which had already been restless and uncertain, finally tipped over because the confusion had now been given a direction, and that direction pointed squarely at Elion. Scattered boos began to rain down, directed at Elion. They did not believe that an esteemed person such as the Duke would make such claims if they were not true. Seize him. Bring him to justice. The noises grew louder until they unified, and it was very clear who they were directed at. Elion let out a slow breath, though it came out more like a pained wheeze as his battered body struggled to keep up with even that simple action. He sighed inwardly because things were truly looking bleak now. How did it come to this? Of course, all of this was nothing but fabricated nonsense that had been somehow twisted into something believable enough for the masses to latch onto. But there was one inconvenient truth buried beneath it all. He was not fully human. He was half human and half Barado demon. Was I too careless? He couldn't even begin to imagine how they had found out about him being only half human. Maximus wasn't able to see at that time. In fact, he had seen something inside Elion that Elion himself didn't know of. And he had never considered that it would be this big a deal if it were found out he was half incubus now. He did not know the full history of demons. Not really, only the broad strokes about the war and the sealing of their kind in another world, and he was not aware of the role the supernatural beings had played in all of that. Though a faint thought crossed his mind about Esme and Ophelia's kind being hunted in the past, and whether that had anything to do with all this. But if that were truly the case, then why were they still allowed to roam freely after the war? Why had they not been completely eradicated and sealed away like the others? It wasn't until that church decided to purge them personally that they were finally hunted down. So that meant more or less, lesser seduction spirits were considered as the less harmless type of demons. That seemed Barado likely. The church, with its obsession with purity, its rigid doctrines, and its tendency to see anything even remotely demonic as something that had to be purged without question. Another thought surfaced. What does this have to do with the goddess? He didn't know. Was she watching him right now? Probably. But that didn't change the situation. The reality was simple. He was in serious trouble. Once they examined him properly and looked into his family history, they would find it. And even if they chose to be lenient when they realized he was only half demon, that was not something he was willing to gamble on, especially not with someone like Cain pushing the narrative. He wasn't going to bet his life on something so vague. He made a decision. He slowly lifted his head, his hazy vision clearing just enough for him to see the figures floating above him, the so-called elders of the academy, the people he had once respected, and by now, other powerful figures from different organizations had also risen into the air, forming a loose circle as they observed the situation with skeptical expressions, cautious, waiting to see how things unfolded. If he had hoped to sway some of them in some way, now, he had already given up on trying to convince them. There was no point. Old men like these had already decided what they wanted to believe. There were only two things that mattered now. How do I get out of here? And how do I speak to my girls and assure them that this is all nonsense? Despite the pain, despite the bravado, and despite the blur in his vision, he could almost picture their faces right now. The worry, the confusion, the fear, and he couldn't help but let out another weak laugh. Who am I kidding? He didn't need to convince them. They would believe him. Probably. A part of him feared the possibility that they might think otherwise. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Getting you out of here won't be simple. And while the goddess is aware of your predicament, she has already broken many rules, and any further interference will be noticed by the Pantheon. Elion's thoughts sharpened slightly. However, there is a somewhat troublesome solution at hand. I say troublesome because your survival once you get there will depend entirely on your capabilities. There exists an ancient, forgotten bloodline trial that teleports selected candidates to its location once triggered. It will be a simple matter to override the selection process and designate you as a participant. Elion nodded inwardly. However, all of your system points will be lost in the process. He grimaced slightly, though the expression was faint beneath the blood. He didn't have a choice. System points are essentially tokens that allow you to alter your fate. They function as a means to bypass the laws of the universe and assist you as the system's host. To force entry into the trial, all points will be consumed, and you will be the final participant. Final participant? You mean there will be others? He asked inwardly. Yes. The details are unclear. You'll understand once you arrive. A lot of thoughts ran through his mind in that short moment. Questions about consequences, about what would happen to the people tied to him, about the women he cared about whether they would be dragged into this mess as accomplices or left be alone. They'll probably be treated as victims of my plots, even if they are treated with scrutiny and end up being questioned. That was the most likely outcome. Still, there was one thing left to do. Centurato, he didn't have time to speak to all of them. Mira will do. He forced himself to look like he was struggling to breathe, his chest rising and falling unevenly as he focused inward, establishing the link, and almost immediately he felt her presence nearby, close enough that the connection formed without resistance. Mira. Back in the waiting room, Mira's body trembled as his voice echoed inside her mind, and her eyes widened as tears immediately welled up and spilled down her cheeks. Is it you? Yes, it's me. Listen, I don't have much time. Then, he did something unthinkable. He tried to send her fragments of his memories. It worked, particularly his most recent ones. He didn't bother with words. He just sent her everything. From a moment William had pushed him into the dungeon, to falling to the brink of death, to receiving the system, to his initial plans, his thoughts, his intentions, his bravado for revenge, his decision to use the system to grow stronger, to attract potential allies, to dominate, and to take control of his life. Then her, how he had planned to break her, how he had ended up caring for her over time. And then Arya, Beatrice, Isolde, training to grow stronger, meeting Esme and Ophelia, their secret mission he received to restore their race. And then Celeste, how they interacted and the bond they formed, the decisions they made, and he ended up fathering a child before she left. By the time it ended, Mira had stopped crying. She was just stunned. It was too much for her to process in a single moment. It was a lot to take in, and yet she smiled. I thought as much, she said softly in his mind, her voice steady despite everything. This is so much like you. After a faint pause, she spoke again. Poor Senpai Celeste. She should have been angry, or hurt, or conflicted, but she wasn't. She had already devoted herself to him wholeheartedly. If even a goddess had chosen him, then her faith and love for him had not been misplaced. Not in the least. Elion chuckled faintly when he understood her thoughts. With this link, Centurato, take care of the others while I'm gone. What do you mean? She asked immediately, her concern spiking. Are you okay? He chuckled again, softer this time. Trust me. And then he broke the link. Back on the battlefield, he lifted his head slightly, looking up at the powerful figures surrounding him, his expression calm despite the state he was in. "I see," he said quietly, his broken voice still carrying across the arena. "I guess there is no place left for me here." Chapter 251. Disappointing. Elion probed quietly within himself, pushing past the haze of pain and the ringing in his ears as he reached out with his senses to trace Esme and Ophelia as presents. If they were anywhere nearby, and if they had somehow made their way into the arena or were close enough to sense what was happening, then they would come, and he knew that without a doubt, they would throw themselves into danger without hesitation just to save him. And that was the last thing he wanted right now. The connection stretched outward, and he found their distant presences. Elion let out a slow breath of relief, his shoulders loosening ever so slightly despite the injuries that screamed in protest at even the smallest movement, because at least that was one problem he did not have to worry about. He had never asked them about their daily routines, never pried into where they went or what they did, partly because he did not want to come across as some possessive and clingy husband, and partly because he trusted them enough not to need that kind of control, and now, for once, that distance worked in his favor. Mira will handle it. He trusted that much. She would figure out. She would contact them and would explain everything. He almost scoffed inwardly, because if someone had told him a few months ago that his relationship with Mira would turn out like this, he would have laughed it off. But now, well, she was the first person in mind when he thought about someone trustworthy to explain things to. It was odd because she came off as the kind of woman who chased benefits, and she also gave off the feeling of the first person who would jump ship when things get tricky. Things happen. He raised his head slowly, his vision still slightly blurred but clear enough now to make out the figures above him, the powerful figures, all of them waiting, their patience thinning. Their expressions ranged from irritation to cold interest, and judging by the looks on their faces, it had already been several seconds, perhaps longer, since Cain had given him the chance to speak. At the same time, he gave the system the signal. "Start it." Everything began to move beneath the surface. "I see," Elion said quietly, and despite his condition, his voice carried clearly across the arena, steady and composed in a way that felt almost out of place given the situation. "I guess there is no place left for me here." There was no bitterness in his tone, only disappointment. Because while he had never truly trusted these people, never believed that they would stand by him unconditionally, there had still been a small part of him that hoped things would not end like this. Knowing something could happen was different from watching it unfold right in front of you. It was disappointing. "Do not be impulsive, boy." Professor Halbrecht's voice thundered through the arena, his tone filled with authority as he stepped forward slightly. "Sometimes you must learn to bow your head, listen to your elders, and accept your fate," he continued, his gaze stern. "If you really believe you are being falsely accused and are willing to cooperate, then there is still a chance for you, but only if you learn how to take a loss." His words rang out, but to Elion they fell hollow. Elion let out a low chuckle, and this time there was no attempt to hide the contempt in it. "Don't bother," he replied simply. A ripple of shock passed through the spectators immediately, because even now, even in this situation, he was still refusing to bend. "How dare you spit in the face of Professor Halbrecht's kindness?" Someone shouted from the stands, and several senior students surged forward in anger, unable to tolerate what they saw as blatant disrespect. But before they could take another step, a single hand rose, and they stopped. Maximus, the grand principal, floated forward slightly, his ancient staff hovering in front of him as his gaze settled on Elion. "It would pain me to see such a talented youth die so young," he said calmly, his tone measured, almost gentle. "I understand your frustration," he continued. "We are giving you face because we all respect your talent, Elion Nova. Surely, you can afford to give the elders some face in return." A glowing scroll of mana unfurled before Elion, hovering in the air between them. "If you believe you're not guilty, then it should be a simple matter to agree to the Duke's request to have you examined. In the case that his claims turn out to be false, he will be punished accordingly, and I promise you that you will be compensated for your troubles." Cain scoffed, but he let the old man continue. "However, You have to understand our concerns. You're already under suspicion, and so, we must take measures to ensure everyone's safety. At this point, he was only bullshitting. This was his last resort to ensure that the core fell into his hands, even if it was found by someone else. Sign this, Maximus said as he presented a glowing contract scroll. And even if it turns out you were at fault, we will let you live and return to your studies as usual, after extracting the demon contract, of course. Dawnecrest's eyes narrowed. The promise itself was absurd, because under normal circumstances, such a slight would be met with severe consequences. Maximus had no power to make such promises, but it was all futile in his opinion. He would do everything in his power to make sure this heretic was put down. There is no escape for you, boy. To every other person watching, the implication of the contract Maximus was presenting was clear. No one needed it spelled out. It is. Elion suddenly burst out laughing, and this time the sound echoed loudly across the Colosseum, cutting Maximus off mid-sentence as it rang through the tense silence. The reaction was immediate. Frowns, headshakes, and sighs of pity. I guess he really has lost his mind. Someone muttered, though it was impossible to tell who said it first, because the sentiment spread quickly. I wouldn't blame him, Evander said quietly, his expression conflicted as he glanced toward Leora, whose usual carefree smile had completely vanished, replaced by something far more serious. It was curious how she had made it to Evander so quickly after leaving the Duke's balcony not so long ago. She did not respond to him, however. She did not even seem to be able to hear him. Her gaze was fixed on Elion, but it was distant, unfocused, as if she was looking at something else entirely, something only she could see, memories resurfacing from somewhere deep within her mind. Evander clenched his jaw slightly, frustration flickering in his eyes, because he knew he should do something. He knew he had given Elion his word, some measure of protection. And yet here he was, standing still, doing nothing, because every figure floating above that platform could crush him with a thought, and there was too much at stake. What does that make me? A hypocrite? He didn't like the answer. To him, it was obvious what was going on here. The Duke had abused his power to end the match, and now he was making absurd claims. Even if it turns out that he was spouting nonsense, which in his opinion was probably the case, his punishment would be nothing too great. The biggest slight would be a massive dip in his reputation and in how people perceived him. Maybe he would be branded as a shameless individual who thought he could do whatever he wanted. But people were quick to forget. They would forget this incident soon, too. Below, Mira, Arya, and Isolde stood among the crowd. Isolde was crying silently, her shoulders trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her hands clenched tightly as she struggled to keep herself from breaking down completely. "Let me go," Arya shouted, her voice raw as she strained forward with everything she had, trying to break free and rush down into the arena. Mira had been holding her back ever since she got Elion's intentions. She didn't really understand what he had planned, but her expression was calm. But the fire in her eyes burned hotter than anything else in that arena. She was scared, too. Where she lost him? She was holding on because of one thing. Trust me. Those were the only words Elion had given her. And she believed them. Elion's laughter faded slowly. And when he spoke again, his voice was oddly calm. Unsettlingly calm. "You want to turn me into a slave," he said plainly. Chapter 252. "Contract, you want to turn me into a slave?" Elion said plainly. The words caused a ripple of discomfort to pass through the arena. Because while Maximus had not explicitly said it, everyone understood what that contract implied. "A mana contract is not a slave contract," Maximus replied evenly. Elion chortled softly as he met Maximus's gaze without fear. "If you twist the terms enough, it might as well be." His eyes hardened. "You have already betrayed my trust once," Elion continued, his gaze unwavering. "Who is to say you won't do it again?" Only Maximus knew what Elion was speaking of, but he didn't let it show in his face. He was old enough and experienced not to be goaded and swayed by mere words. Elion added with absolute contempt, "You can all get lost." He spat onto the ground, the fluid landing audibly onto the ground in front of him. The intense hostility in his voice was so sharp and concentrated that Professor Halbrecht was forced backward in midair, floating nearly a meter away in shock. Realizing he had been publicly embarrassed by a youth, Halbrecht's rage exploded. "You!" Halbrecht roared, humiliation blazing in his eyes. Before anyone could react, he shot forward with terrifying speed, his blade aimed at Elion. Maximus could only sigh, not moving to stop Halbrecht. "I try to give the boy a way out," he said quietly, "but it seems his pride will be the death of him." He trusted that Halbrecht would know not to kill the boy. He intended to knock him out to prevent any futile struggles. Many spectators turned away, unable to watch what they believed was about to happen. Mira, Arya, and Isolde closed their eyes as tears streamed down their faces. They all felt their hearts drop. Cain sneered down from above, while the battered William laughed quietly in contempt. "Who are you to provoke my family with no backing?" He spat. No. But the sight they were all waiting for never came. Just as Halbrecht's broadsword flashed inches from Elion, a brilliant, blinding white light engulfed his body. Elion smiled calmly at the shocked professor, completely unafraid. "I will be back," he said simply, and because a pin-drop silence had fallen over the Colosseum, every single person heard him loud and clear. To his women, it was a promise that he would come back to them. To the likes of Maximus, Cain, and Maximus, however, it was like the decree of the Grim Reaper himself. Elion's body vanished completely, and Halbrecht's blade cleaved nothing but empty air. Shock seized the arena as people stared in disbelief. A sage mage, multiple grand mages, dozens of archmages, and he had somehow escaped alive. There was no doubt that he was alive. If his words hadn't made it obvious, there was nothing left of him at all. While one might have assumed that Halbrecht had incinerated him to oblivion, he knew how much strength he had used even in his rage. Even if he had been enraged, he only intended to strike him with enough power to just knock the boy out. And anyone powerful enough or smart enough could see that as well. Mira, Isolde, and Arya all breathed out breaths of relief as the tears finally slowed from Isolde and Arya. But that didn't make them feel any better, because even if he had escaped, it would be a while before they saw him again. If only they knew that Elion would never keep them waiting that long, they would have been far calmer. Maximus frowned deeply. Perhaps, for the first time in centuries, doubt crept into his heart. Did I make the wrong choice? He wondered. Inwardly, he was reeling because the core had slipped out of his hands. As powerful as he was, he had been caught completely off guard by someone so weak. The reason he had been so lax and calm was that the boy was too weak. He didn't even consider the possibility that he might be able to escape, and yet, that was exactly what had just happened. How did he do it? It was incomprehensible. He had somehow escaped under everyone's watchful gaze. Maximus was the most powerful person here, so maybe everyone would look toward him and question if maybe he had let the boy go on purpose, but only he knew the truth. He had been just as surprised and shocked as they were. He sent out his presence to try and see if he had teleported himself somewhere close enough. He blanketed the whole island, only to come up with nothing. It was really shocking. Where could he have gone, and how? Did he have help? Was there some truth to Cain's words then? That was the only somewhat reasonable explanation at this point. If not, then they had just made an enemy of a person who had the potential to someday dethrone their whole generation. Should he have put in more effort in protecting Elion? Truthfully, he had been one of the few who had been able to clearly see Cain Dawncrest move when he attacked Elion. If he had wanted to, he might have been able to stop him if he tried. His inaction spoke volumes. Then he shook his head, steadying himself. "I have lived far too long to fear a boy a fraction of my age," he muttered. "If he grows powerful enough to trample us all, and this comes back to bite me, so be it. But if he dies before then," his eyes hardened, "then that only proves that my choice was right." Elion reappeared in a place shrouded in complete darkness. The air around him felt cold and heavy, though he had no idea where he was or how he had arrived. He remained conscious for barely 2 seconds, standing there in silence as his battered body finally reached its limit. The pain, exhaustion, and accumulated strain from the teleportation and everything he had endured came crashing down at once, and his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed onto the cold floor and slipped into unconsciousness, his awareness fading completely. It would be days later before he would finally wake again. Had Elion been awake, he would have noticed something deeply unsettling about the space he had been brought to. He was not alone. Around him, suspended eerily in the air, were other people, their bodies frozen in place as if time itself had stopped around them. Their eyes were closed, their expressions unmoving, and it was impossible to tell whether they were alive or dead. They did not breathe, they did not stir, and nothing about them suggested the passage of time. It was as though they were trapped in a limbo between moments, neither advancing nor decaying. Moments later, Elion's unconscious body slowly lifted off the floor, drawn upward by an unseen force. His limbs hung loosely as he rose, his body coming to a halt at a precise point in the air. Whatever power controlled this place positioned him carefully, locking him into the same suspended state as the others. When his body finally stopped moving, it became clear that he was not the first. He was the seventh body to be placed there. The instant his position stabilized, the darkness receded. A dull, ancient light spread outward, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the true nature of the space. It was a vast, crumbling chamber that resembled an ancient throne room, its walls cracked and worn by unimaginable time. At the far end stood a broken throne made entirely of crystal, its surface fractured and dulled, as though it had once been magnificent beyond words. The atmosphere was heavy with age and power, and the silence felt deliberate, almost expectant. Then, a voice echoed throughout the chamber. It was female, but not in any normal sense. It sounded as though hundreds of voices were layered together, overlapping and resonating as one, ancient and absolute. Last participant has been identified, the voice declared. Conditions met, beginning the primordial bloodlines trial. In an instant, all 7 suspended bodies were engulfed in brilliant green flames. The fire did not burn. Instead, it flowed gently over their forms, mending shattered bones, sealing wounds, restoring torn muscles, and replenishing depleted mana. Every trace of injury vanished as their bodies were restored to peak condition, as though they had never been harmed at all. Only then did something truly striking become clear. Among the 7 floating Barado was a familiar beast woman, Zenobia. She had appeared in this same space after vanishing from the forest clearing, her form now suspended just like the others. Yet something was missing. The 3 assassins who had vanished along with her were nowhere to be seen. Whether they had been rejected, destroyed, or sent elsewhere was impossible to tell. Their absence remained a mystery. Before any questions could be answered, the chamber flared with another burst of brilliant white light. One by one, the 7 bodies vanished completely, pulled away by forces beyond comprehension. When the light faded, the throne room was left empty once more, plunged back into silence and darkness. Chapter 253. Celeste returns home. Celeste's nightmare mount descended from the dark, thundering skies of Dreadmore Hollow, its massive wings beating steadily against the heavy air as it cut through the rolling clouds. The distant rumble of thunder seemed to follow in its wake, as though the sky itself acknowledged its presence. The creature's silhouette grew larger with each passing second, and soon it came fully into view for the small entourage gathered in front of the wide circular court that surrounded the towering black doors of the ancient Dreadmore Castle, where the stone itself seemed to drink in the light, and the atmosphere carried a faint, oppressive weight. The steed let out a deep, thunderous neigh as it descended, the sound echoing across the courtyard to announce the princess's return long before she even touched the ground, and the once distant speck in the sky rapidly expanded until it filled the vision of those waiting below. Lucius stood at the front of the group, and for once, his expression betrayed him completely, because a rare and genuine smile had spread across his face, one so uncharacteristic that it caused the elders standing behind him to exchange wry glances with one another, silently wondering where their stoic, unyielding ruler had disappeared to. He was always like this when it came to his daughter. She had not even landed yet, and yet he already looked like this. Morgana sighed softly from where she stood among them, her eyes lingering on the scene with a complicated expression. While there was certainly something warm about it, something almost enviable, she could not help but feel a twinge of distance, a quiet ache at the thought that she had never been able to foster the kind of bond with her own children. Though at the same time, she knew well enough that the royal family was burdened with its own problems, and she found herself wondering how long Lucius would be able to indulge his daughter like this before reality forced his hand. Not long, I assume. The nightmare steed landed gracefully despite its otherwise terrifying appearance, its hooves touching the black stone with a heavy but controlled impact, and a steward immediately stepped forward to take hold of the reins as Princess Celeste dismounted, swinging her legs over with practiced ease and landing lightly on her feet. Celeste looked nothing short of stunning. She was no longer wearing her academy uniform, and instead she had adorned herself in an elegant black gown that seemed to blend aristocratic refinement with something darker, something bravado ominous. The gown featured a fitted silhouette, drawing in her waist with a sculpted precision that emphasized both her noble bearing and the faint edge of danger that seemed to cling to her presence, while delicate lace embroidery traced along the neckline, forming intricate patterns that resembled crawling shadows or thorned webs stretching across her skin. Her upper barato and shoulders were framed by sheer black lace that formed an ornate panel, adding both delicacy and elegance to her petite silhouette, and a small, high collar encircled her throat, fastened neatly with a thin black ribbon that accentuated the pale contrast of her skin. At the center of that collar rested a striking crimson gemstone, perfectly matching the color of her eyes, set within dark metal fittings that seemed almost alive, because it glowed faintly, pulsing subtly as if in rhythm with her heartbeat or the power she wielded. It drew attention immediately, becoming the focal point of her entire appearance. Her sleeves were long and fitted, clinging to her arms like liquid silk, and near her wrists the fabric softened slightly, folding just enough to create a subtle contrast between structure and flow. The skirt of the gown bloomed outward from her waist in layered black fabric that moved like mist caught in moonlight, voluminous without being overwhelming, giving her the presence of someone who belonged not at the center of a midnight ritual. In short, she embodied aristocratic Gothic beauty in its essence. Her expression, however, was stern. She looked toward the small group waiting for her, around 8 figures in total, her detached gaze passing over them calmly before she began to walk forward, her heels clicking softly against the black stone with each measured step. The first thing she noticed was her father's face, that smile, and immediately she felt a headache forming at her brow. Arg! Here we go again, she groaned inwardly. The moment she came within 5 meters of him, Lucius stepped forward, and there was something oddly restrained about him, as though he was actively trying to maintain the composure expected of a king, while failing spectacularly at hiding his excitement. "My little girl," he exclaimed, his voice somehow managing to sound like both a shout and a whisper at the same time, as he stopped just short of her and looked her up and down, taking in her appearance with clear pride. Then, without warning, he pulled her into a tight hug. Far too tight. Celeste stiffened slightly, clearly not amused, but she did not resist because there was no point. She could only lament her own misfortune for having such a doting father. "That's enough. Father," censurito, her expression tightening. But after a few seconds, she returned the hug reluctantly, because she knew that if she didn't he might actually never let go. Lilith chuckled softly as she stepped forward, her presence warm and composed as she approached the two of them, and she gently placed a hand on Lucius's shoulder. "I think she has had enough, dear," she said lightly. Lucius reluctantly pulled back, though not without first keeping his hands on Celeste's shoulders for a moment as he looked down at her face, his expression full of relief and restrained joy. as if he still needed to reassure himself that she was really here in front of him. "I trust you have been well," he asked. "I have been well, Father," Celeste replied quickly, her tone slightly annoyed, though not enough to be called rude. She gave him a small gesture to move aside, and Lucius, though clearly unwilling, stepped back enough for her to face her mother properly. "Mother," Celeste greeted simply, giving Lilith a light nod. And while there was no deep smile on her face, there was still a faint curve to her lips, one that softened her expression just enough to show that the warmth was genuine. Lilith stepped toward her immediately, joy playing on her face. "I'm so happy to see that you are in good health," she said warmly as she embraced her daughter, holding her close for a moment before giving her a small kiss on the cheek, which Celeste returned without resistance. After that, Lilith pulled back and allowed her daughter to face the 5 elders who had also come to welcome her. Celeste gave them a simple nod, and they all bowed in unison. "We greet the royal princess." That was as far as their greeting went. Nothing more was needed. It was quite a sight, seeing these ancient and powerful vampires, the strongest of their race, bowing without hesitation to a 21-year-old advanced mage. But such was the way of vampire tradition, and such was the depth of their respect for their bloodline and for those born to rule them. As far as they were concerned, this young woman standing before them would one day be their next monarch, and so they treated her as such even now, which was precisely why they were all the more adamant about her fulfilling the duties expected of her station. After their greeting, there was silence in the courtyard. Lucius cleared his throat lightly, stepping forward once more, though this time his expression had regained some of its usual composure, even if the faint softness in his eyes had not completely disappeared. "You have returned earlier than expected." Celeste's gaze shifted to him as she scoffed at his words. "You speak as though you did not emphasize urgency in your letter?" Lucius cleared his throat awkwardly. What was he supposed to say? What he had written and what he actually felt were two separate things. "You don't need to wreck your mind over it. Thanks to you, my affairs at the academy reached a natural stopping point, so I had no choice but to come," she replied, her voice even, though the way she phrased it made it clear she didn't like being called here on such short notice. However, she didn't reprimand him too much. She would need her father's support with regard to a certain matter very soon, and the happier he was when she broke the news to him, the better. This was just her acting like her usual self, lest they feel something was off, but subtlety would be needed for the matters to come. Lucius studied her for a moment, his eyes lingering on her face as if trying to read between the lines of her words. But before he could press further, one of the elders stepped forward slightly, breaking the exchange. "Your Highness," the elder began respectfully, his voice low but firm, "we trust your time at the academy has been fruitful. However, there are matters within the court that require your attention." Chapter 254. "No way in heck we trust your time at the academy has been fruitful. However, there are matters within the court that require your attention." Celeste's sharp gaze flicked toward the elder who had spoken, though she was not hostile about it. "Of course there are," she said plainly, and though her tone was neutral, there was a faint undertone that suggested she had expected as much the moment she set foot here. "The situation with the southern territories has grown unstable, and there are factions within the noble houses that are beginning to test the boundaries of their loyalty," he said, choosing his words carefully. Lucius's expression darkened slightly. "She has just arrived," he said calmly, though there was a subtle edge to his voice now, "and yet you're already speaking of responsibilities and unrest." The elders did not respond immediately, but their silence was telling enough. "Forgive our forwardness, but," one of them began, as the other continued for him, "our liege is already aware of our troubles, and we had hoped that upon your return, you would begin to take a more active role in such matters, so that the transition in the future may be smoother." Morgana chimed in. "The time is approaching when you will need to take on more responsibility, and while I would prefer to let you enjoy your time a little longer, circumstances may not allow it." "You will hold your tongues," Lucius said sharply, his voice cutting through the air like a blade as he looked at the elders, and the authority behind it made even the atmosphere feel heavier. The elders stiffened. "I don't know why I have to even say this to you, but your method of approach is very inappropriate. My daughter has just returned, He continued, his tone low but carrying unmistakable irritation. "You speak as though she has not earned even a moment of reprieve." One of the elders stepped forward slightly, his expression respectful but firm. "Your Majesty, we only meant—" "I know exactly what you meant," Lucius interrupted, his gaze hardening as he did not allow the man to finish. "And I also know that there will be a time for such matters, but that time is not now." There was a brief back and forth, as the elders attempted to justify themselves while Lucius shut down every attempt with increasing impatience. And it became clear very quickly that he was not willing to entertain this discussion any further. "That will be all," Lucius said, waving a hand dismissively, his tone brooking no argument. "You may leave." The elders exchanged glances, but none of them dared to push further, and one by one, they bowed slightly before taking to the air and departing, their figures disappearing into the dark sky as they left the courtyard behind. Morgana was the last to leave. As the highest-ranking elder present, she had hoped to at least join in on whatever discussion the two would have with the princess, but the look she got from Lucius told her all she needed to know. She left as well. With them gone, the tension eased. Lucius exhaled quietly, and without another word, he turned and began walking toward the towering black doors of Dreadmore Castle, expecting Celeste and Lilith to follow, which they did without hesitation. The three of them entered together. 2 guards were stationed at the entrance. They opened the massive doors and closed them afterwards with a deep, echoing thud. For a while, they walked in silence through the long, immaculate corridors of the castle. Cinceredo, he did not need to hold back. The concern in his voice was no longer hidden behind formality, and the shift was so abrupt that it almost felt like 2 different people were speaking. Lilith let out a soft laugh at the sight, unable to help herself as she watched the interaction unfold, especially because she could clearly see how annoyed Celeste was becoming despite her attempt to remain composed. "I already said I am well," she replied, though there was a faint edge of irritation in her tone. Lucius frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied with such a simple answer. "That is not what I asked," he said, his voice softer now, but persistent. "I want to know how you truly are." Celeste sighed inwardly. Why is he so pushy? Arg, so irritating. She looked ahead, avoiding his gaze for a moment, and though she answered him, her response was brief. "I am fine." And just like that, Lucius began bugging his daughter with numerous questions about her studies, how she spent her days and leisure time, and so on. He did it so thoroughly that you would think he had not asked the same questions every time she returned home. At this point, Celeste had no choice but to answer his questions with haste. Maybe that way, he might finally stop asking any bravado. Lilith watched them quietly, her amusement fading slightly as her attention shifted bravado fully onto her daughter, because something felt off. She didn't know if she was imagining things or not, but her daughter looked different. She gazed at Celeste more closely, her eyes moving over her from head to toe, taking in every detail, every subtle change, every nuance in her posture and expression, and yet, no matter how closely she looked, she could not pinpoint anything specific. She looks the same, and yet no, there is something that has changed about her. She just didn't know what it was. A faint frown formed on Lilith's face as her instinct screamed at her that something was amiss. What is this feeling? She gave a long thought, but nothing came to mind. She shook her head slightly, almost reprimanding herself. Of course, she seems different, Lilith. She is growing older, and she is maturing. That had to be it. It made her feel proud as a mother. And yet, a part of her did not fully agree with her conclusion. She pushed the thought aside for now. The three of them continued walking through the long corridors, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone, until they eventually arrived at a large leisure room, one furnished with deep black couches that looked impossibly comfortable. There were also low tables arranged neatly around them, and footrests placed with deliberate care, creating a space that was both luxurious and very comfy looking. Servants immediately followed them in, moving efficiently as they began to set out refreshments, trays of steaming tea, and an assortment of snacks placed carefully before them. The snacks were unusual to say the least. There were dishes that resembled glossy black centipedes, their bodies segmented and gleaming as though carved from polished gemstone. Though it was unclear whether they were truly crafted or the actual thing, and beside them were beetle-like delicacies arranged with similar care, their shells reflecting faint light. Of course, there were also more familiar options: biscuits, cookies, muffins, and the like. Though even those carried the same theme, each one was either colored in deep reds or blacks, fitting the aesthetic of the whole setting perfectly. Celeste sat down gracefully, crossing one leg over the other as she reached for her cup, lifting it together with its small serving plate, and she took a slow sip of the steaming crimson liquid within, her eyes closing briefly as a look of satisfaction crossed her face. "As always," she commented, "homemade tea is the best." "It is." Lilith let out a soft laugh as she reached for her own cup of tea, lifting it delicately as the steam curled upward in thin wisps. "Your praise honors us," the servants all responded at once to Celeste and Lilith's comment. Lucius watched the two of them quietly, his fingers resting against the arm of his seat as he seemed to gather his thoughts, and it was clear from the way his expression changed that what he was about to say did not come easily to him. "I may have reprimanded the elders," he began slowly, his tone more serious now, "but they are not wrong." He spoke grimly. "Time is short." Celeste's eyes flicked toward him, though she said nothing as she waited for him to go on. Lucius hesitated. "About the two options I gave you in the letter," he continued, but then his voice faltered, and something unexpected happened. He bowed his head. The movement was so sudden and so out of place that both Lilith and Celeste froze instantly, their eyes widening in disbelief, because this was not just a father lowering himself before his daughter. This was a king bowing his head while servants were still present in the room. "I'm sorry," Lucius said, and this time there was no authority in his voice, no pride, no composure, only sincerity. "I am a failure as a father, and as a ruler," he continued quietly, "forcing you into a situation you never asked for, and relying on you when I should be the one doing more." He paused. "I really am useless." A heavy, uncomfortable silence filled the room as everyone stopped in their tracks. Celeste did not respond immediately. For a good 10 seconds, she simply sat there, her mind still catching up because no matter how she looked at it, this was not something she had ever expected from him. But she had to say something before it became too awkward. She set her teacup down gently. "You shouldn't bow your head like that," she said calmly in a steady tone, as if nothing unusual had happened. "It doesn't look good when a monarch bows their head, even to their own family." The way she said it, it seemed like she was reprimanding him, but since she had a light smile on her face that she hid with another sip of the tea, she felt otherwise. Lucius slowly raised his head and simply looked at her, before a wry smile spread across his face. Answered in true Celeste fashion, "I see," he said, letting out a small chuckle. And just like that, the mood was light again. Celeste did not dwell on his apology or the matters he spoke of. In her opinion, it was needless to dwell on the inevitable. She already knew what was expected of her, and she knew how she would respond. "It should come as no surprise to you," she began, "that I choose to undergo the Barato trial." She paused slightly. "Because there is no way in heck I'm going to marry that man." Her eyes sharpened dangerously. The crimson within them seemed to swirl deeper, darker, as if something beneath the surface had stirred, and the intensity of it made both Lucius and Lilith stiffen slightly, their own eyes narrowing as they felt the shift. They exchanged a silent, shocked glance. Why? Why is she reacting this strongly? Something was not quite right. Did something happen between them in the academy? Lucius' thoughts immediately rushed to the most obvious conclusion, and his anger immediately flared. "Don't tell me. Did that guy try to hurt you?" Chapter 255. Celeste's conviction. Celeste remained silent for a few seconds, her expression frozen as she replayed her own words in her mind. And then it clicked. There was a faint glint of understanding in her gaze as she realized exactly what her father had taken for what she had said. "Oh, he misunderstood me." She exhaled lightly through her nose, her fingers tapping once against the armrest as she thought about how to explain. This was not something she could clarify carelessly, especially not with ears still present in the room. Her eyes shifted toward the servants. All 5 of them stood quietly along the edges of the room, heads slightly lowered and pretending not to listen while hearing everything. "Leave us," Celeste said simply. Her tone was not loud, but it carried authority. "As you wish." The maids did not hesitate. They bowed in unison, and without a single question, they began to file out of the room one by one, their footsteps soft against the polished floor. The last servant paused briefly at the door before stepping out, and with a quiet motion, she pulled it closed behind her. Click! Only the 3 of them remained. Celeste leaned back slightly, her gaze returning to her parents. And for the first time since she had spoken, there was a faint seriousness in her eyes that had nothing to do with irritation or defiance. "This is not something I can explain easily, and I know it may be difficult for you to take in," she said slowly. Celeste cleared her throat awkwardly, her fingers curling slightly against each other as Lucius and Lilith both leaned forward in unison, their expressions sharpening as they prepared themselves for something deadly serious, something so grave that would no doubt demand immediate attention. But what followed was so far apart from what they were imagining. It was something they had never, not once, in over 20 years of raising their daughter, ever imagined they would witness. Celeste blushed, not a faint, passing tint, a real deep blush that bloomed across her pearly white skin. Her posture shifted slightly, censurato. Their necks turned toward each other as if to check if they were both seeing the same thing. "Silence." Celeste stammered. Her voice was unsteady in a way that felt completely alien coming from her. She took a breath, then she dropped the bombshell. "I'm carrying a child," she declared while massaging her stomach softly. Silence. Absolute silence. Both of their heads snapped back toward her at the exact same time, their movements sharp, almost violent in their suddenness. Lucius blinked. Once. Twice. Sorry," Lucius said slowly, his voice strangely hollow as if his mind had not quite caught up with his ears yet. "I don't believe I heard you correctly." He leaned forward slightly. "Say that again." Celeste drew a quiet breath, her fingers tightening slightly against her legs as she forced herself to meet their eyes again, even though the heat on her face refused to fade. "I'm carrying a child," she repeated, this time a little clearer, though her voice still carried that unfamiliar hesitation. Lilith blinked. Once. Twice. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" she asked slowly, her voice filled with disbelief, as if she was still trying to find some other meaning in those words. Celeste nodded slowly and shyly. "Yes, mother," she said quietly. "I am pregnant." Silence. Lilith's breath hitched slightly, her mind racing as everything began to connect in an instant, and a realization struck her so suddenly that it almost made her dizzy. "So that's why? That feeling I got earlier." Their eyes drifted toward her stomach. There was nothing to see there. It was still as flat as it had always been. So this pregnancy she was talking about was recent, but how could she be so certain that she was carrying a child? Of course, as a woman, there were obvious telling signs that only the person in question would be able to see and feel. She raised her hand instinctively, her fingers tracing a small pattern in the air as a subtle pulse of arcane magic spread outward, and invisible to anyone who did not know what to look for. And then she felt it, second presence. It was faint but also unmistakable. There was a growing life inside her daughter. Lilith froze. She was completely dumbfounded. Of course, if Celeste had said it, it had to be true, but after confirming it herself, it finally sank in. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out, because for once in her life, she did not know what to say, did not know how to react, did not even know where to begin. Then she realized something else. Lucius had been far too quiet. Lilith slowly turned her head toward him, and what she saw made her heart skip. His eyes had lost their light completely. It was as if his soul had simply left his body. A bead of sweat formed on Lilith's brow as a sense of dread crept up her spine. "What have you done, Celeste?" Her thoughts spiraled because this was not something small. It was not something that could be brushed aside. This was catastrophic. How had this even happened? Had she misjudged her daughter's capabilities so badly? Had she truly believed Celeste would navigate academy life without something like this occurring? Did she overestimate her maturity? Her gaze snapped back to Celeste, her expression turning serious and sharp, the warmth in it gone entirely. "Do you understand the implications of what you have done?" she asked, her voice firm now, carrying the weight of both a mother and a queen. But before Celeste could even respond, Lucius suddenly moved. He stood up sharply and took a deep breath. And then he roared, "HAA-. It was not a normal shout. It came from deep within his soul, from the very core of his being, a raw, unrestrained outburst that carried shock, rage, disbelief, and something far more primal all at once. The air shook and the walls trembled. Lilith and Celeste both clapped their hands over their ears instantly, their expressions tightening as the sheer force of the sound threatened to overwhelm them. Outside, the castle itself responded. Stone cracked, and every single window shattered. And it was said that on that day, a large section of Dreadmore Castle was destroyed by nothing more than a single roar from an enraged father. Lilith had to step in quickly when Lucius lost control, because the moment he roared, it felt like the entire castle was about to come down with him. And she could see clearly that he was not going to calm down on his own. She grabbed his arm firmly, standing close to him so he would focus on her voice instead of whatever storm was building in his head, and she spoke to him in a low, steady tone, repeating his name a few times until he finally started listening. "Lucius, enough," she said, keeping her voice calm even though her heart was racing. "You are not helping anyone like this." He was breathing heavily, his shoulders tense, his fists clenched, and for a moment, it looked like he might explode again, but she did not let go. She stayed there, grounding him, reminding him with her presence that he was not just a king right now. He was a father. It took time, more than she liked, but after a bit of effort, she finally managed to calm him down. Now, they both sat directly opposite, Celeste with deadly seriousness on their faces. Celeste sat there awkwardly. She couldn't even bring herself to look at them directly for a while. Her gaze remained lowered, and her fingers fidgeted slightly in her lap as the earlier confidence she had shown in declaring her decision clashed with the reality of what had just unfolded. And for a few minutes, she simply sat there in silence, waiting and letting the butterflies in her stomach settle. Eventually, she exhaled softly and lifted her head. Her expression steadied. She exuded calm and confidence once again. If she showed weakness here, it would only make the question her decision and her conviction. She knew her parents well. If she showed even a shred of doubt, then they would not allow her as much freedom going forward. She breathed out. Now, she was ready. "I will explain," Celeste said. There was a firmness in her voice now that had not been there before. She straightened slightly in her seat, folding her hands neatly in front of her as she began. "It happened during my time at the academy," she said, her tone even, her words deliberate. "His name is Elion Nova." Lucius's eyes twitched at the name. It was clear that she had named the father of her child. He committed it to memory for future matters, as Celeste continued. "At first, it was not something I planned," she admitted, her gaze lowering briefly before returning to them. "Our relationship did not begin in a conventional way." Lilith's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean by that?" she asked carefully. Celeste hesitated for just a fraction of a second. "We were merely acquainted with each other for most of our time since we first knew each other. Our relationship did not grow past that for a time," she said simply, choosing not to elaborate on that part about how she had barely known Elion for a few months and how they had met even less. But over time, things changed. Lucius scoffed quietly under his breath, but he remained silent, his eyes locked onto her. Celeste's expression hardened slightly. "I chose this," she said firmly, her voice gaining strength. "No one forced me. No one manipulated me into this decision. I wanted this." Her crimson eyes sharpened. "I love him." The words landed heavily. There was no hesitation and no doubt in her tone. Lilith's eyes widened slightly, and Lucius's expression darkened. Celeste continued, unwavering. "I understand what this means," she said, her tone serious now. "I understand the consequences, the complications, the political repercussions that will follow because of my actions." She took a breath. "I am aware that this will bring trouble." Her hands tightened slightly, "and I apologize in advance for that." She bowed her head, just as her father had done not too long ago. There was a brief pause, and while it may feel like I did this as a last-ditch attempt at defying what you had planned for me, and I will admit that while it is true in part, it was not the true driving force behind my choice, and I will not under any circumstances change my decision to become his woman. Her gaze was steady. "I will stand by it. That is my conviction." There was no other pause. "Of course, I still intend to undergo the bloodline trial." A heavy silence followed her words. Celeste folded her hands neatly in front of her again, her posture composed, her expression calm, but beneath that calm surface, her thoughts churned restlessly as she waited for their response. Second passed like that. Then Lucius spoke. "This Elion," he said slowly, his voice low, controlled, but there was something dangerous beneath it, something that barely restrained itself from breaking loose again. "Who is this boy?" He practically hissed the name. "Elion." Lilith closed her eyes and face-palmed. Of all the things, this was what her husband chose to focus on. Had he heard a word of what she had said? Chapter 256. Quite potent, the conversation between Celeste and her parents did not end there. And in fact, it went on for quite a while after that, stretching into a long exchange where Lucius repeatedly pressed her for more details about this boy named Elion. The more he heard, the more his expression gradually soured, because nothing about what he was learning sat well with him. Elion was a first year. That alone was enough to make his brow twitch, because it meant the boy was younger than his own daughter. And yet, despite that, he had already managed to entangle himself with her to such an extent. And as if that was not enough, Celeste had casually mentioned that he already had 2 other women before her, which only made Lucius' thoughts grow darker. Because if the boy already had a pattern of forming close relationships with others, then what exactly was stopping him from continuing to do so in the future? "At least he is talented," Lucius had thought reluctantly, because that was one thing he could not deny, and it was also the one thing that stopped him from outright dismissing the boy entirely, since he did not particularly care about Elion being a commoner. That aspect was irrelevant to him so long as the individual possessed enough talent and potential to justify their existence in such a position. Still, it did not sit well with him. Not all. Once Lucius had finished grilling Celeste, and after both he and Lilith had thoroughly reprimanded her for her choices, though not without restraint, they eventually shifted their focus toward the consequences of what had already been set in motion, and it became clear very quickly that the Council of Elders would not take this lightly. They would be devastated. That much was certain. But in the end, there was little they could do about it. Not if Celeste stood firm in her decision, and knowing her, she would. Lucius found himself thinking back to the look in Celeste's eyes when she had declared her love for the boy, and there had been no hesitation there, no uncertainty, only conviction, and while that alone was enough to trouble him, it was not the part that weighed on his mind the most. What concerned him more was whether that feeling was reciprocated. Did that boy truly love his daughter, or was she simply one of many to him? And beyond that, there was an even more troublesome truth. Humans had short lifespans, painfully short. Even if Elion was as talented as Celeste claimed, even if he reached the heights of power that could extend his life far beyond that of ordinary humans, perhaps reaching 500 years or so, that was still nothing in the grand scale of a vampire-esque existence. 500 years was nothing but a drop in the ocean. Lucius could not even begin to imagine the consequences of that disparity, the inevitable end that would come far sooner than it should, and the impact it would have on Celeste when that time arrived. But that was a problem for the future. And just as they had begun to settle into that line of thought, just as they were processing the aftermath and the future implications of her decisions, Celeste spoke again, and dropped another bombshell. It almost felt deliberate, as though she had chosen that exact moment to say it, after everything else, as if to shift their focus entirely away from her earlier lapse in judgment. Celeste Kronos had evolved her bloodline to an ancestor-level bloodline, and just like that, she had placed herself on the same pedestal as her parents. They went through another long stretch of shock after that revelation, and it turned into a drawn-out back and forth filled with questions and answers, because neither Lucius nor Lilith could simply accept something like this without understanding how it had happened, especially not when it involved a bloodline evolution of that level, which should have taken decades, if not centuries, to achieve, if at all under normal circumstances. Celeste answered them patiently, though there were moments where even she hesitated slightly, choosing her words carefully as she explained the sequence of events. When it became clear that Elion had once again been involved in the incident that led to her breakthrough, both of her parents grew even more attentive, their earlier assumptions about the boy slowly beginning to shift. It became clear that this ordinary young man was not so simple after all. Celeste explained how that moment had marked a turning point in their relationship, how things had begun to change from simple acquaintance to something deeper, how she had found herself confiding in him about matters she had never spoken of with anyone else, and how, in that vulnerable space, she had made a decision she had not originally intended to make. The result was now obvious. Both Lucius and Lilith listened in silence, their expressions complex, because while the emotional aspect of it was one thing, there was another detail that struck them far more deeply. The timing. This all happened after your bloodline evolved? Lilith asked slowly, her brows knitting together as she processed the implications. Celeste nodded. That was what shocked them the most. At that level of Barato purity, conception was so incredibly difficult that it bordered on impossible. And yet it had still occurred. Lucius' eyes narrowed slightly, while Lilith pressed a finger to her Barato, her gaze thoughtful as she considered what that meant. Censuredo, though there was no real malice behind her words, only a light-hearted attempt to ease the tension. Still, the look on Lucius' face made it very clear that this was not something he was amused by in the slightest. Lilith coughed lightly and looked away for a moment, though a faint smile still lingered at the corner of her lips. It was no surprise that everything else was momentarily overshadowed by the news of her bloodline evolution, because for beings like them, for a family that stood at the very peak of their race, something like that carried far more weight than even the scandal of an unexpected pregnancy. And so the atmosphere shifted almost instantly, the earlier tension giving way to something far brighter. Lilith's eyes lit up with genuine joy, and she stepped forward without hesitation, reaching out to take Celeste's hands in hers as a warm smile spread across her face. "My child, you've truly done it," she said softly, her voice filled with pride as she looked at her. Lucius stood still for a moment longer, as if the information was still settling in his mind, but then his expression slowly changed as well, the heaviness lifting just enough for something else to surface. "You are now an ancestor-level vampire, my daughter," he muttered under his breath, almost as if he was confirming it for himself. Then he nodded. "I am proud," he said simply, though the weight behind that single word carried far more meaning than any long speech could have. They congratulated her. And of course, they remembered the other thing as well. "And," Lilith began, her smile turning playful again, "I suppose congratulations are also in order for something else." Celeste sighed quietly. "I'm going to be a grandmother," Lilith said, laughing lightly as she covered her mouth, clearly happy at the thought. Lucius blinked a few times, and then something completely inconceivable happened. He laughed uproariously, a deep, booming laugh that echoed through the already damaged sections of the castle, his voice carrying with such force that it almost felt like a second shockwave, and for a man who had never once been seen laughing like that in all his years, it was a sight that bordered on surreal. "I'm going to be a grandfather," he declared, his laughter continuing as if he had just realized the absurdity and wonder of it all at once. Celeste watched them quietly, a small smile forming on her lips. This is what she had expected. She had calculated this outcome carefully because she knew her parents well enough to understand that as long as she showed no hesitation, no doubt, and no wavering in her decisions, they would accept the path she had chosen, even though they would be initially unhappy about it. If she had not been certain of that, she would never have taken such a risk in the first place. Everything had been calculated. Eventually, The laughter died down, and the room settled once more into a calmer state. And Lucius, regaining his composure, cleared his throat lightly as he prepared to steer the conversation back toward something more serious. The matter of the bloodline trial. He began, already forming the thought that perhaps it was no longer necessary for her to undertake it. The reason for the trial was for her to attempt to ascend and evolve her bloodline to the next stage, and for once in maybe 1,000 years, to have 3 vampires with such a powerful bloodline. Now that the goal had been reached with no issue, he didn't feel the need for her to go through all the trouble. Even if the trial happened through your mind and soul and not your body, which meant it would not affect her physically while in the trial, who knew if there was a chance her mental state while in the trial might affect the child? He wouldn't risk it. He began, I don't think, but he never got to finish. The door opened. All 3 of them had already sensed the presence approaching long before the interruption, which was why none of them reacted strongly, though their attention shifted toward the entrance as the newcomer stepped inside. Why the commotion? The man asked casually. It was Dorian. His tall, imposing figure filled the doorway as he walked in, his presence carrying its own quiet authority, and his gaze swept across the room before settling on them. I was sent by the others to see what you all are up to, he continued in a relaxed tone. His eyes instantly landed on Celeste, and a smile spread across his face. Oh my dear niece is here. Chapter 257. Outrage. Well, he said lightly as he brushed a speck of dust that had fallen from the ceiling on his sleeve. Judging by the state of the castle, I assume I arrived just after something memorable. Lucius huffed quietly. I suggest you mind your tongue, he said, though there was no real bite behind it this time. Dorian raised his hands slightly in mock surrender before his attention returned to Celeste. You feel different, he said, his voice lowering slightly. Celeste met his gaze calmly. I suppose I do, she replied. Dorian's eyes narrowed slightly, and for a brief moment, the room seemed to still as he reached out with his senses, probing just enough to confirm what he was already beginning to suspect. The reason Dorian's eyes were an abyssal black color with no division between pupils, sclera, and iris was not as natural as people assumed. He possessed a special set of pupils that appeared once in a few generations in the vampire bloodline. They were simply known as the abyss eyes, and while there was nothing too heaven-defying about their abilities, they did grant the one who possessed them a few useful skills. If there was one person who would probably be able to see the changes in Celeste without needing to be told, it was him. He peered into her bloodline constitution, and his expression changed. Well, now, he muttered. Lilith smiled faintly at his reaction, clearly enjoying the moment now that she was no longer the only one caught off guard. Go on, she said lightly, say it. Dorian exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly as a small smile formed on his lips. You've broken through, he said, looking directly at Celeste. Now, Celeste gave a small nod. I have an ancestor bloodline now, she confirmed. Dorian let out a low whistle. That is not something one hears every day, he said, though there was a clear note of approval in his voice now. It seems the academy has been more fruitful than we anticipated. Lucius crossed his arms, watching the exchange carefully. There is more, he said bluntly. Dorian glanced at him. Oh, Lilith chuckled softly. There's quite a bit more. Actually, she said, her tone almost teasing now as she glanced at Celeste. Dorian raised a brow. Should I be concerned? There was a brief pause. Then Lucius spoke again. She is with child. Dorian froze. He glanced at Celeste again and confirmed it. I see, he said after a moment, though the way he said it made it very clear that he did not, in fact, see it all. His gaze slowly shifted toward Celeste's stomach. That is, he began, but then stopped, clearly reconsidering whatever he had been about to say. Lilith laughed softly at his reaction. Yes, that was more or less our response as well, she said. Dorian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his earlier composure returning as he began to piece things together. And the father? He asked. Lucius's expression darkened immediately. Elion, he said, the name coming out like something unpleasant on his tongue. Dorian blinked. Human? Yes. There was a brief silence. Dorian walked to sit down, folding his arms as he let out a slow breath. "Well," he said after a moment, "this is certainly complicated." "That is one way to put it," Lilith replied dryly. Dorian's gaze returned to Celeste. "And what do you intend to do?" he asked. Celeste did not hesitate. "I will proceed with the bloodline trial," she said calmly. Lucius frowned slightly at that, clearly about to speak again, but Dorian raised a hand subtly, stopping him before he could interrupt. "Even now?" Dorian asked, his tone careful. "Yes." Dorian studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I see," he said quietly. Dorian leaned back slightly as he folded his arms, his gaze resting on Celeste with a thoughtful look. While the earlier shock had settled, the situation itself had only grown more complicated the more they spoke about it. And after a moment, he voiced something that Lucius had already been turning over in his mind. "Well," he began casually, though there was a subtle seriousness beneath his tone, "since the trial takes place within the mind rather than the physical body, it technically should not affect your body or the child. But," he added, tilting his head slightly, "I would not recommend it, just in case." He gave her a long look after saying that, studying her expression carefully before a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Though something tells me you're going to do it anyway." Celeste nodded grimly. "Why are you so invested in this?" Dorian continued, his voice more probing now. "Do you truly only wish to aim for the progenitor bloodline? Or is there another reason behind this?" Celeste shook her head. "I feel like this is an opportunity," she said calmly, though her eyes carried a quiet intensity. "What are the chances that my bloodline evolves at the exact same time that I am called back to undergo the trial?" She paused briefly. "At the same time, I am aware of how desperately we need a lineage of that level," she continued, her tone firm, "especially now. It has been so long." Her gaze steadied. "I am hoping that person can be me." Lucius and Lilith exchanged a glance before nodding slowly, their expressions turning serious. Because there was truth in her words, a truth they could not deny even if they wished to. "But, are you sure?" Lilith asked after a moment, her voice softer now, carrying more concern than before. "You can wait until after you give birth. Would that not be the safer option?" Celeste shook her head again. "No," she said simply. "Who knows what will happen by then?" She glanced briefly at Lucius. "Besides, Father said the trial does not take long." Lilith nodded slowly. "Yes," she said, her tone thoughtful. "Time flows differently within the trial. It is never the same for any two individuals. For some, only an instant passes in the real world before they awaken, while for others, it may take weeks." Celeste nodded in understanding. She knew the risks. She was not ignorant of them. And yet, even she could tell that this was unlike her. She had always been someone who relied on logic, on calculation, on weighing every outcome before making a decision. And yet now, she felt compelled, as if this was her only chance, as if missing it would be something she could never recover from. She did not question it further, and simply accepted it as her own will. Unbeknownst to her, that feeling was not entirely her own. Somewhere far beyond their awareness, a certain powerful entity watched and quietly fed those thoughts into her mind. They spoke for a while longer after that, the discussion slowly shifting from shock and reaction into something more structured as they began to outline what needed to be done moving forward. By the time the conversation came to an end, they had reached a decision that all of them, though not entirely at ease, could agree upon. Celeste would undergo the bloodline trial in a week's time. It was a compromise of sorts, a balance between urgency and caution. It would give them enough time to make the necessary preparations, to account for as many unknown variables as they could, while still ensuring that her pregnancy did not advance too far, since none of them truly knew what risks that might introduce. That uncertainty alone was enough to make them wary. As far as any of them knew, it was unheard of for a pregnant woman to willingly undergo such a trial, and while it was possible that some might have done so unknowingly in the past, no such cases had ever been recorded in their history, and that lack of precedent only added to the weight of their decision. Once that matter was settled, Dorian offered to take responsibility for informing the rest of the council, suggesting that it might be more efficient if he handled it on their behalf. But Lucius declined without hesitation, because this was not something he was willing to delegate, and not something he would allow to be presented as second-hand information. He made it clear that it was both more proper and more fitting for him, as both king and father, to deliver the news himself. When the day came, Lucius summoned the elders and explained the matters one by one. He did not soften the truth in any way, nor did he omit a single detail, because he knew well enough that anything less would only invite more problems later on. There were 10 of them present, excluding Dorian and Sienna, who was still away, and their reactions unfolded much as one would expect given the circumstances. When it came to Celeste's bloodline evolution, they were elated, their excitement barely contained as they processed what it meant for their race, because an ancestor-level bloodline was not something that appeared often, and it signaled strength, stability, and a future that could be secured. But when the topic shifted to her pregnancy, the mood changed immediately, and what had been excitement turned into outrage among several of them, Oberon and Morgana most of all. They voiced their displeasure openly, questioning the implications, the timing, and the recklessness of it, though even in their anger, they knew there was little that could be done to undo what had already happened. In the end, they had no choice but to reluctantly come to terms with it. And with that acceptance came the inevitable conclusion that the arrangement with the Cletus family would have to be called off, regardless of the political consequences that decision might carry. Then came the final matter, her decision to undergo the bloodline trial regardless of everything else. And strangely enough, whatever respect they had momentarily lost for her due to the unplanned pregnancy was immediately restored, because that decision reaffirmed her resolve, her ambition, and her willingness to take on the burden of pushing their bloodline even further, possibly even reaching the level of a progenitor, something that had not been seen in millennia. Still, they did not let the matter of Elion rest so easily. They made it clear that the young man who had fathered a child with the princess would need to be brought before the council, where he would be evaluated and assessed, not only for his strength and potential, but also for his suitability moving forward. Depending on what they found, he would either be deemed worthy of becoming the princess's official husband or reduced to the status of a mere consort. Lucius agreed to this without much resistance. With that settled, the matter was closed. Days passed by quickly, and before long, the day of the trial was upon them. Chapter 258. 100 times over, Celeste walked through the long, dimly illuminated passageway that led into the Holy Land. The smooth black stone beneath her heels echoed softly with each step, the air growing cooler and heavier the deeper they went, as if the place itself carried an ancient presence that pressed gently against their senses. Lucius and Dorian walked ahead of them at a steady pace, while keeping their expressions unreadable as they led the way. Lilith remained at Celeste's side, her presence warm in contrast to the quiet solemnity that surrounded them. For most of the journey, no one spoke. The silence was not uncomfortable, but it was heavy, filled with unspoken thoughts and anticipation, especially knowing what awaited at the end of this path. Until Lilith broke it. She turned her head slightly, a teasing smile forming on her lips as her eyes slid toward her daughter. "So," she began lightly, her tone deliberately casual, "tell me more about my son-in-law." Celeste let out a quiet breath. "Mother," she said, her voice carrying a faint note of exasperation, "I've already said this many times over the past week. There really isn't much more tell." Lilith hummed softly, clearly unconvinced. Celeste hesitated for a moment, then spoke anyway. "He just makes me feel special," she admitted, her voice softening slightly despite herself, "and he is caring and strong." She paused briefly, "and maybe Barato of a handful." Lilith chuckled immediately at that, clearly amused. "Oh," she said, her tone turning playful, "and he is also good at—" Celeste's steps faltered ever so slightly. Centurato, clearly unwilling to entertain that line of questioning any further. "Foo-foo." Lilith chuckled lightly, clearly amused by her reaction, though she did not press her any further this time, choosing instead to let the moment pass. "I'm looking forward to meeting him," she added casually, her tone warm, though there was still a hint of curiosity lingering beneath it. Before long, the narrow passageway opened up, and they stepped into the enormous cavern. The change in space was immediate and overwhelming, the ceiling stretching far above them into darkness, while the walls around them began to glow with that familiar, eerie light, illuminating the vast chamber in a dim, crimson hue. Vein-like vines crawled along the stone, thick and organic, pulsing steadily as if alive, their deep red glow ebbing and flowing in a rhythm that felt almost conscious. The air itself seemed heavier here. Lucius did not hesitate. He walked forward, his steps measured as he approached the large basin at the center of the cavern, where the vines converged and coiled together, forming the familiar structure that held the ancestral heart. Dorian followed just behind him, and Celeste and Lilith trailed after, their footsteps echoing softly as they moved deeper into the heart of the Holy Land. Dorian and Lucius came to a stop just a step before the blood-filled basin, their figures framed by the dim crimson glow. For a brief moment, neither of them moved, as if acknowledging the presence of something far older than themselves, before Lucius finally stepped forward. Celeste did not show any real surprise at the sight before her. After all, she had seen this place before, in one of her least glorious moments as a child. She had wandered too far and gotten lost within this very cavern, long before she understood what this place truly was. Lucius turned his head slightly and looked back at her. "Come," he said as he gave her a small, reassuring nod. Lilith placed a firm hand on Celeste's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze, a silent gesture of encouragement, and Celeste responded with a small nod of her own before stepping forward. She walked past Dorian with measured steps and a calm expression before she came to stand beside her father at the edge of the basin. Her gaze lowered into it. The basin was filled with a thick, eerily dark liquid, its surface shifting subtly as if it were alive, and at its center, a strange, pulsating mass floated, its rhythmic contractions sending faint ripples through the pool, each beat echoing faintly through the cavern like a distant drum. Celeste's eyes lingered on it for a moment. Then Lucius spoke. "Cup the dark liquid with your hands," he instructed calmly, "and drink." Celeste took a slow breath and did as she was told. She lowered herself slightly and dipped her jade-white hands into the basin, her fingers breaking the surface of the dark fluid as it parted around her skin. The contrast between pale and crimson was strikingly beautiful. The moment her hands were fully submerged, her heartbeat quickened sharply as a surge of mana flooded into her body from that single point of contact. It was overwhelming. She brought her hands together, forming a small bowl, and slowly lifted them up. Censuredo, but she showed none of it on her face, lest she offend her parents for showing such disrespect. But then tasted nothing. There was no metallic tang or the thickness you would expect. After all, she would know. Despite how it looked and how it moved, the liquid was impossibly light on her barato, almost like water, slipping down her throat with ease, as if it carried no substance at all. She swallowed, and then it hit her. Boom! Every pore in her body felt like it had been forced open all at once. And in truth, they had, as an overwhelming flood of mana surged through her veins. A concussive shock wave overwhelmed her senses in an instant, far beyond what she could withstand. The pressure radiated outward through every possible channel. Batum dash. A pulse detonated Barato head, and her vision shook violently as her balance gave way beneath her, Barato staggering backward without control. Lucius caught her immediately. There, he said, his voice steady, though to Celeste it sounded distant, muffled, as if she were already drifting away from it. Her vision blurred, and the world around her swam. Her lashes fluttered weakly, fighting to stay open as darkness crept in from the edges of her sight. "Do your best." It was the last thing she heard. Then everything went dark. Lucius lowered himself carefully to the ground and cradled her gently as she slipped into unconsciousness in his arms. Dorian let out a low chuckle as he watched the scene, his gaze lingering on Lucius. His arms were steady and unmoving, as if nothing in the world could pull him away from that spot. I assume you're going to stay with her until she wakes? Dorian said lightly, and though it sounded like he was simply asking, there was a knowing look in his eyes. Lucius did not even hesitate. Naturally, he replied calmly, as if there had never been any other option to consider. Celeste's eyes fluttered open slowly. Her lashes lifted as her vision adjusted to the strange world around her, and the first thing that met her gaze was an endless sky, one that looked both black and deep blue at the same time, as if the colors were layered on top of each other rather than blending. It stretched out infinitely in every direction. She knew she was looking at the sky only because she could feel that she was lying down, her body resting against something that felt solid yet strangely fluid at the same time. The silence was absolute. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if the very concept of noise had been stripped away from this place. Even the air felt absent, and yet she could breathe. Slowly, she pushed herself up to her feet. Her movements were careful as she steadied herself, her eyes scanning the space around her, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The space was vast. No, that wasn't quite right. It felt infinite. The ground beneath her feet was completely water, a dark, reflective surface that rippled faintly with each step she took, yet held her weight as if it were solid. And when she looked down, she could only see a few centimeters beneath the surface before everything faded into darkness, the same deep black blue that seemed to define this entire world. Was it black? Or was it blue? She couldn't tell, and it stretched on endlessly, above her, below her, and all around her. There were no landmarks and no structures as far as she could see. Not a single point of reference, but just an empty, infinite expanse. Despite the fact that she had been lying on water, her body was completely dry, and her clothes were unchanged. She wore the same elegant black dress she had worn the day she came back home, or at least one identical to it, since she owned several of the same design. It was something she had always preferred for casual clothing. She stood there for a moment, taking it all in. The space was strange to say the least. I could have stopped you 100 times already. The voice was light and emotionless. It cut cleanly through the silence. Celeste's head snapped to the side instantly. She bravado as her crimson eyes searched for the source. Her heart skipped as a chill ran through her. When did he dash? Where did he come from? Her eyes trembled when they landed on the figure, casually standing a few meters away from her. Chapter 259. Darius Vaughn, where the figure standing before her looked to be around her age, though perhaps a few years older, and while his build made it clear that he was a man, almost everything else about him blurred that distinction in a way that made him strangely androgynous at first glance. His facial features were smooth, almost delicate, carrying a faint femininity, and his voice, when he had spoken, had been refined and soft, though there was still a subtle masculinity beneath it that anchored his presence. His attire removed any remaining doubt. He wore a sleek black suit, perfectly tailored to his frame, with a deep red shirt beneath it and a bow neatly fastened at his neck, giving him the appearance of a noble attending a formal gathering rather than someone standing in an infinite void. His hair was just as immaculate, a deep black styled neatly back with a glossy sheen, as if every strand had been placed with intent. His posture was composed, elegant, and perfectly controlled. Celeste tensed the moment he moved a little. Her guard rose instantly, her body ready to react at the slightest sign of hostility. But instead of attacking, the man did something completely unexpected. He bowed deeply. One hand came to rest over his chest while the other swept behind him, his movement fluid and practiced, like someone who had performed that gesture countless times in life. Darius Von War, at your service, he said with a small, polite smile. Celeste's eyes narrowed sharply. She knew that name. It was not just a name, it was a legend. One of the youngest monarchs to ever ascend to power in the history of their race, and, at his peak, one of the strongest to have ever existed. A progenitor at his peak. And yet, he stood before her in her first trial. Her heartbeat quickened despite herself, a subtle surge of tension running through her body, though her expression remained calm, controlled, betraying nothing of the storm beneath the surface. Unfortunately for her, He noticed. With a single glance, Darius could sense the rhythm of her blood, the faint acceleration of her pulse, the quiet tension coiling beneath her composure. He sighed softly. "Is this, perhaps, your first battle in this trial?" he asked, his tone almost conversational. Celeste's eyes narrowed further, and she began to think. "I thought," he cut her off. "You thought that since your opponents are nothing more than vestiges of your ancestors' consciousness, we would not be aware of the trial," he said smoothly, tilting his head slightly, "or perhaps that we are not sentient beings at all." Celeste fell silent. "Well," he continued calmly, "you are correct, to an extent. This version of me is nothing more than a sliver of my soul, and I am not truly sentient," he explained, his voice steady. "However, we retain the knowledge of our original selves at the time they underwent this trial." He straightened slightly. "It is only natural, then, that we would be aware that copies of us would one day be used to test future descendants." A faint smile touched his lips. "In fact, your presence here means that one day, your own essence will be copied and used in the same way, to test those who come after you. That is how things work here." Celeste gave a small nod. "You have my thanks, Ancestor Darius," she said respectfully. He waved her off lightly. "Do not concern yourself with that," he replied, though his tone shifted slightly, becoming sharper. "I ask only one thing." His eyes hardened. "Do not disappoint me, descendant." There was weight behind those words, a quiet pressure that settled into the space between them. Then, just as quickly, his expression softened again, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Though," he continued, a faint smile returning, "I must admit I am curious. Not to boast," he added lightly, though there was no false humility in his tone, "but I am among the stronger ancestors our race has produced, and I would even go so far as to say that I am one of the final vestiges you would face should you reach the last stages of this trial." He gestured slightly. "Not this version of me, of course, but the stronger one." His eyes met hers directly. "The version of me who ascended to become a progenitor. So tell me," he said, his voice calm but probing, "how is it that you have drawn me as your opponent for your very first battle?" Celeste was just about to admit that she did not know, her lips parting as she tried to form an answer, but Darius cut her off once again. His gaze sharpened as he probed her with his magic, and something seemed to click in his mind. "Oh," he paused. Then a faint smile spread across his face, one filled not with amusement but intrigue. "Now, this is truly curious," he said slowly, his tone lowering slightly. "You're taking a trial for two?" Celeste blinked. For a split second, she did not understand what he meant by that. Then her eyes trembled violently. Of course. How had she not realized it? Of course, the trial would not ignore the life new within her. Even if it was barely formed, even if it was still fragile and undeveloped, it was still a life, still a being with blood, and that alone was enough for the trial to recognize it as a participant. Her expression darkened slightly. "How inconvenient," she muttered under her breath. She had not considered it, and neither had her parents, because the notion itself sounded ridiculous and too far-fetched, and yet here she was. Darius let out a soft laugh, clearly reading her reaction. "I can see from your expression that this was not intentional," he said lightly. Celeste said nothing. "Well," he continued, straightening slightly, "that is unfortunate." His gaze sharpened. "However, it seems we must begin." A faint tension crept into his posture. "The trial is already urging me to attack," he added calmly. "It would seem I have spoken long enough." "He is quite the loudmouth." Celeste exhaled softly and nodded. There was nothing she could do about it now. What was done was done. If anything, this was her own fault for proceeding despite the risks, and now she would bear the consequences of that decision. She steadied herself. Focus. Her thoughts sharpened instantly, her earlier distraction fading as her expression returned to that eerie calm, that cold, controlled composure she was known for. She was ready, and despite the situation, things were not as dire as they seemed. She could see it clearly in her eyes, whether it was the trial's intention or not. Darius's strength and his bloodline. It was all visible for her to see. He was a true vampire and an advanced mage. This version of him was many times weaker than the version who was more widely known in the history books. Only true vampire bloodline, and not a progenitor bloodline, not even an ancestor. And while his techniques might be superior, which she had seen from the simple way he had appeared before her, and while his experience was probably greater, there was a gap between them that could not be ignored. Sometimes, overwhelming strength was all you needed. Still, underestimating him would be fatal. Even now, the fact that her first opponent was not a lower-tier bloodline was already telling. And combined with the fact that the trial had recognized 2 participants, it was obvious that the difficulty had been scaled accordingly. Even so, this fight, she was not going to lose it. Her bloodline was vastly superior. If she lost, it would be a shameful scar on her record. Not a chance. Darius moved. His feet skimmed across the surface of the water, sending faint ripples outward as he began casting, his hands moving with fluid precision as 2 spells formed simultaneously, one drawn from blood, the other from time. A mass of blood gathered from nowhere, coalescing into a dense sphere as he compressed it into a single point, its surface trembling with contained power. At the same time, time bent as it slowed around Celeste, and at the same time, it accelerated around him. It worked for a fraction of a second. Then, she recognized what he was trying to do. Synchronous casting like that, as expected of Ancestor Darius, she thought. But the time-lock spell shattered. Blood Marionette. Celeste's voice was calm as she raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. Darius stopped mid-step with his eyes widened, and the light within them vanished instantly. His form froze and then went completely still. He had fallen. The fight was over before it had truly begun. And yet somehow he managed to speak even after he appeared to have fallen. So his voice echoed faintly, detached from his unmoving form. "You have time magic too." There was a brief pause before he spoke again. "Perhaps I was worried for nothing." And then his body disintegrated where he stood. It broke apart into countless particles of darkness that scattered into the infinite void, leaving nothing behind. What? Celeste's eyes trembled. Time magic? She stood there, frozen, her mind racing as she tried to process what he had just said. Shouldn't he have time magic, right? Meanwhile, outside the trial, the cavern had grown quiet once more, the pulsing glow of the basin continuing in its steady rhythm as Lucius remained seated with Celeste resting against his chest, her form resting still in his arms, her breathing slow and even as if she were Barado, a sleeping child. Lilith had already taken her leave not long after the trial began, stepping away to handle other matters in Lycia's stead, because while he had made it clear he would not move from Celeste's side, there were still responsibilities that could not be ignored, and so she carried that burden for the time being. Only a few minutes had passed since Celeste had lost consciousness, though within the trial itself, time was already flowing at a completely different pace, and Dorian remained standing nearby. "I have a task to entrust you with." "Dorian," Lucius spoke at last, his voice calm, but carrying a quiet authority as his eyes remained on Celeste. Dorian shifted his attention to him. "I want to go find this boy," Lucius continued, his tone steady, "and bring him to us without fail." Dorian nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Lucius paused briefly before adding, "I am sure Maximus will be understanding." His eyes narrowed slightly, and inform him that Celeste Kronos will not be returning to the academy. "As you wish," Dorian replied simply, and then he vanished without a sound. His body simply dissolved into nothingness, as if he had never been there at all. Silence returned. Lucius remained where he was, his attention softening as he reached up and gently brushed a loose strand of hair away from Celeste's face. She looked peaceful, as if she were simply asleep. However, a storm raged within her mind. Chapter 260. May fortune smile upon you. Elion's eyes snapped open as he took in a sharp breath, sitting up a bit too quickly as his body reacted on instinct, because the last thing he remembered was not exactly a safe situation, and so his mind woke up in that same tense and alert state. He was ready to react to any danger around him, but after a couple of seconds, his thoughts caught up with his memories, and he slowly realized that the system had actually succeeded in teleporting him away from that mess. His breathing gradually slowed down as the tension left his body, though he did not lie back down and instead remained seated on the ground, steadying himself briefly before turning his attention inward. "System?" He called out mentally, but there was no response. When he called out again, "System," there was still nothing, which made him frown slightly as a bit of annoyance crept into his thoughts. After all, this was not the first time the system had gone quiet on him. Still, considering everything that had happened, and now something about this particular ghosting felt different. Usually, when the system ignored him on purpose, he could still feel it there in some way, like a faint presence in his mind, almost like a light hum in the background, as if it was simply choosing not to answer. But this time, there was nothing at all. His mind felt too quiet, almost empty, and that silence made him uncomfortable in a way he did not like. He let out a small sigh and shook his head slightly, deciding not to dwell on it for now. "No matter," he muttered under his breath before calling out, "Status." The familiar panel flickered into view at the edge of his vision, clear and stable, and he couldn't help but smile a little when he saw it. At least that was still working, and even though he had only called it out to check if it was functioning properly, now that it was already there, he figured he might as well take the opportunity to see what had changed. His blue eyes moved across the familiar panel as it hovered in his vision, taking in every detail slowly as he read through it, letting the changes settle in his mind. Status name: Elion, Nova, age 19, race human, Barato hybrid talent. White grade classes: Water Mage, Earth Mage, Fire Mage, Illusion Mage, Blood Mage. Advanced rank: Hidden Affinities, Time Magic. Weapon classes: Swordsman, Advanced Mastery Lancer, Basic Mastery Level 4142, 145 42,000 XP. Strength: 386, 399 Agility, 366, 380 Speed, 350, 366 Vitality, 1050 Stamina, 1050 Intelligence, 410, 415 Mana, 366, 377 Will, 230, 300 Charm, 1,000, 10,000 Perception, 200, 300, 1000 Mage Skills: Water Bullet, LV2 Water Blade, LV1 Tidal Wave, LV2 Frost Edge, LV3 Ocean Pulse Stone Bullet, LV2 Earth Wall, LV2 Tremor, LV1 Terror Shield, LV2 Sinkhole, LV2 Quake Step, LV3 Earth King Esguard, LV4 Encasement Wall, LV1 Stone Fist, LV2 Fireball, LV2 Flame Wheel, LV2 Hell Flare, LV2 Flashbang, LV1 Flaming Fist, LV1 Rain of Flames, LV2 Blazing Rush, LV3 Crimson Surge, LV4 Mirage, LV1 Life Drain, LV2 Telepathy, LV3 Shapeshifter, LV3 Blood Chains, LV2 Marionette, LV4 Coagulate, LV3 Sword Skills: Footwork / Thrust Parry, Flowing Edge Piercing, Fong Perfect Parry, Dead Angle Strike, Mountain Splitting / Phantom Blade, Starfall Requiem. LV1 Unique Skills: Sinful Touch, Divine Mind Control, Divine Harem Seal, Divine Irresistible Charm, Divine Discerning Eye, Divine LV2 Enhanced Cognition, LV2 Poison Immunity, Love Meter, Sword Mastery, Ailment Immunity, Golden Seed, Divine Photographic Memory, LV1 Presence, LV1 New Permanent Partners: Aria, Mira, Esmeralda, Ophelia, Celeste. Temporary Partners: Beatrice. System Points: 5,000. System Store Tab Storage: Common Grade Sword X2, Spare Clothes X2 Wallet, 50 gold, 75 silvers. Elion let out a slow sigh as he finished reading through it, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he leaned back just a bit, letting the panel hover there for a moment longer before reacting. He really had lost his points. Well, not all of them. 5,000 still remained. And while that was not a small amount, it still felt like nothing compared to what he used to have. And he could not help but think back to when he had over 200,000 points just sitting there, ready to be used whenever he wanted, and now that felt like something from a different life. The good old times. Maybe the system had taken pity on him and decided to spare him a few points in case of an emergency. The worst part was not even the points themselves. It was the fact that Esme and Ophelia were not here, which meant no easy way to farm them back. And if he was right about where he was, then that was not going to change anytime soon. If this really was some sort of trial, then he was walking blind because he had no idea what the rules were, what he was supposed to do, or how long he would be stuck here. He noticed the level up again, but it did not feel as impactful since it had already happened earlier, though his stats had clearly gone up, especially his will, which had jumped quite a bit compared to last time, and he still did not understand why, since the system had never explained what exactly affected that stat. His storage looked exactly as expected, which made it worse. Dang, he muttered quietly. He had just gotten a rare greatsword, and now it was gone. Yup, he hadn't exactly had time to pick it up after getting struck out of nowhere. Just thinking about it made his jaw tighten as the memory resurfaced. The way everything had played out still did not sit right with him at all. How on earth did they find out? It was not like their claims had been completely wrong. Sure, they were exaggerating and twisting things, but the core truth was still there, and that alone had been enough to put him in a position where staying would have been a gamble he was not willing to take. Maybe the Duke had just been throwing shots in the dark, and somehow happened to hit the mark. He would never know unless he asked the man himself. But what annoyed him above all else was Maximus. The old man had hesitated a bit, as if torn between antagonizing Dawncrest or backing him up instead. And if Elion was right, it was not because he cared about him, but because he cared about something else entirely. The Origin Core. That was probably why he had tried to push that contract onto him. Elion scoffed lightly. He had not even bothered reading the terms. Maybe it would not have been as bad as he thought. Maybe it would not have been a restrictive agreement, as he had called it. But there was no way he was signing something like that. Not then. Not ever. At least now he understood something clearly. This world was full of opportunistic bastards who only chased benefits. He engraved that thought into his mind. Never trust anyone just because. You have no one to rely on but yourself. Well, maybe not entirely. Maybe he now had a few people that he could somewhat count on. The goddess, Mira, Celeste, Esme, Ophelia, Arya. He let out a small laugh. The list kept growing. And when he really thought about it, he had more people he cared about now than he had ever expected to. That realization brought a faint smile to his face. There was a time he had given up on happiness. And now, he had people he could call family. Though, they're all women, he muttered. He swung his fist lightly. Cursed this Barado. Yes, he blamed his troublesome Barado, even though it brought him nothing but trouble these days. His eyes finally moved to the last few noticeable changes in his status. The base stat of his perception had also received a big jump, and he had acquired a new skill. Presence LV1, he activated it without hesitation, and the moment he did, the air around him grew heavier, a subtle pressure spreading outward from his body, confirming what he had expected. I see, he muttered. His will had also increased a lot this time, unlike his last few level-ups, but the reason was still unclear, and without the system explaining anything, he could only leave it as a mystery for now. Other than that, there were no other major changes. He dismissed the panel with a thought, and it faded from his vision. Only then did he finally lift his head and properly look at his surroundings. He spread his perception out wide the moment he dismissed the panel, letting his senses expand in all directions as he took in everything around him. The first thing he noticed was that he was standing in a clearing in what looked like a dense forest. He didn't sense any life forms nearby, which at the very least meant that he was not in any immediate danger, and that alone made him relax just a little. The trees surrounding him were massive, towering far above him like ancient pillars, their thick trunks stretching upward into a dense canopy that covered most of the sky, casting a wide shadow over the clearing. Though even through that cover, he could clearly tell that it was daytime, because bright rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves of the canopy, falling down in slanted beams that illuminated patches of the ground in a soft, almost surreal glow. He slowly turned in a full circle, his eyes scanning everything while his perception continued to probe outward, trying to get a better understanding of the terrain, mapping out the area in his mind. noting the positions of the trees. He noted the density of the forest beyond the clearing and any signs of movement or hidden danger. But for the moment, everything seemed calm. He sighed. Looks like I'm safe for the moment. At least the trial knew better than to throw him straight into the frying pan. But it seems he had spoken too soon. The light began to fade. Elion paused and looked up. He muttered quietly, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at the sky above the canopy. Is it getting cloudy? The bright sunlight was slowly fading away from the skies, so it had to be. But what met his gaze shook him to the core. The sky was not darkening because of clouds. It was Barado. What, though, is happening? Hundreds, no, thousands of flaming projectiles tore through the sky, streaking downward like a meteor shower, each one blazing with intense heat as they descended toward the forest, the air itself seeming to distort from the sheer number of spells falling from above. It looked like fire was raining down from the heavens. And as if that was not enough, the sky itself seemed to deepen in color, darkening unnaturally as the flames painted everything in shades of orange and red, turning the once calm clearing into something apocalyptic in an instant. And then countless layered voices echoed from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Welcome to the Primordial Bloodlines Trial Aspirate. This is your first trial, the first of 3. First objective identified. Survive. Failure will result in immediate death. May fortune smile upon you. Elion stood there for a split second. Then reality caught up. It seems he was just about to get fried. Literally. Chapter 261. Objectives boom. 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 Elion dashed to the side swiftly, his body moving on instinct as he rolled and pushed off the ground, continuing to run with the momentum he had already built up. Stopping even for a fraction of a second would mean death in this kind of barrage, and he had already lost count of how many times he had narrowly escaped being obliterated by those massive, flaming spells that were crashing down around him like falling meteors. Each one was easily the size of a large boulder, and every impact sent violent shockwaves through the air, kicking up dust, debris, and scorching winds that lashed against his body. If he didn't have his absurd stamina, speed, reflexes, and awareness, he was sure he would have died several times over already. Blast it! He cursed under his breath for the 10th time as he dove forward and slid behind a jutting block of stone. He pressed his back against it as another explosion rocked the ground nearby, the bravado of it sending a wave of heat and dust over his cover. The air was very chaotic and violent. Despite the fact that his uniform had somehow been restored and his body was in peak condition when this all started, he knew that would not last forever. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before something slipped past his guard or he simply ran out of the energy needed to keep dodging like this. There was no doubt that if someone else were in his situation, they would have died in the very first 10 seconds. He took the brief moment of cover to steady his breathing, his chest rising and falling as he tried to calm himself just enough to think clearly, even though it felt like the bombardment was not going to stop anytime soon. But something was off. Where in the world do all these keep coming from? He muttered, frowning slightly as he listened carefully. There was no way a single person was casting spells on this scale. Not even an army should be able to sustain something like this so continuously, right? Slowly, he noticed that the sound around him was changing. It sounded like the explosions were fewer now, and the constant thunder of impacts was fading, turning into scattered booms that echoed less frequently with each passing second. Wait! He narrowed his eyes. Is it stopping? Carefully, he raised his head from behind the boulder and looked out across the clearing. His gaze swept through the smoke and dust that had filled the entire forest, the air thick with ash and heat as the aftermath of the bombardment lingered. Visibility was terrible. The entire forest was shrouded in rising plumes of smoke, the trees around him either scorched, burning, or completely destroyed, and for a moment, he could barely make out anything beyond a short distance. He let out a slow breath. Looks like I made it. He pushed himself up from his cover, brushing the dust off his clothes from his chest downward, shaking off the debris that had settled on him, and just as he relaxed slightly, that is, until the ground beneath him started trembling, he froze in his tracks. Am I imagining things? He crouched down immediately, lowering his body closer to the ground as he slowed his breathing and pressed his palm flat against the earth beneath him, focusing on the vibrating sensation coming from the ground. It was very much real, and it was getting stronger. At first, it felt like a faint vibration, and then the small rocks around him began to jump up and down because of the vibrations. Zang! What is it now? Then he heard it. A distant roar. No, it wasn't one voice. It sounded like thousands of shouting voices. People? He muttered, his eyes narrowing as his instincts kicked in again, telling him that staying on the ground was a bad idea. He figured that he needed a better view to see his surroundings and see what was coming. Without wasting another second, he cast a water spell beneath his feet, using the pressure to propel himself upward toward one of the few trees that was still standing and also not burning. As he reached it, he ran up the trunk with practiced ease, using his hands to grab and sling himself from branch to branch with fluid agility. He climbed quickly until he reached the top of the canopy. From there, he looked out as best he could. The smoke still obscured much of the forest, thick and heavy as it drifted through the air, but after a few seconds, the view cleared just enough for him to make out a few things. And what he saw made his eyes tremble. Well, apparently, he was not alone in this gigantic forest. Not even close. He was standing in the middle of a battlefield, a massive one. On either side of him, stretching as far as he could see, two enormous armies were charging straight at each other through the forest, their numbers overwhelming, and their bravado shaking the ground with every step. And he was right in the middle of it. Oh no, he cursed loudly. This trial was really intent on trying to get the better of him. Like, what on earth was he even supposed to do here? Elion thought as he stared at the two massive forces charging toward each other. He was literally stuck right between them, and there was no way he could outrun both armies before they clashed. Even if he sprinted straight down the middle, he would get caught in the collision no matter what he did. Then a familiar voice sounded again. First objective complete, bonus points awarded for sustaining 0 damage. Second objective identified. This time, it was not layered. It was singular, clear, and direct as it echoed inside his mind instead of around him. And before he could even react, it continued. Fight for humanity's forces against the Demon Lord's army and help them win the first battle of the Great Forest, and then it was gone again. Screw you. Elion snapped immediately, his frustration spilling out as he glared at nothing in particular. It seemed he was never meant to run away anyway. This trial was seriously pushing him into one impossible situation after another. But even as he cursed, his mind was already working. He didn't have much of a choice but to comply. His eyes sharpened as he activated Discerning Eye. His vision shifted as he focused on the two approaching armies. Even though his natural perception was already high, it was not enough to clearly distinguish everything at this scale. And sure enough, it became obvious what the Trial S voice was referring to. One side was made up of what he could only describe as demon forces. Their bodies varied in shape and size, many of them with different colored skin, some with horns, others with strange features that made it clear they were not human. The other side was a coalition of humans, elves, and beastmen. Barado is this, he muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing as he processed what he was seeing. Some kind of historical trial? He was no historian, but he was smart enough to think of a few reasonable explanations. Either this trial was simulating an illusion of a war from the past, or he had been dropped into a specific moment in time. He was more inclined to believe in the former. The latter was felt so far-fetched he doubted it was even possible. What scale of power would one need to send someone back in time? Would it have to be a god? The first possibility he thought of was that he had been thrown into a simulation of the war that happened against the demon race centuries ago. That seemed like the most likely explanation, because this did not feel random. It felt very much purposeful and structured. He quickly climbed down from the tree, moving with urgency now. Staying up there was a terrible idea, especially if either side spotted him, and the last thing he needed was to get targeted before he even figured out what he was doing. Once his feet hit the ground, his thoughts sharpened further. He was going to be thrown straight into the front lines. There was no avoiding that. and that meant things were looking quite grim. If he made even a single mistake, if he overextended even slightly, he would get cut down almost instantly, because no matter how strong he was, a battlefield like this did not forgive carelessness. He was not some war veteran, nor was he some genius strategist, but he was not stupid either. He didn't need to be a genius to know how battles worked. The front lines were absolute hell, and what made it worse was that this looked like a very typical war setup. For what he could tell at first glance, most of the fighters at the front were lower-ranked mages, probably around novice to adept level, thrown forward as expendable forces, while the stronger individuals were held back, waiting for the real clash further into the battle. Cannon fodder. That was what they were. And now, that included him. He dropped down fully to the ground and stayed low as the rumbling grew stronger with every passing second. The sound of thousands of feet crashing against the earth grew louder and louder until it felt like the forest itself was shaking apart. And as he steadied his breathing, his eyes drifted down to his academy uniform. "What do I even do about this?" he muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing slightly. While he looked human, there was no guarantee that anyone on that battlefield would stop to think before swinging a blade at him. Since he was not wearing the same brown uniforms and iron-plate armor as the coalition forces, there was a very real chance that he would be mistaken for an enemy and cut down on sight. Dang! He cursed quietly, his mind racing as he tried to bravado out a solution. Without wasting any bravado time, he opened the system store, navigating quickly through the options until he found what he needed under weapons and armor. A cheap plate armor set at 200 system points. He bought it instantly. In the next moment, the armor flashed onto his body, forming seamlessly around him as if it had always been there, fitting perfectly without any discomfort. He quickly summoned one of the sword from his storage as well, gripping it tightly as he adjusted to the added weight. He exhaled slowly. This will have to do. His academy uniform still peeked out in some places, making him stand out slightly. But in the middle of a battlefield like this, no one would have the time or clarity to notice such details, at least not while chaos was unfolding all around them. The plate armor should be enough. After this battle is over, he narrowed his eyes slightly. I could just take proper, full armor from a corpse. It was a cold thought, but realistic. There would be many people lying on the ground by the time this was over. He didn't know what the trial would make him do when the battle came to an end, but he had to be prepared for anything. The most likely scenario, he would be involved in more fights on humanity's side as part of the trial. He didn't forget how the voice had said the first battle when it mentioned the Battle of the Great Forest. The mention of the forest was what hinted to him that this place was still the same place he called home, not some hidden world or a secluded space, but just not in the time he remembered. Okay, he breathed out quietly, tightening his grip on the sword as he steadied himself. It would not be long now. The roars were already close enough to be heard clearly, and the clash of voices and war cries echoed through the forest as the two forces closed in on each other. Elion moved quickly. He slipped behind a thick tree and crouched low within the foliage, hiding himself as best as he could. And then he waited while holding his breath. Chapter 262. Morals. Elion waited in the foliage while holding his breath. For the moment, everything would explode. The very first line of humanity's forces burst into view behind him, crashing through the flaming forest and trees with unstoppable momentum as they charged forward. Each person moved in tight formation with others beside and behind them, forming a rushing wave of bodies and steel that shook the ground with every step. And right at the front, leading the charge, was a wolfkin beastwoman running on all fours. Her movements were wild and powerful. A savage, smiling expression stretched across her face like she had been waiting for this moment her whole life. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to crush these bastards. She laughed like a maniac while she ran. Yeah, that one is a battle maniac, Elion thought as he watched her tear ahead of the others. Completely unrestrained. He stayed hidden for a bit, letting the first line pass. They all rushed past him without slowing, their attention locked forward on the enemy. And the second line followed just as quickly, weapons drawn, spells already forming in their hands as they prepared for the inevitable clash. No one noticed him. Good. When the third line approached, Elion did not hesitate any longer, pushing himself up from his crouch position and slipping into their formation smoothly, blending in with their momentum as if he had always been part of the charge. He gripped his sword tightly and ran. He charged forward with them as the distance between the two armies vanished rapidly, the air thick with tension, the ground trembling beneath their feet, and ahead of them, the demon forces grew clearer with every step. The collision was seconds away. More and more coalition mages and soldiers flooded in behind Elion's line as the charge continued. The forest shook under the sheer number of bodies pushing forward, and somewhere in the middle of that momentum, his thoughts began to drift to something he had not really allowed himself to think about until now. The trial had given him a clear objective: aid humanity's forces, which could be translated as having to win the battle. And that meant one thing: he had to kill countless demons to achieve that. He frowned slightly as that thought settled in his mind. Up until now, he had never actually taken a life, and even though he had wanted to strike William down desperately, that had been anger, personal, targeted, something he could justify in a moment. But this was different. This was harming strangers, people he did not know, beings he had never interacted with. Had they wronged him? Certainly not. Were they even real? Probably not, considering that this was very likely just some sort of illusion. But the question still lingered in his mind for a moment. Regardless, it did not change anything. At the core of it, it came down to one thing: morals. Or his morals. He had been raised as a human, and some of the things he had been taught growing up was that all demons were evil, and by all accounts, that meant he should hate demons, fear them, see them as enemies without question. But the moment that thought formed, it brought him right back to Esme and Ophelia. They were demons too, and yet he did not feel any sort of evil within them as he had been told. To him, they were just people. It was just absurd that he was told he had to hate demons. He had always been told demons were evil, that they were monsters. But maybe that was not entirely true. Maybe lust demons were different. Or maybe things were not as simple as he had been taught. He could have kept thinking about it. He probably would have. But he did not get the chance because the first line had already collided with the enemy. Everywhere he looked, steel met flesh and magical spells tore through bodies. Screams and roars filled the air. The battlefield erupted. And just like that, there was no time to think. Elion's eyes hardened as he pushed everything else aside, forcing his mind into focus. Hesitation here would get him wounded badly, or worse, killed. The last thing he needed was to be distracted by his own thoughts in the middle of a battlefield. He activated enhanced cognition instantly, and his mind sharpened. Everything slowed as he entered a state of absolute focus. His focus narrowed as he scanned the chaos around him, picking out targets, movements, and openings, and within seconds, he chose his first one. A hulking, massive demon who was Barado beast-like than the rest. It looked like a hybrid between a minotaur and a lizard because of its scaly Barado. It wielded a large halberd, and right as Elion locked onto it, he watched as it struck down a human mage with a powerful blow. The woman was struck down as red fluid sprayed into the air in a wide arc. Elion's eyes did not waver. They remained cold and detached as his feet moved faster and faster until his Barado became a blur of movement. He closed the distance in an instant, step by step. Talp! He cast Frost Edge, the blade in his hand instantly coating itself in a thin layer of ice, sharpening its edge further as a faint chill spread outward from it. Then he moved. Whoosh! He leapt forward, covering several meters in a single motion as his body flowed into the strike, his lower body driving forward first while his upper body lagged slightly behind, creating a strange, deceptive angle in his attack. The demon never noticed. One moment, it was charging toward its next target. The next, everything flipped. It saw the world upside down. Too late. It never realized the fight was already over until it collapsed. Thud! The creature fell to the ground with a heavy sound, its Barado going still across the forest floor. Some of the dark residue stained Elion's sword, and some of it splashed onto his legs. He did not react, and he did not even look down. His eyes remained cold and detached. He was already moving toward the next target before the dark fluid from the first demon had even finished spilling onto the ground. His feet cut across the battlefield with a strange smoothness that looked completely at odds with the chaos around him. While men and demons alike were screaming, dying, casting, hacking, and being trampled underfoot, he seemed to move through all of it with cold, detached precision, making him look less like a young mage caught in a war and Barato like a sharpened blade thrown into the heart of a living mass. A horned demon to his right spotted him first, its red skin slick with sweat and soot as it bared rows of uneven teeth and swung a crude axe down toward his head with a guttural roar. H-A-A-A-D, human. But Elion did not even properly look at it. He simply dipped his shoulder and let the axe pass over him by inches, the rush of air brushing past his hair as he stepped into the demon's open side and drove his sword upward with one hand. Shing! The white blade slid under the demon's ribcage and punched up through its chest, and for one frozen second, the creature just stood there staring at him in confusion with its barato hanging open. Then Elion twisted the blade and ripped it free sideways. The barato of the blow tore the demon apart, and it collapsed onto the ground in two still halves. He was already gone before the body hit the ground. A wolf-headed beast demon lunged low from the front, trying to catch his legs with clawed hands, while another one, taller and carrying a jagged spear, came from behind. Clearly, they thought they had him pinched, but Elion's footwork changed at the last instant. Cinchuredo, and before its scream could even rise fully, Elion reversed the blade and drove it backward under his own arm without looking. Barato! The point struck the other demon squarely in the throat, and when he yanked the sword free, the demon's attempt at a war cry turned into a strangled gurgle as it dropped to its knees, clutching at its wound, and fell forward face first into the dirt. All around him, the battlefield was erupting into complete madness. The first lines had already broken formation and devolved into clumps of small, fierce skirmishes, mages hurling half-formed spells from behind panicked swordsmen, beastmen crashing bodily into larger demons with savage roars, arrows and debris occasionally cutting through the air in no clear pattern at all, while flames spread along the underbrush and smoke rolled low between the trunks like something alive. Someone shouted for help to his left. Someone else called out for their mother to the right. A demon laughed harshly before being struck down by a powerful hammer blow. A human spearman took a barato hit and collapsed to the ground, badly wounded. None of it slowed Elion, and better yet, none of it even seemed to touch him. Another demon came barreling toward him. This one was thick-necked and broad-shouldered with 4 eyes and a rusted cleaver in each hand. It shouted something in a language Elion did not understand before hacking both weapons downward in an X. But Elion stepped in instead of backing up. His knees bent low as he slipped under the crossing blades, then drove his elbow into the demon's stomach hard enough to fold its barato over him. In the same instant, his sword rose from below. Crunch! He sliced clean through the demon's head, jaw, and skull alike, and horn in one rising arc that struck the head with tremendous barato, and the barato toppled backward, still holding its cleavers tightly. Elion's presence was like that of a Grim Reaper. Chapter 263. Rampage. Elion's presence was like that of a grim specter. Barato and chaos followed wherever he moved. Of course, Barato people were bound to notice. A coalition soldier nearby froze in place for half a second as he watched that happen, his face paling beneath his helmet. "What in the world?" he breathed, and he was not the only one noticing. As the seconds passed, the area around Elion started to change. At first, it was hard to notice in the sheer confusion of battle, but little by little, a rough 20-meter radius around him began to feel different. It was isolated and empty in a way that the rest of the battlefield was not. Every time he moved, that circle moved with him, and everywhere he went, demons died so quickly and so brutally that none of them stayed standing long enough to form a proper press around him. That patch of earth became a moving dead zone, and everyone, human and demon alike, began to feel it even if they could not yet explain it. A blue-skinned demon mage with 6 thin arms hissed in alarm and threw a string of firebolts toward him from behind a cluster of clashing bodies. "Stop that, human!" But Elion's eyes flicked toward the spell pattern before it even fully formed. His barato shifted with eerie smoothness, one bolt passing over his barato, another scraping a piece of plate from his side, the rest missing entirely as he broke into a faster run and used a dead demon's shoulder as a stepping point. Thud! Then he launched himself straight toward the caster. The 6-armed demon recoiled and began forming another spell, chanting in panic, but it was too slow and too sloppy. Shing! Elion came down on it from above with a powerful descending slash that struck its barato and cut deep across its barato. For a horrible moment, the demon remained standing, its barato collapsing at an angle while its glowing eyes trembled in disbelief. Then the creature collapsed and crashed aside with a spray of dark fluid. He landed in a crouch and rose immediately, striking down another demon that had tried to spear him from the side. The creature cried out, stumbled, and he followed through with a second strike that brought it down so cleanly that it stayed upright for a heartbeat before toppling to the ground. At some point, the internal conversation he had been having with himself only moments ago about morals, about taking lives, about whether these enemies were real, had simply vanished. It was gone, simply buried and forgotten at some lonely corner somewhere at the back of his mind. Whether that was enhanced cognition doing its work, stripping away hesitation and noise so that only useful thoughts remained, or whether the battlefield had simply devoured all room for philosophy. He did not know. What was obvious, however, was that he was no longer hesitating. His face was expressionless, his eyes cold and sharpened to an almost frightening degree. And as the fighting continued, faint wisps of icy smoke began to drift from the edges of his eyes, curling upward in thin, pale trails as his focus deepened even further. Enhanced cognition. LV2 activated a pair of goat-horned demons rushed him together with hooked blades and snarling faces, and one of them laughed as it lunged. Yes, just one who, but the sentence never finished. Elion's sword snapped forward, striking the creature before he used it as partial cover. Stepping in close enough that the second demon's hooked blade scraped sparks off his new armor instead of opening his ribs. Then he drove his forehead into the demon's face, caught the wrist of its weapon arm, and with a sharp barato, forced the creature back, disarming it. Ah! The demon shrieked as it fell, dropping the blade it had been holding. Elion struck again, lower this time, taking the creature's leg out from under it at the joint. The beast collapsed sideways with a howl, Censuredo. He moved through a knot of fighting soldiers and demons like a current, helping the coalition line without ever seeming to coordinate with them. Every demon that crossed into his moving radius simply ceased to remain whole for very long. Censuredo managed to barato Elion to duck lower than before, but then Elion stepped inside the monster's reach, planted one hand against it for balance, and cut upward beneath its chin. The blade drove upward and ended the creature in a single strike. Censuredo demons fell. Where Elion moved, pressure eased. Men who should have been overrun found themselves breathing for another few seconds because the demon pressing them had suddenly collapsed, badly wounded, or been struck down entirely. But that same realization had also reached the other side. There, a scaled demon captain shouted from somewhere deeper in the line, pointing with a hooked spear. That human, take that one first. A fresh wave shifted toward him almost immediately, and Elion felt the pressure change around him as increasingly hostile intent began to angle in his direction. 3 demon swordsmen crashed in from the front, while 2 beast-like hulks pounded in from the side, and a rear-line caster began building a larger spell overhead. But by now his focus had become so refined that all of it seemed almost simple. He stepped left, parried one blade, let the second cut past his shoulder, caught the third on the guard, kicked the wielder's knee hard until he dropped, then spun. His sword left trails of frost as he cut a broad line across the 2 incoming hulks, barato them back. Opening both at the belly, so that the creatures staggered and tried helplessly to hold themselves together. The spell overhead released. A rain of black spikes. Elion looked up once, then cast an earth wall at an angle while dashing through the gap before the spikes fully descended. The wall took the barrage with a rapid series of thunks and cracks, then crumbled, but he was already beyond it, already inside the caster's comfort zone, and the demon mage barely had time to inhale before Elion's sword struck it down, bringing it crashing to the ground. It collapsed with a shriek, clawing at the dirt, Censuredo. Not because anyone had ordered them to, but because instinct told them it was the safest patch of earth in this burning forest, and demons, conversely, were starting to enter it with visible reluctance. Their natural aggression was battling with the growing understanding that something in there was wearing them down at an unnatural rate. Elion's breathing remained measured. His feet remained smooth, and his strikes remained clean. Yet there was a cold efficiency to the work now, because the Barado enemies he took down, the less human hesitation there seemed to be in him, and the icy smoke at the edges of his eyes only thickened with time, the thin pale wisps trailing backward every time he turned his head. A horned demon woman with red-black skin and twin daggers lunged from his blind side with admirable speed, aiming for the gap beneath his raised arm. And for the first time in a while, a coalition soldier nearby shouted, "Behind you!" But Elion had already moved before the warning finished. His body dipped and rotated in one seamless motion, so that her daggers missed his flesh by less than an inch. Their faces passed close for a breath, close enough for him to see her widening eyes and split-second panic, and then his left hand seized her wrist while his right drove the sword upward in a swift, fatal strike. She Barado in an instant. The fight drained from her before she could react, and when he ripped it free, the corpse dropped so limply that it looked boneless. Another demon roared and came from directly ahead with a shield and mace, perhaps thinking bulk and aggression would break the pattern. But Elion lowered his center of gravity and rushed in instead of meeting the charge head-on. The mace came down. He angled away from it. There seemed to be no blind spots in his vision. Bam! The weapon smashed the earth. He stepped onto the shield, used it as a platform, and vaulted upward so that he was suddenly eye level with the demon. For one absurd instant, they stared at each other. Then Elion drew the blade sideways across the thing's face. The strike was decisive enough to drop it backward, as the Barado remained standing just long enough for him to kick off it and land behind. There was no room left for moral panic now. There was no room even for disgust. If the thought had come to him then, if some distant echo of the man he had been before all this had asked whether this was too much, whether this was monstrous, whether this made him something ugly, it found no purchase. Maybe enhanced cognition had swallowed all of it. Maybe the battlefield had. Maybe blood and necessity had a way of simplifying the soul. Whatever the reason, Elion did not stop. And as more demons died and more heads turned toward that shifting circle of death moving across the battlefield, it became clear to everyone watching, soldier and commander alike, that a new variable had entered the first battle of the Great Forest. And wherever that young human in mismatched armor went, the demon line crumbled and fell. Unbeknownst to Elion, each time he took a life, he gained Barado of XP. You have slain a lesser demon, 300 XP. You have slain a lesser demon, 180 XP. You have slain a lesser demon, 250 XP. You have slain a lesser demon, 330 XP. Chapter 264. He a demon. Every single life he took was being recorded and rewarded in the background. The system was quietly stacking experience with each victory as if it was struggling to keep up with the sheer speed and efficiency of his progress. The notifications flashed one after the other in rapid succession, almost overlapping as his blade continued to rise and fall without pause. He was going on an absolute rampage against the demons, and it was not just the number of foes he was cutting down that made it terrifying, but the way his Barado were evolving with every passing second. His pace was steadily increasing, his steps becoming lighter, sharper, and Barado precise. His body flowed from one motion into the next without even the slightest hint of hesitation, as if the battlefield itself had become an extension of him. Before long, he reached a point where it no longer looked like he was reacting to attacks, but rather moving ahead of them and cutting down enemies before they even fully committed to their actions. A horned demon lunged at him from the front with a jagged blade raised high, roaring in a guttural voice, "Die, human dash." But before the words could even fully leave its mouth, Elion's Barado shifted slightly to the side with a smoothness that looked almost unreal. His feet glided across the battle-scarred ground as his sword rose in a clean, upward arc-shing. He struck the demon with a decisive blow that ended the fight in a single stroke, splitting it open with a dark spray that filled the air in front of him. Yet his expression did not change in the slightest as he stepped forward through the falling Barado without even sparing it another glance. Another demon came from his blind side with a spear, thrusting toward his ribs with surprising speed, but Elion's torso twisted just enough for the weapon to graze past his armor instead of piercing it. In that same fluid motion, his blade reversed direction and cut backward under his arm, slicing cleanly through the demon's throat, the head tilting at an unnatural angle as he was struck down. The Barado dropped to its knees before collapsing face first into the dirt, while Elion was already moving again, his feet tapping lightly against the ground as he flowed into the next engagement. A larger demon, its Barado thick and muscular, charged straight at him with a heavy weapon raised overhead, letting out a fierce roar as it brought the weapon down with tremendous strength. Elion stepped forward instead of retreating, his Barado slipping under the descending blade as it Barado into the earth behind him with a deafening Barado. Before the demon could even process what had happened, Elion's sword flashed horizontally across its midsection. Slice! The blade struck with terrifying speed and power. Centuredo, it was as if something invisible was sweeping through the demon's army and erasing anything hostile that entered. And as he moved, that space moved with him, carving a path through the battlefield that left nothing but fallen foes in its wake. A coalition soldier stumbled backward into that space, his armor dented and his breathing ragged, a demon right behind him raising a blade to strike him down, shouting with savage glee, "You're finished." Before the weapon could descend, Elion appeared between them in a blur of motion, his sword flashing once, and the demon collapsed as Elion drove the creature back, victorious in the exchange. Before the soldier could even comprehend what had happened, Elion followed through with a second decisive strike. The Barado collapsed at the soldier's feet while Elion was already gone, moving toward his next target without a single wasted motion. His speed continued to increase, and it reached a point where watching him became disorienting, because one moment he was on the left side of the battlefield cutting down a demon with a clean diagonal slash, and the next he was already on the right side, ducking under an incoming attack, and taking his opponent down with a sweeping strike before finishing the fight with a precise strike to the head. Then he was somewhere else entirely, his Barado overlapping in such a way that it looked like there were multiple of him fighting at once. A phantom tearing through the demon ranks with unstoppable momentum. The coalition soldiers began to slow down, their attacks faltering as their attention was drawn toward him, and before long, many of them had stopped fighting entirely, Centuredo. But one they were watching unfold before their very eyes. What is that?" One of them muttered under his breath, his voice trembling slightly as his eyes followed Elion's movements across the battlefield. "He-s everywhere." Another whispered, unable to tear his gaze away as demon after demon fell in rapid succession, their forms collapsing into dark heaps across the ground. The forest grew eerily quiet despite the ongoing battle because the usual chaos of combat had been overshadowed by something far Barado overwhelming. Eventually, the only sounds that truly stood out now were the crackling of flames consuming the trees and the disturbing sounds of battle, accompanied by the fading screams of demons who had no chance to defend themselves. "Retreat!" The command rang out suddenly, loud and desperate, and though it was not clear who had shouted it first, the effect was immediate. The demon army broke all at once. Their formation collapsed as they turned and ran back the way they had come, abandoning the battlefield in a desperate attempt to escape whatever it was that had descended upon them. The same demons who had charged forward with fierce aggression, who had cut down humans without hesitation, who had tormented innocents for sport, were now running with sheer terror etched into their faces, their bravado frantic and uncoordinated as they pushed past one another in their desperation to get away. "Who is that? That's one of ours, right? No way. Absolutely no way. He's a demon," someone whispered from the coalition side, their voice filled with disbelief. While the words were not meant literally, no one argued with the sentiment, because although they could clearly see that Elion was human, what they were witnessing defied any normal understanding of what a human should be capable of. The sight was even more unforgettable because of the eerie red glow that the flames cast over the surroundings, and also because even as the demons fled, Elion did not stop. He chased after the closest ones with the same relentless efficiency, his bravado moving like a predator closing in on its bravado, his blade rising and falling in quick succession as he cut down those who lagged behind. With swift, decisive strikes, he felled them one after another. His strikes landed with tremendous bravado. Each opponent was taken down without hesitation, without mercy, and without pause. By this point, his armor and clothes were heavily stained and splattered, a grim testament to the relentless battle behind him. Centuredo, his bravado were fluid and almost elegant. And yet, despite the chaos that surrounded him, not a single mark had touched his face, as if some unseen bravado had kept it pristine, leaving his features completely immaculate. Even bravado, so since his expression remained unchanged. His deep blue eyes kept that cold and detached look as they tracked his fleeing targets, while reflecting that red glow emitting from the burning surroundings. His dark, wispy hair swayed gently with the wind as he moved, framing his face in a way that made the contrast between his appearance and his actions even bravado striking. That image of a young man standing amidst a battlefield, his face untouched, his expression blank, his eyes devoid of emotion, his blade cutting through the fallen as if they were nothing, burned itself into the minds of every single person present, etching itself into their memories in a way that would never fade. Eventually, the demons had retreated too far for him to continue the chase, their figures disappearing into the distance as they fled deeper into the forest, and Elion cut down the last one within his reach with a final, clean strike. The blade swept through its neck, and the bravado crumpled forward, motionless. He finally came to a stop then, his breathing steady with his posture relaxed, as if he had not just single-handedly driven an entire army into retreat, and for a brief moment, the battlefield fell into complete silence. The only sounds were the crackling of fire and the distant echoes of retreating footsteps, as those who remained could do nothing but stare at him in awe and disbelief. While far ahead, the surviving demons continued to run. Perhaps they could rejoice and be grateful that they got to live to see another day. Chapter 265, Shameless. None of the mages and fighters around him dared to approach Elion, and it was not even a conscious, discussed decision, but rather something that had settled over the battlefield naturally. As if every single person present had silently agreed that stepping within his vicinity was a line not to be crossed, because what they had just witnessed was not something they could comprehend. Even after a full minute had passed since the demons had retreated, the clearing around him remained untouched, a wide empty space where no one dared to step, as though the ground itself had been marked by something dangerous and untouchable. The soldiers on the front lines, those who had been closest to him during the catastrophe, did not even entertain the thought of approaching, because they were the ones who had seen it most clearly, had felt the pressure most intensely. They knew better than anyone else that whatever that young man was, he was not someone they could casually walk up to and question, and even among the slightly stronger individuals further back, there was hesitation. Their minds raced to make sense of what they had seen, some of them arriving at the conclusion that perhaps he was some powerful individual who had somehow offended the wrong higher-up and had been sent to the front lines as punishment. Otherwise, there was simply no reasonable explanation for why someone of that level would be here among fodder soldiers. However, Such an abnormality was never going to remain unnoticed for long, because the sudden halt in the Coalition's advance was far too obvious. The higher command station, not too far from the battlefield, had already begun to question why their forces had suddenly stopped pushing forward. As the reports began to trickle in, though fragmented and disbelieving, it did not take long for them to piece together that something unusual had occurred, especially since some of them had already caught glimpses of Elion's final moments of crisis from a distance, using some expert scouts with spells capable of such. The image of demons fleeing in terror and a lone Barato, standing amidst a field of fallen, was impossible to ignore. As Elion stood there, appearing to casually catch his breath to any onlooker, though in reality he was struggling internally to Barato himself out of the overwhelming clarity of his enhanced cognition state, 3 powerful auras descended from above, their presence immediately noticeable to everyone in the vicinity as the air seemed to grow heavier with their arrival. Soon enough, a large flying creature came into view. Its massive shell and slow, steady wing beats made it resemble nothing short of a colossal airborne turtle, upon whose back stood 3 figures, 2 young women and a single young man, all of them radiating strength that clearly set them apart from the rest of the soldiers present. The moment the creature descended and touched the ground with a heavy thud, the 3 of them stepped forward in unison, their positioning instinctive, their stances ready. It was immediately clear from the way they carried themselves that they were not ordinary fighters, the young man in the center, especially, whose aura was noticeably stronger than the other 2, and whose posture and tone made it obvious that he was the one in charge. "Who are you?" he shouted, his voice carrying across the clearing with authority as his sharrow and cautious eyes locked onto Elion. "State your name and your affiliation, or we will attack immediately." A wave of confusion spread through the coalition soldiers at those words, and several of them could not help but react instinctively. One lanky elf with a bow stepped forward slightly as he raised his voice in protest. He was slaying demons. Of course, he is on our side, and his words were quickly echoed by others. Murmurs of agreement spread through the ranks as they struggled to understand why this newcomer was being treated as a potential enemy if he was fighting on their side. However, the young man did not even spare them a glance, his focus remaining entirely on Elion as he repeated himself, his tone even more forceful this time. "State your name and your affiliation." The flying turtle shifted slightly behind them as the 3 stepped forward together, aligning themselves side by side, their bodies tensed, their mana already circulating as they prepared for the possibility of combat. All 3 sets of eyes never left Elion for even a moment, watching for the slightest hint of movement, the faintest trace of hostility. Elion, who had been standing there with his head slightly lowered, finally turned his gaze toward them. His movements were slow and almost lazy, as if none of this warranted any urgency from him. Boom! When his cold blue eyes settled on the 3 of them, the effect was immediate and overwhelming. In that instant, it felt as though the temperature had dropped drastically, as though an invisible weight had descended upon their shoulders, pressing down on them with suffocating intensity. All 3 of them reacted at once, their bodies stiffening, their breaths catching as a sharp hiss escaped their lips. In that moment, they felt it clearly, unmistakably, the overwhelming sense of being prey locked in the gaze of a predator far beyond their level. A chilling instinct that screamed at them that they were in danger. An enemy. The thought formed simultaneously in all their minds. There was no way they would not have heard of someone like this if he was truly one of their own. No way someone so young, so powerful, could exist within their ranks without their knowledge, and the sheer pressure radiating from him made it impossible to think otherwise. The thought was further reaffirmed by the fact that all 3 of them could see that this guy was only an advanced mage like them, and yet his presence was already so suffocating. Who was he? Was he perhaps a demon general who was hiding his true strength to get behind enemy lines? But then, why Barato his own soldiers? Well, that was not exactly beneath demonkind to stage such a thing by sacrificing their own. Form a perimeter around him, the young man managed to say, though his voice lacked the firmness it had earlier. A slight tremor in his tone betrayed the fear he was trying so desperately to suppress, because despite everything, he knew that he could not afford to show weakness. Not here, not when so many were watching, and not when the stakes were this high. Elion, however, did not react to the command. His gaze slowly moved from one person to the next as he studied them in silence. His expression remained blank, and his presence felt overwhelming, pressing down on everyone nearby like an invisible tide, until his eyes finally landed on the third person in the group, who was standing on the left side. The extremely beautiful purple-haired cat girl with lightly tanned skin. She was also wearing a loose black robe over a sleek black barato. A beauty? In that instant, everything in his aura and his posture changed. The crushing pressure vanished completely, as if it had never been there in the first place. It all but dissipated into nothingness, and Elion's expression shifted just as abruptly. The cold detachment in his eyes melted away as a soft, almost innocent smile appeared on his lips, his entire demeanor changing so drastically that it left everyone present momentarily stunned. "Sorry about that," he said casually, his tone light, almost apologetic, as if he had not just terrified them moments ago. "I was still a bit on edge." His gaze remained fixed on her as he turned his body fully toward the group. Without the slightest hesitation, he began walking forward, with relaxed and unhurried steps, as if the tension that had just filled the air no longer existed, while the three of them remained rooted in place, still trying to process the abrupt shift in atmosphere. The young man, Aaron, finally snapped out of it as Elion approached, instinctively stepping forward to intercept him, because that was the logical course of action, to position himself between this unknown individual and his companions and take control of the situation as he was supposed to. But before he could even say a word, Elion walked right past him without so much as acknowledging his presence and stopped directly in front of the cat girl. Aaron froze mid-step, his mind going blank for a split second as he tried to comprehend what had just happened, his eyes widening slightly as he turned his head, while the others looked on in equal disbelief. Objective, complete bonus awarded for outstanding performance. "Shut up, stupid trial." "Hello, beautiful," Elion said boldly. His voice was smooth, and his smile widened slightly as he looked at her with clear interest. "How I wish this was Barato than just a trial. The heavens are truly blind to let such beauty be forgotten to the winds of time." He held that familiar, charming smile effortlessly, as if the battlefield, the corpses, the tension, all of it had ceased to exist the moment he laid eyes on her. "Huh?" Aaron's voice came out before he could stop it, his expression completely dumbfounded as he stared at the scene in front of him, his mind struggling to catch up with the sheer absurdity of what he was witnessing. "Is this guy Barato in this situation?" The thought echoed through the minds of everyone present almost at once. Shameless. Zenovia's expression twisted instantly when she understood what had happened. The shift was so abrupt it was almost jarring. Her brows furrowed deeply, and her lips curled in disgust as she stared at Elion like he was something filthy that had crawled out of the ground. Without wasting even a single word, she pivoted sharply on her left foot, her body moving with practiced precision as her right leg whipped up in a fast, clean arc aimed straight for his face. The motion cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, but Elion had already moved before the kick could connect. His body dipped low in a smooth crouch as he leaned just enough to let the strike pass over him. "Whoops," he said lightly in a playful tone. From his lowered position, his eyes flicked upward for a brief moment, taking in the breathtaking view of the impressive sculpture he had created for himself. Wow, what a remarkable piece of art. He gave a long, appreciative look and nodded in approval. The kick didn't end there, though. Aaron, who had still been half frozen, stood just close enough and just unprepared enough that he became the unintended target, and in the next instant, Zenovia's heel struck his face with a heavy impact. His head snapped sharply to the side, his eyes shutting on instinct as he stumbled backward from the barato of the blow. Wham! His body lifted clean off the ground from the force as he was sent flying backwards in an uncontrolled arc boom. He crashed into the ground several meters away, rolling once before going completely still. Everyone froze. The surrounding people, the other woman who had been beside Aaron, even Zenobia herself, all stared at the scene with stunned expressions. The area was now hanging in a strange silence, broken only by the distant crackling of fire and the fading echoes of impact. Zenobia slowly turned her head, her raised leg still hanging midair as realization hit her, her expression shifting from fury to a flicker of guilt as her eyes landed on Aaron's unmoving barato in a heap, but she didn't get the chance to react any further than that. Elion was still crouched beneath her, looking up at her with quiet admiration. "You did well." He gave continuous, small nods. "Cincherato." "Shameless fool," someone finally shouted from the side. And just like that, the tension snapped again, but this time it wasn't confusion or fear. It was a mix of disbelief and outrage, as every single person present struggled to process how someone so powerful could be so shameless at the same time. Chapter 266. Last one. Zenobia did not stop after that first strike. Her irritation only seemed to grow as she stepped in again, her foot snapping back before driving forward in a sharp thrust aimed straight for Elion's midsection. "Oof, someone sure is feisty," he commented as he twisted his torso at the last moment. The strike grazed past his bloody clothes as nothing but air met her force. Before she could even retract her leg fully, her fist was already flying toward his face, a clean, practiced punch that would have caved in the nose of any ordinary mage. Yet Elion leaned back just enough for it to miss by a hair's breadth. The wind from her knuckles brushed faintly against his cheek as he watched her with an almost amused calm, and then she spun. Her tail flicked behind her as she followed up with a sweeping kick, aiming to take his legs out from under him. "Stay still. You jerk. I would like to keep myself in one piece, so no thanks." He hopped lightly, landing just beyond its reach with a soft tap of his boots against the ground. His bravado were effortless, almost lazy, as though he was not even taking her seriously, and that only made the anger in her eyes flare hotter. She pressed forward again, strike after strike, her fists, her legs, even a clawed swipe slipping in as her restraint faltered, but every single attack met the same result. Empty air, near misses, and that infuriating figure slipping past her like a shadow, until eventually her breathing grew uneven, and she clicked her bravado in frustration, stepping back with a sharp exhale as she finally gave up. "He's not taking me seriously." Her ears twitched in annoyance, while Elion straightened up as if nothing had happened at all. She was smart enough to realize that this opponent was far beyond her own strength, and if he wanted, he could have put her down already. Elion laughed lightly as he stopped teasing her, and Aaron got back up on his feet from a distance and returned to their side while glaring at Elion. "Hey, why am I being glared at?" Elion raised his arms up innocently. "I'm not the one who kicked you in the face." His words were bravado than warranted, but the irritating smirk bravado made it clear that he was enjoying the situation. Aaron muttered angrily, but fortunately, he didn't do bravado than that. In his view, if that rough-looking woman couldn't strike him even once with those reflexes, what chance did he stand? So he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Eventually, reality quickly forced its way back in as the surrounding battlefield still smoldered, the distant sounds of regrouping soldiers and crackling flames reminding them that this was no place for petty scuffles. And so, with visible reluctance on Zenovia's part and lingering confusion from the others, they shifted their focus to more pressing matters, confirming what they could in short, clipped exchanges. "I am sorry about kicking you in the face." Zenobia gave Aaron a half-hearted apology, which he took without asking for any more than that. And the wry smile on his face probably meant he definitely got more than he would have expected and normally. The trio verified that Elion was indeed human despite everything they had just witnessed, and once that was settled, "You're coming with us." Aaron's eyes sharpened as he looked Elion up and down. "And why would I do that?" "Don't get me wrong," Aaron shrugged. "You're more than welcome to go on your way, but something you said caught my attention, and I suggest that you come speak with us. If you would like to know more about this, Triley lowered his voice slightly as he said the last part. Elion's eyes narrowed, but he got the other guy's meaning. He knew something about the trial, but he didn't feel comfortable speaking about it out here. There could be only one reason why that is. At least one that he could think of. So he shrugged. I don't see why not. Elion finally looked down at his condition. Dang it. Give me a moment. Elion took a short moment to clean up behind a tree trunk as the others gave him curious glances while trying to look away. He had already stored away his sword earlier. While walking toward the trio, once he looked prim and proper, he came back dressed in oddly plain-looking civilian clothes, a black tunic, and simple black pants. He kind of looked out of place, dressed in such fashion on the battlefield, where everyone was in armor of some sort. You might have thought he was taking a leisurely stroll. Let's go. The four of them broke away from the rest of the unit that had taken part in the skirmish, leaving behind the murmuring mages who had gathered around at some point in time and the uneasy glances that followed them as they moved toward the rear lines. It took them a while to get to the camp, which was on a secluded part of the forest, and they only arrived there after walking past a large plot of land that had been visibly deforested, probably to stop the fire from spreading to the camp ahead of time. That let Elion know that the firestorm he got caught up in had been a strategic maneuver on humanity's side to maybe use the chaos from the flames to drive back the demon S line during the skirmish. Well, with him there, they hadn't really needed it after all. After walking further into that side of the forest, the full camp finally came into view. Many small tents were pitched up here and there, but they walked right past them and went deeper. What was curious to Elion were the respectful glances that the trio with him seemed to get from every man and woman in this camp. It was not long before they made it to a large central tent. The command center tent was large, reinforced with layered cloth, tightly sewn seams. There were armored guards holding swords stationed outside the entrance. They parted without asking any questions as the three entered with Elion in tow. Once inside, the air visibly grew quieter and heavier. The sounds of the busy camp dulled to a distant hum as maps, markers, and magical projections hovered over a central wooden table. There were a few fire torches on a few pillars along the sides, casting faint light across their faces in tandem with the glowing projections. Aaron was the first to break the silence as he rubbed the sore spot on his face, his expression a mix of irritation and curiosity as he looked at Elion. So you really are the final trial taker? His voice carried a hint of exasperation. Centurato. Zenovia's gaze was deliberately averted from Aaron as a faint trace of guilt lingered on her face, but that also meant she was somewhat face-to-face with Elion, meaning she could see that he was visibly entranced by her, though she said nothing of it. The only visible reaction was her tail flicking once behind her. Meanwhile, Zenovia was having her own internal thoughts. It was all too clear to her that Elion was the sort of male she hated the most, the type who let his impulses guide him first and his sense second. Her rage threatened to bubble over when she thought about the fate that had almost befallen her in that forest before she woke in this trial. Those bastards, her brow furrowed and her eyes sharpened, the golds flashing in a foreign red glint. But it vanished just as quickly as it came. As hateful as men were, she wasn't the kind of person who would go around expressing her hatred for their kind just because of her bad experiences. She was also a sensible person, brash at times, but sensible. As long as Elion kept his distance, and mostly his hands to himself, she wouldn't try to cut it off with her claws or one of her expertly hidden blades. She was maybe a little bit lenient with Aaron because he had proven himself trustworthy in the little time they had spent together, especially on the battlefield. And he didn't look at her with that hungry gaze most men gave her. If anything, he was mostly aloof and maybe even a little bit clueless and innocent for a guy's age. But something told her that maybe things wouldn't be so simple with this new guy. He looked like the shameless type, and in her experience, also the most troublesome to deal with. Centurato, she quickly realized that her thoughts had spiraled out of control. What are you thinking? Get your head straight. She berated herself as she shook her head quickly. Just to be safe, She kept her gaze in the space between Aaron and Elion. She really didn't want to be looking at either of them right now. Meanwhile, Elion regrettably shifted his gaze from her and focused on the red-haired guy, who was visibly getting annoyed by the lack of a response. He had plenty of time to think as they walked back here. They hadn't really spoken on the way, since they all seemed to quietly agree to talk at once in a more private setting, and so that gave him time to think about a few things. The only reasonable explanation he could easily think of as to why they knew about the trial was if they were the other participants he had been sent in here with. Elion shrugged lightly. "Seems so," he replied, his tone casual, almost indifferent, as though the entire situation was just mildly inconvenient to him. The third member, who had remained quiet until now, finally stepped forward. Her brown eyes scanned Elion carefully, measuring him in silence before speaking. "Then that makes 4 of us on this side," she said, her voice steady. "We were all brought here the same way." Elion tilted his head slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he looked at them one by one. "Well," he said lightly, "looks like we're all stuck here together then." Aaron cleared his throat slightly, his expression returning to something more professional as he extended a hand toward Elion. "My name is Aaron," he said simply in a direct and earnest tone. "I guess you could say I'm one of the earlier arrivals to this mess of a trial." Elion accepted the handshake without hesitation, his grip firm and steady. Zenobia stood beside them with her arms crossed, her ears twitching once as she glanced away for a brief moment before finally speaking as well. "Zenobia," she said shortly, her tone still carrying a hint of irritation, though it was clear by now that she had reined it in. "And before you ask, yes, I was also thrown into this trial like the rest of them. My name is Maya," the last one said calmly, her voice soft but clear. "It seems you're the last one to arrive." Maya was the petite kind of mage who wore a robe and light pieces of armor here and there that were more accessory than protective, and also hung barato, too much on her staff for barato. Elion didn't see anything unusual under that long, loose robe of hers. She also had long, wavy brown hair that fell comfortably over her back, and that shiny sheen told him that it was well taken care of. Most certainly shampooed every time she bathed, and also brushed every day before bed, and in the morning as well. Her makeup was done with a light blush on her lovely cheeks, and her plump lips were also redder than what you would consider normal. He nodded lightly in return, taking in their faces before speaking and introducing himself as well. "Elion." He smiled lightly. Of course, he took the opportunity to look at Zenovia's facial features for a little bit longer than the other two, which did not go unnoticed. No one said anything about it, though. Aaron leaned back slightly against the edge of the command table and gestured toward the large map spread across it, the parchment held flat by small metal markers at the corners. "All right then, Elion, let us get straight to the point," he said, his voice turning more serious. "Since you're here now, you should understand what we've figured out so far about this trial." Chapter 267. Honest men. "All right then, Elion, let us get straight to the point," Aaron said, his voice turning a tad bit more serious. "Since you're here now, you should understand what we've figured out so far about this trial." Maya nodded slightly as she stepped closer to the table. Her staff rested against her shoulder while her free hand pointed toward various markings across the map. "All 4 of us arrived in this war at different points in time," she began explaining, "not too far apart, though the longest gap between arrivals was about a month." Zenobia gave a small nod as well, her cat ears fluttering lightly and her tail flicking once behind her. "We didn't arrive in the same place either," she added. "Each of us was dropped into the battlefield at random locations, different battles and different moments." Aaron continued where she left off. "But somehow, every time a new one of us arrived, we eventually ran into each other on the battlefield," he said, tapping the table lightly with a finger. "It wasn't planned or coordinated on our end. It just happened." Elion listened quietly. Maya looked at him again. "There are 7 of us in total," she said. Elion raised an eyebrow slightly. "Trial takers, she means," Aaron clarified, "or 7 summoned individuals, as the people here call us." "Yes." Zenobia sighed slightly and leaned against the side of the table. Unfortunately, she said flatly, the other three are fighting for the demons. Elion's gaze sharpened slightly at that. Aaron nodded. We had the same reaction. That the trial doing, he explained, must be some twisted balancing mechanic or something. We only found out recently about the others when we ran into them on the battlefield. Maya spoke again. They are trial takers just like us, she said, but the trial placed them on the opposite side of the war. Makes you think what the trial is playing at here. And for their final objective, naturally, they probably have a similar one to ours, but directly opposing ours. Zenobia let out a small scoff. So yes, she added, half of the people we're supposed to compete with are actively trying to kill us. Elion folded his arms slightly as he absorbed the information. And what made you think that I am on your side? What if I am with the other three? Aaron got thinking for a few seconds. Well, you'd have been fighting against the coalition forces instead of the demons when we found you. Elion simply smiled lightly at that. And what if that was all a plan we made to infiltrate your base? He grinned. Maya, Aaron, and Zenovia's expressions all sharpened at that. Why didn't we think of that? They all thought at once. They had been so absorbed in everything and trying to get back to camp and speak with him that they had failed to account for that possibility. Their expression darkened, and they all became tense very quickly. Even if he was only saying that to put them on edge, it was still enough to show how inexperienced and foolish they were in this game. Elion laughed heartily as he brushed an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. Relax, of course. That was only hypothetical. Please don't get the wrong idea and try to kill me. Huh. He pressed his hands together in a pleading gesture. Only, this felt so unlike him. He would never usually crack jokes like that, even with Mira or Arya, and he definitely wouldn't be having so much fun, but for some reason, he had been doing so much of that since that time in the forest. If he gave it a thought, he would know why he was doing so. After enhanced cognition wore off, he needed an escape to keep his mind from wandering toward the train of thought about questioning his moral compass and so on. The first escape had been staring at Zenobia from across the room. And now, a personality so far apart from his usual self had popped up as a coping mechanism that his mind had put up to block that particular line of thought. And it was working wonders, for the moment at least. For how long, though? Only time would tell. And the objectives? He asked once he noticed that the others were not so tense anymore. Aaron sighed lightly, deciding that there was no use dwelling on regrets, and nodded toward him. Each of us gets plenty of individual objectives now, and again, he explained, unique ones tied to our abilities or roles. But the main objective seems to be shared between all trial takers, on this side at least. Maya gave a small, confirming nod. You should receive yours soon if you haven't already. Zenobia leaned slightly forward. The main objective is simple, she said. Aaron finished the sentence. When the war for humanity. Elion frowned slightly. That's it? Aaron barked out a dry laugh. You say that like it's simple. Elion, Maya said gently, this war has been going on for 4 years. You may be strong, but we are only a very small part of it. And yet somehow, Zenobia muttered, everyone expects us to be the ones to change everything. Elion glanced briefly at the large map on the table, though the layout meant little to him since he had never really learned how to read maps properly. With the use of a skill, though, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult. And this trial, he said slowly, what exactly is it? The three exchanged brief looks. Maya spoke first. We're not entirely sure ourselves, she admitted honestly. Zenobia crossed her arms again. At first we thought this was some kind of large-scale illusion, she said. Aaron shook his head slightly. But that theory doesn't hold up anymore, he added. Maya continued calmly. These people are too real, she said, her eyes drifting briefly toward the tent wall, as if thinking of something beyond it. They bleed, they cry, they laugh, they fear death, they mourn their losses. Zenovia's expression hardened slightly. They die, she said bluntly. Elion flinched a bit, but no one noticed. Aaron tapped the table once more. It almost feels like we were sent back in time, he said slowly, like we were thrown into an actual historical war. Back in time? Elion repeated. He had the same thought, but he wanted these guys to confirm it for him. since they had been here longer. We don't know, Aaron said with frustration, but the records, histories, names, places, everything here feels like home. Elion nodded slightly. So that confirms we are for the same place then? Maya chimed in, yes, but we all agreed to keep our personal lives private, for obvious reasons. Unless two parties agree to divulge such information to each other, that's your choice. He nodded in understanding. Apart from that, for some reason, the people here see us as special, she explained. We are not exactly worshipped, but they consider us important enough that they expect us to shift the tide of battle when things become awry. And unfortunately, Zenobia shrugged. They're usually right, she added. They call us summoned heroes. Elion nodded slowly. I see. That put a lot of matters into perspective for him. So this is the war that happened centuries ago against the demon race. Honestly, he didn't know how to feel about it. What had started this war? Didn't he really feel like the history they were all taught growing up was as valid as it used to seem anymore? If the reasons were drawn in grays and whites instead of blacks or vivid colors, where did you draw the line? And who had drawn these lines all those years ago? If he was part demon now, did that make him something otherworldly? If so, where did he stand in all this? Elion shook his head. He really didn't want to drown in those depressing thoughts right now. It felt like an endless loop of ideologies for the current him. He looked around the tent with a melancholic look on his face. The sun outside had begun dipping lower now, faint orange light filtering through the canvas walls of the tent as the shadows across the large forest map grew longer along its fabric. Maya tapped the map again. This encampment is one of the Coalition's main checkpoints within the forest, she explained. The three of us are currently acting as second in the chain of command here. Elion raised an eyebrow slightly. Second? Just then, the tent flaps opened. A tall, towering man stepped inside, his presence immediately noticeable as he carried a large shield on one arm and a broadsword resting against his shoulder. His armor was a bit worn and marked from repeated battles, yet still imposing, and the moment Elion laid eyes on him, he could tell immediately. An archmage. Aaron straightened slightly. Commander. The man approached the table with steady steps. This is him? The man asked calmly. Maya nodded. Yes. Aaron gestured toward Elion. This is Elion, he said. He is the last summoned hero on our side. The large man studied Elion carefully for a moment before extending his hand. Tristan, he said in a firm voice, commanding officer of the coalition forces in this sector. Elion accepted the handshake. I've already heard about your exploits from some of my mages outside. Their grips tightened around each other. I wanted to see if their claims were overstated. Tristan's eyebrow rose slightly. Apparently not. You are strong, the older man said approvingly as he released the handshake. I will feel safer with you on the battlefield. Elion gave the man a small, appreciative smile. Likewise. More people can do with a little more honesty like him and Igor, he thought, as he remembered the big Wolfkin guy from the academy. It was odd that men like them felt the need to tense their hands when shaking hands. Maybe it was a virtue among honest men. He really didn't get the sentiment, even though he always returned the gesture, which they seemed to like for some reason. Before the conversation could continue any further than that, the tent flap opened again. This time, several people entered all at once. 8 of them, to be exact. They were all dressed in various forms of battle-worn, bloodied armor and robes, their movements tired and their expressions weary, as if they had just returned from separate clashes across the forest. One of them spoke as they stepped inside. Commander, the eastern flank is stabilizing, but we took heavy losses. His voice stopped mid-sentence as the group noticed Elion standing beside the command table. The atmosphere inside the tent shifted immediately as the new group began to wonder who the outsider was and what he was doing here. Chapter 268. A small war council armor and weapons clinked softly as all 8 stepped fully into the tent. It was easily large enough to fit all of them and still leave plenty of breathing room. They carried with them the lingering scent of smoke, blood, and sweat from the battlefield they had just left behind, their movements weary but disciplined as they spread out slightly while still remaining close to the entrance. The one who had spoken was a lightly armored swordsman with dirty blonde hair and sharp eyebrows that were like blades, which gave his face a naturally stern and cutting appearance. "Who is this?" he asked cautiously as he approached the table. His voice was steady, but carrying a clear edge of vigilance as his hand rested near the hilt of his sword. It seemed like the rest of his entourage deferred to him, so they let him do the talking. "Ah, Yakuza," Tristan greeted. "I'm glad to see all of my captains return with all their limbs intact," he smiled. Yakuza, who looked about 30 or so, nodded, paying his respects to Maya, Aaron, and Zenobia, and stopped just before the table. "Let me introduce you." Tristan gestured toward Elion. "At this point, you should be used to such surprises. This here is Elion, a summoned hero, just like Sir Aaron, Lady Maya, and Lady Zenobia." The others all raised their brows in shock. "Another one?" someone muttered under their breath. Yakuza's tone changed completely. He bowed respectfully. The plates of his armor clinked softly as his sheath knocked lightly against the side of his hip. "Forgive my rudeness, Sir Elion. It's a pleasure to have your esteemed presence on our side." Elion smiled lightly. He really was T1 for such fanfare, but praises and the like were always welcome, even though he had done nothing to earn them. Yakuza got up. Oddly enough, his light blue eyes seemed to be twinkling, or was Elion seeing things? "You must be the one I heard the men talking about," he asked excitedly. "They said you decimated all the demons on the northern main front." Before Elion could even react, Yakuza stepped in closer and grabbed his right hand with both of his own. Barato it firmly as he looked up at him with an almost childlike enthusiasm that felt completely at odds with the composed soldier he had been just moments ago. "Barato?" Elion was shocked. How could someone's personality change so quickly? His expression froze for a brief second as he stared down at the man who was now practically beaming at him. Lucky for him, he didn't have to deal with the oddity of the situation for long. One of the seven behind Yakuza, a woman, walked up and tugged firmly on the back of his armor, dragging him away. Ahem! She cleared her throat awkwardly, clearly a bit embarrassed by her companion's antics. "Forgive the vice commander. He tends to get excited when he meets a strong person he can look up to." Elion laughed lightly. "I understand. We all have things that we love. My name is Lena, by the way," she said as she reached toward Yakuza to get his attention, holding firmly as he hesitated for a moment. "Nice to meet you, Lena," Elion said, giving her a light smile. He looked at her briefly as he spoke. She paused for a moment under his gaze, blushing lightly before looking away, her grip on Yakuza loosening briefly before she quickly regained control and pulled him back another step. She looked to be around the same age as Yakuza, maybe late 20s or early 30s, dressed in fitted armor that had seen its fair share of combat. Though unlike the others, she carried a bow in one hand without any visible quiver. Her short, shoulder-length hair was slightly disheveled, and her overall appearance carried a rough, battle-worn edge that contrasted with the faint softness in her features. But she was kind of cute, if a bit boyish, thanks to her short-trimmed shoulder-length hair and the rough look on her person. Maybe it was just that she was coming for battle. Tristan gave Elion a light pat on the shoulder. "Don't mind those two." He glanced at the remaining 6 captains. "How about the rest of you introduce yourselves?" he suggested. After that, the other 6 stepped forward one by one. The rest of them were not as loud or eccentric as Yakuza, but each of them carried their own weight and presence, their armor and weapons clinking softly as they moved. "I am Kael'Varion," the first said, a tall human male with a scar running across his cheek and a long sword strapped to his back, captain of the eastern flank. Next came a slender elf woman with silver hair tied behind her. Her green eyes were sharp and observant as they studied Elion closely. "Silvara," she said simply, giving a small nod. "Archer and long-range mage's captain." A broad-shouldered beast man stepped forward after her, a lionkin with a thick mane and golden eyes, his heavy gauntlets clinking as he folded his arms. "Olga," he grunted, his deep voice rumbling, frontline commander. Then a shorter figure stepped forward, a dwarf woman with braided auburn hair and a massive hammer resting on her shoulder. She gave him a wide grin. "Linda," she said proudly, "siege captain." A pale man followed, his skin almost sickly looking, with faint dark veins visible along his neck. A vampire. Though clearly allied with the coalition here, his red eyes flickered faintly as he gave a polite bow. Cassiel, he introduced smoothly, support and night operations. This guy was the only vampire that Elion had seen since he had arrived in this camp. Well, in this world. It immediately made him think about Celeste. He didn't know how long had passed since he had come into the trial. He could only hope that it wasn't too long, and they would not have to spend longer than necessary in this place. He really wanted to get back to her and be with her during the time that followed her pregnancy. He also wanted to be there when she gave birth, for reasons that were obvious to him. Esme and Ophelia were also in a similar situation, but those two were more than capable. It had already been 2 months since their cycle started, and he hadn't seen them much since. The last stepped forward quietly, a foxskin woman with orange ears shifting lightly atop her head, her tail swaying slowly behind her as she looked at Elion with curious golden eyes. "Lyria," she said softly, "Scout Captain." One by one, they finished their greetings, each of them showing respect in their own way. Though there was still that underlying curiosity and caution in their gazes, it was clear that Elion's earlier display had already spread through the ranks, and none of them were taking him lightly. Once the greetings were out of the way, they all began to move toward the war table. The large map spread across it rustled slightly as hands rested on its edges. Tristan naturally took his position at the head of the table, his presence anchoring the group as the others arranged themselves around him, forming a loose circle. Elion stepped in with them, his eyes briefly scanning the map laid out before them. The forest was drawn in detailed lines with markings scattered all across it. Though he didn't fully understand how to read it, he could tell it was important from the way everyone leaned in slightly. Their expressions growing more serious, they spoke for a long while after that, about things you would expect from a war council on the front lines, supply chains, and how long their rations would last, routes through the forest, and which ones were still usable, strategy and how to shift their forces to better positions, losses during the day, and which squads had been wiped out or heavily reduced, and plans for the night. Even if things were usually quiet, it was not beneath demons to plan a night ambush, so they adjusted patrols and reassigned watches just in case. Maya and Zenobia were mostly quiet, listening more than speaking, while Aaron gave his input when needed, stepping in to clarify things or offer small suggestions. Time passed like that, the light inside the tent slowly dimming as the sun crept over the horizon, setting for the day. And eventually Tristan straightened at the head of the table and dismissed everyone. "That will be all for today. Get some rest," he said simply. There was a quiet murmur of acknowledgement as the captains began to leave, armor and weapons clinking softly as they stepped out one by one. "Oh, Aaron," Tristan called out. Aaron turned back. "Yes? I will trust you to ensure our new comrade finds his way around. And that includes finding a tent for him to rest in, the bathing stations, as well as the large open area we use as the mess hall." "Of course," Aaron nodded. He then led Elion outside, the cool evening air greeting them as they stepped out of the tent, the camp already settling down for the night. Maya and Zenobia quickly walked off behind the large tent to check on some supplies, without so much as a word, and Elion could only sigh, glancing in that direction briefly before he looked away, hoping he would be able to interact with her again. At this point, he could only hope she would be at least a little less aggressive than she had been when they first met, though he and T really helped his own case there, but he really needed to up his game, or he might really have to go completely dry on system points. Aaron led the way away from the central area quietly, his pace steady as he moved through the camp. It was the most crowded place in the whole camp, and so, of course, that meant he got lots of respectful nods and greetings, soldiers straightening slightly as they noticed him, some offering brief words while others simply dipped their heads before returning to what they were doing. Elion walked beside him, his gaze shifting from one interaction to another, taking note of the subtle authority Aaron carried. It wasn't something loud or forced, but it was clearly there in the way people reacted to him. Once they had walked far enough that they only ran into someone once or twice, the noise of the central area fading behind them, Aaron finally spoke. Maya, Zenobia, and I each took a tent very spaced out from each other. So did the captains and the vice commander. That central tent serves as Commander Tristan's sleeping quarters as well. Elion nodded as he looked ahead, his eyes briefly passing over the more scattered tents in this part of the camp. Yes, then make sure you don't leave the weaker mages and fighters isolated in case of an emergency or ambush. It also leaves room for plenty of flexibility. Aaron nodded to Elion's analysis without slowing his pace. I should take this as you telling me I will be given a similar position? Elion asked, glancing at him. Of course, though, I hate to admit it, you are far stronger than I am. So, I would really like to put your strength to good use to win this war, and in turn, pass this stage of the trial without incident. Aaron looked back at Elion over his shoulder, his gaze oddly serious. Make no mistake, though, I don't plan to ride your coattails for too long. I will work harder than ever and catch up to you. Elion raised a brow slightly, a faint hint of amusement touching his expression. And why is it you think that is necessary? Aaron looked back to the front, falling quiet for a few seconds as he continued walking, his heavy boots crunching the leaves and twigs below, the sound carrying softly in the otherwise quiet surroundings. Honestly, I don't think telling you this is a good idea, but I can see that you are a smart person, so I think you'll figure it out eventually. He paused again, as if considering whether to continue. You heard from that mysterious voice that this is the first trial of 3, yes? I did, Elion replied. Aaron nodded slightly. For now, this is speculation on my part, but it is highly probable that one of the preceding 2 trials will involve combat against each other, 7 trial takers. Elion's eyes sharpened at that, the thought settling quickly in his mind. Yes, that is indeed a plausible conclusion. That makes sense, he said aloud, his tone calm, though his mind had already begun to turn over the implications. After that, they both remained quiet for the majority of the walk. The tents in this area becoming more spaced out, the camp quieter, the sounds of activity now distant and faint. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then Elion broke the silence. Well, we do not need to think about all that at the moment. Let's work together for as long as we need to. Cinchuredo, ha 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 ha. It wasn't he restrained or polite. It was a full laugh, the kind that made his shoulders shake slightly, his eyes tearing up a little as he tried to catch his breath. Well, aren't you quite the narcissist? And here I thought you were going to wish me all the best, and maybe say you were not going to hold back or something. Elion shrugged with a light smile on his face, his eyes closing lightly as he walked, completely at ease. What can I say? I'm just that overpowered. I don't think you stand chance. Aaron's laughter slowly faded, though the amusement didn't fully leave his face. His eyes sharpened slightly as he gave Elion a look. Right? He didn't say anything more than that, only holding that look for a brief moment before turning back toward the front. After that, they didn't speak again. The quiet of the outer camp settled around them as they continued walking side by side, while the last light of day slowly faded. They eventually made it to an area that was noticeably more sparse. The tents spread far apart with large gaps of open ground and scattered trees between them. The sounds of the main camp now distant and faint, and Aaron suddenly stopped in his tracks. Well, here we are, he said, gesturing toward a small one-man tent. Elion raised a brow as he looked at it, his expression shifting slightly. Isn't this supposed to be bigger? He had really thought that his tent would be something a bit more respectable, but what stood in front of him was no different from the tiny ones he had been seeing all throughout the camp. For a brief moment, he even wondered if Aaron was messing with him. Aaron laughed at that. Well, this is as big as it gets, he said casually. The others, the lower-ranked ones, sleep in 3s or 4s in this exact same tent. So yes, this is already better than what the general populace gets. Oh. Elion nodded slowly, taking that in. Oh well, I think I would rather sleep outside or something. Maybe even up in a tree. It must be really stuffy in there, he added with a small shrug. Aaron laughed again, taking his statement as nothing more than a joke. What kind of person would willingly sleep outside? You do you, I guess. Do you want me to show you the other basic spots? Nah, don't worry about it. Elion waved it off lightly. I'll find my way around. I'll just relieve myself somewhere out in the woods if I feel like going. Aaron snorted slightly at that. Well, suit yourself. Anyway, let me get back to my post. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. He gave a small wave before turning around, his figure quickly blending into the dim light as he disappeared into the darkening woods. Elion stood there for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh before turning toward his supposed tent. He stepped forward and opened the flap, which didn't even have a proper fastening, just a small hook holding it in place. And peeked inside. There was a single sleeping bag and nothing else inside. No padding, no sheets, or well, whatever people used when they camped out. Well, I didn't really expect comfort, but isn't this a bit too much? He muttered out loud. He sighed again, rubbing the back of his neck slightly. Maybe the system will have something useful. For the moment, he closed the tent again, letting the flap fall back into place. It was still too early for him to be sleeping anyway, at least for his liking. The others would probably collapse the moment they got the chance. They did look visibly exhausted after everything they probably went through during the day. But him, despite everything he had done in the battle earlier, he wasn't even a little bit winded, not the slightest hint of fatigue lingering in his body. Let me go for a little stroll. With that, he looked up toward the trees. Then in a single smooth motion, he dashed upward, landing on a thick branch with enough power to make the entire tree shake slightly. He paused there for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the dimly lit forest, taking in the scattered lights of distant campfires and the faint movements below. Then, without hesitation, he pushed off again, one tree to the next, then another and another. He moved quickly, almost silently, his figure weaving through the branches with practiced ease, not heading toward any particular destination, but just moving anyway, further and further away from the central camp. At some point, he might have been spotted once or twice, a shadow flickering through the trees, enough to make a few groups near their campfires tense up slightly. A few hands drifted toward their weapons as they glanced into the darkness. But just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone again, already moving deeper into the forest. Eventually, he made his way to an area where there were no people camping out at all. The presence of the mage army was completely absent, leaving only the quiet of the forest behind. The pale light of the moon was just starting to pierce through the thick canopy of trees above, casting long, low shadows that stretched across the branches and forest floor. Elion finally stopped on a thick branch, his feet planting firmly into it as he killed all his momentum in one motion. The impact sent a slight tremor through the tree as it shook faintly. "Ho!" He breathed out deeply as he gave a brief look around. "This will do," he said quietly. He lowered himself onto the branch, sitting comfortably despite the height. His feet dangled freely below as he leaned back slightly, letting his body relax. He had really planned anything when he started running around like that. It just happened like he needed to move to get away for a bit. Someone might argue that he could have done the same back in his tent. But there were always people around, the constant presence, the noise, the subtle feeling of having people around you never really left. Here, there was none of that, just silence and lots of space. He tilted his head up slightly, his gaze finding a small opening in the canopy above, where the bright full moon hung in the sky, looking down at him. A faint smile formed on his lips. The pale light washed over his face, soft and cool, the breeze brushing gently against his skin, carrying with it the distant scent of smoke from somewhere far off in the camp. He let out a quiet sigh. It really is too real. He stayed like that for a long while, not moving and not thinking about anything in particular, just sitting there, letting his mind empty itself. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how much. He didn't really care. When enough time had passed, and he couldn't keep his thoughts completely void, his mind began to wander toward this world. He began to think of another possibility. What if they had not been sent back in time, but instead to another world entirely, one that was just similar to theirs? He scoffed lightly at the thought, shaking his head. Nah, that's even more impossible than the possibility of this being some kind of illusion. His gaze remained fixed on the moon above as his thoughts continued to wander. What kind of power would it even take to do something like that? To transport people across worlds, across entirely separate realities, or a parallel world of some sort? That wasn't just strong. That was something else entirely. Something on a scale he couldn't even begin to comprehend. He exhaled slowly. Yeah, no way. Even with everything he had seen so far, everything he had experienced in this place, that idea still felt too far-fetched, too absurd to seriously consider. And yet, he didn't dismiss it completely. The world was simply too vast, and the uncharted mysteries within it ran even deeper, stretching far beyond what he could see or understand, endless and almost suffocating in their scale. Woo! The wind whistled past his ears, brushing against him as it slipped through the branches, and along with it, he caught a faint sound. He stilled slightly, his focus sharpening as he tilted his head just a fraction. The distant sound of flowing water caught his hearing. Is it a river? He narrowed his eyes, honing in on it, letting everything else fade into the background as he concentrated, and sure enough, the distant trickle became clearer and more defined. He heard the steady rhythm of water moving over stone, reaching him even from this distance. Even for someone with his enhanced senses, it was impressive. He pushed himself up onto his feet in one smooth motion. How lucky! Maybe I can bathe. Chapter 270. Would you believe if I said no? Without another thought, he leaned forward and dashed off, his body cutting through the air as he moved from branch to branch once again, making a direct line toward the source of the sound, the faint rush of water growing clearer with each passing moment. It took him a few minutes to get within the vicinity of the river, which was telling considering the speed he had been moving at, and as he got closer, the sound only grew louder, clearer, more defined. Once he was near enough, he jumped down from the tree, landing lightly on the forest floor, and decided to walk the rest of the way. The splashing was even louder now. Loud enough for him to realize that this wasn't just a river making the splashing sound. There was a waterfall, and not a small one either. As he moved forward, weaving through the trees, he began to catch glimpses of it through the foliage, though most of his view was still blocked by branches and leaves. When he finally stepped out onto the riverbank, a smile spread across his face. Well, would you look at that? Isn't this a nice view? The waterfall stood at around 15 meters high, the water cascading down into a wide, calm pond below. The flow of the river was gentle enough that it gathered there briefly into a pool before continuing downstream. The pond itself is much larger than the waterfall and the general width of the river, easily stretching over 25 meters at its widest point. The surface of the water reflected the full moon beautifully, its pale glow shimmering across the pond. But that was even the most breathtaking part. There were brilliant small lights shimmering from just above the surface, all the way high up into the air, hundreds of them. The flickering motes that hovered just above the surface of the water were like drifting manna, glowing in soft hues of blue, green, gold, and violet. Their combined light created an ambient glow that made the entire place feel almost unreal. Wow, Elion muttered. It was the kind of place that made you hesitate. This place felt too pure and too divine to sully with mere mortal presence. It made you feel like even bathing here might profane its magic. A ripple disturbed the pond's center, followed by a massive splash and the chime of light, feminine giggles. Elion's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He hadn't sensed anyone there. And yet, two people broke the surface, water cascading off their clothes as they emerged, making ripples spread outward. It took them both only a heartbeat to spot him lurking on the bank, while Elion couldn't tear his gaze away, frozen in a mix of surprise and curiosity. Not because he didn't want it, but because the moment had caught him completely off guard. His heightened perception pierced the night like a blade, mapping every detail with crystal clarity despite the distance. The full moon illuminated them all starkly, erasing shadows and leaving nothing to the imagination. Zenobia and Maya waded into the shallow pond in their swimwear, their clothes tucked safely on the distant shore. Who would dive into such pristine waters unprepared? Droplets clung to their shoulders as they rose from the water, sparkling in the afternoon light as they laughed and splashed together. Zenovia's presence radiated raw power, her strong bravado moving gracefully through the water with each breath. Maya's build was softer in contrast, and her appearance surprised him in ways he hadn't initially expected. She had a modest bravado, though he would not call it large or even average. She was definitely on the smaller side, paler than Zenovia's and bravado in appearance. Zenovia's bravado opened slightly, her expression shifting into pure shock. The full moon cast its light over all three of them, illuminating their faces clearly, leaving no room for ambiguity in what each of them was seeing. Zenovia and Maya were completely caught off guard by the sudden company, and Elion had witnessed bravado than he had expected to that evening. His heightened perception didn't help matters either. If anything, it made things worse. It was strange, really. That same perception had failed to detect their presence entirely while they were underneath the water. And yet now, it mapped everything out with perfect clarity. And it even went further and pierced the obscurity under the water. Sincerado now, I can bravado in peace. He drew in a dramatic breath as if taking in the striking scene. For a split second, there was a deadly silence. Then Zenovia and Maya's faces flushed crimson, embarrassment coloring their bravado. Steam seemed to rise from their heated faces, while their bravado instinctively curled in to shield themselves. They both instantly crossed their arms over their bravado protectively, though one struggled bravado than the other. They looked like they might actually star bravado, but that only lasted a moment. Zenovia's expression twisted and burned with fury. You creep. She shot up from the pool of water in a violent surge, her hand keeping her covered as she built up all her momentum. Splash! She rose from the water with fierce energy. The motion rippled through the air as she raised her left hand defensively, dark mana gathering in her other palm, coiling like shadowy serpents, dark tendrils whipping through the air with a hiss. The magical energy pulsed with her rage, distorting the glowing lights above the pond into flickering shadows that danced menacingly. Eek! Maya let out a startled cry, immediately ducking back beneath the surface of the water. Her form vanished in a flurry of bubbles and splashes, leaving only ripples in her wake. Whether she was hiding away from Zenovia's enraged splash, or from Elion's gaze, perhaps only she knew. Zenovia, however, didn't stop. She seemed to have forgotten her surroundings in her fury. Her muscles coiled as she launched herself at Elion like a wolf. Well, Sincerado, bam. The impact of the collision hit like a thunderclap. Interestingly enough, the spell seemed to have dispersed. Maybe she had realized that even that was too much, or maybe her concentration had broken mid-cast. She collided heavily with his frame. Sincerado, they tumbled backward together, crashing onto the damp ground by the riverbank, the cool grass and mud cushioning the fall. Zenovia's golden eyes blazed with unbridled fury as she gained the upper hand over Elion, pressing him firmly into the ground with her weight as she pinned him in place. Sincerado, her tail whipping behind her like a lash. You followed us here, you creep. Zenovia shouted right in his face as her bravado bared in a fierce snarl. Water dripped from her as she stood over him, splashing down around them. Sincerado. Feel her claws press against his back as she held on. But for now, he lay there, dazed and alert, the glowing mana lights above casting ethereal colors over her skin. Dang, he realized that he had gotten distracted and hadn't answered her question. Even if it was only a second, Sincerado, but he tilted his head to the side, just in time, dodging it cleanly. She swung again, her arm whipping forward like a piston, but he dodged again. Over and over, the same motion repeated, her fists slamming into the ground with explosive bravado each time they missed. Dull booms echoing out as the earth cracked slightly beneath the impacts for a good 10 seconds straight. Whoa, calm down. Elion raised his hands in front of him in mock surrender, but she clearly had no intention of stopping. Then, with a wry smile, he added, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo before diving straight back into the water with a loud splash. Elion let out a breath of relief as he pushed himself up slightly, shivering from the cold water. This isn't over. Zenovia's voice came from the pond. And go away, so we can have some privacy. I need to wash up as well. That's why I came here, Elion called back casually. Well, go somewhere else. She called out firmly. I want to wash up here. It's a beautiful place. You are infuriating. You know that. Elion laughed lightly. So I've been told. He stretched slightly, rolling his shoulders, feeling the pull of his torn shirt hanging off one arm. You rushed to conclusions. I didn't follow you here. I just happened to hear the sound of a stream while taking a look around, and I came here. This time, she didn't answer. Elion glanced back toward the pond and found that only Zenovia's head was visible above the water, her face half submerged up to her nose. Her golden eyes peeked out, glaring daggers, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. He looked around the pool for Maya, but she was nowhere to be seen. But the bubbles disturbing the surface nearby told him that she was still there underwater. Just how deep did she go? Elion couldn't help but wonder if she wouldn't drown staying under for that long, or if she really just didn't want to be seen by him that much. Just go away into the woods for Barato, so we can get out of here. Zenovia shouted again from the pool. Elion smiled wryly. Yes, Ma'am. He gave the large pool of water one last glance before turning and walking back the way he had come, though he didn't go too far. He stopped at a distance where the waterfall, the river, and the pond were still within view. And despite the distance, he could still make out their movements. From behind a thick tree trunk, he leaned casually with eyes fixed on the water. Maya surfaced first, her head breaking the surface with a soft gasp, and her damp hair clinging to her shoulders and her face. She waded out quickly, water streaming off her as she looked around for a moment. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Elion pushed himself off the tree he had been leaning against and made his way back toward the pond once again. Once he made it back, Maya was standing behind Zenovia, angled slightly to the side. She still appeared flustered as she avoided any sort of eye contact with him. Meanwhile, Zenovia waited for him like an angry boss. Her arms were folded tightly across her barato, and her suit looked slightly damp from the rain. She didn't seem to notice it, though. Her posture was rigid, and her golden eyes were glaring at him like she wanted to skin him alive on the spot. He could see that both of their hair was still very damp. Droplets of water fell steadily from the barato strands, plinking onto the ground and tracing paths down the neckline of Zenovia's soaked fabric. I didn't say you could come back yet. Zenovia snapped the moment he got close. So you were eavesdropping on us? Elion's barato twitched slightly. He realized his mistake barato too late. Isn't this woman barato too uptight? What exactly was he supposed to say to that? He had technically been caught. No, he said. Yeah, right. She barked back immediately. She harumphed, but before she could continue, Maya reached out and tugged lightly at her waist. Zenovia paused and glanced back at her companion. Maya looked a little pale. Let us go, she said softly, her voice almost pleading, her eyes flickering nervously as if she wanted nothing more than to leave as quickly as possible. Zenovia hesitated. Her expression shifted as she looked between Maya and Elion. Something complicated passing through her gaze, like she was torn between honoring Maya's wishes and dealing with what she clearly saw as an unforgivable offense. TCH. In the end, she clicked her tongue and turned back toward him. She raised a hand and pointed at him sharply. We're not done here, she declared. With that, she harumphed again before grabbing Maya and pulling her along. Let us go. She positioned herself slightly in front of Maya as they moved, shielding her from Elion's view like an overprotective lioness guarding her cub. Cute, Elion thought, a faint chuckle escaping him. The two women disappeared into the forest soon after, their figures fading between the trees until they were completely gone. And just like that, he was alone again. He stood there for a moment after they left, the faint rustling of their departure fading into the quiet of the forest. He let out a small breath. Centurato, the cool night air brushed against his skin as he finished. For a brief moment, he simply stood there, taking in the scene again, the waterfall, the glowing lights, the stillness of the pond beneath the moonlight. Then he stepped forward and dove straight in. His body cut cleanly through the surface, sending ripples outward as the water closed around him, cool and refreshing, washing over him in an instant. He sank slightly before pushing himself back up, emerging with a quiet breath, droplets of water running down his face as he brushed his hair back. Yeah, he muttered, a faint smile forming. This was definitely worth it. The water wrapped around him the moment he settled into it, cool at first contact, yet carrying a faint underlying warmth that spread slowly across his skin, easing the tension in his muscles as if it were seeping into him. The calm of the place settled over him as he floated there. The flickering lights drifted lazily across the surface and just above it, their soft glow shifting in gentle pulses, casting faint colors that danced across his body and the surrounding water, creating a calm, almost dreamlike atmosphere. Elion let out a long breath. His body gradually went still as he leaned back, allowing himself to float, the water supporting him effortlessly as the sounds of the outside world faded into the steady rhythm of the waterfall and the quiet movement of the current. He closed his eyes. For a while, he did nothing but stay still and feel the sensation of the water, the subtle warmth, the cool air brushing against his face, and the faint glow pressing gently against his eyelids. Time slipped by quietly as he remained there, drifting in place, letting everything settle, all of it slowly fading into the background. It reached a point where Elion no longer even felt fully conscious. His thoughts slowed, then blurred, until they barely felt like his own anymore. He drifted in that strange in-between state, not quite asleep, not quite awake, his body weightless as the water cradled him gently. It felt good, too good, like there was no reason to move, no reason to open his eyes, and no reason to think. A quiet thought surfaced, soft and distant. Why wake up at all? Another followed. Isn't this enough? The warmth of the water seemed to deepen, the gentle glow of the floating lights pressing against his closed eyelids like a lullaby made tangible, soothing, coaxing, pulling him further down into that tranquil stillness. There's nothing waiting for you out there, nothing you need to do, nothing you truly want. The thoughts felt natural, like they had always been there, just waiting for him to finally give in. Wouldn't it be easier to just let go? His breathing slowed. His body sank just a little deeper into the water, his awareness fading further, the line between thought and nothingness dissolving. And then it was gone. His mind stilled completely, and his bravado relaxed fully. Sleep took him gently. That was easier than I expected. A soft, smooth, soothing female voice drifted through the air, cutting cleanly through the quiet as soft footsteps followed against the earth as someone stepped onto the open bank with a calm but unsettling presence. Chapter 272. Obvious. Meanwhile, two men with abyssal black eyes were sitting opposite each other in the highest spire of the academy. Only one had solid black pupils, while the other had completely black eyeballs, and one looked far older than the other. What would truly shock you is that these two were not that far apart in age at all. In fact, you could consider them to be peers. Such was the difference in lifespan between humans and the long-lived vampires. So you mean to tell me that Elion Nova is under suspicion of being a heretic who has made a contract with a demon? Dorian asked. Maximus, who had a neutral expression on his elderly face, replied, That is indeed what I said. Dorian frowned deeply. How troublesome. We came to Grimholt looking to meet this boy in Lucius' stead. This was the last thing he had expected to hear. This will complicate things. But he had to gather more information. He was going to take these people's words too seriously. And he also somehow managed to escape while surrounded by a plethora of mages and warriors far more powerful than him. He asked again. Maximus paused slightly. His expression remained as calm as ever, but it was obvious the question irked him. After all, he was among this plethora of mages who had been evaded by a junior. That is also true, he admitted after the pause. Dorian's frown deepened. And who made this accusation? Has he been proven guilty? Have you confirmed that he is indeed a heretic? He threw a string of questions. Too many things were simply amiss here. Nothing he had heard so far made any sort of sense. It was now Maximus' turn to frown. All of Dorian's questions were valid, and Maximus had no choice but to answer. He had no business playing games with someone as powerful as Dorian Silverfawn. Unlike what most people believed, Maximus had long since stopped being one of the most powerful warriors in the world. While they knew that he was way past his prime, he was still believed to be greatly powerful. After all, it was well known that old age only reduced your peak strength by so much. However, in the face of the true hidden experts, even he had to act restrained. People only thought he was so powerful because he fought in a certain famous battle, while someone like Dorian was only known among the upper class of mages. However, even they did not know the full extent of his power simply because he never showed himself openly. But Maximus was unfortunate enough to have known Dorian during their younger days. After all, he had suffered at his hand considerably, so he was well aware of his own strength in comparison to the vampire elder. When you reach this point, it also becomes clear that Maximus must also be familiar with Lucius. He knew what manner of monster that man was. So even if someone far weaker than Dorian had come as Lucius' envoy, just by stating that Lucius had sent a message directed to him, Maximus would have to give that person proper status and respect in such a setting. So he had no choice but to answer. Duke Dancrest claims to have found something on the boy. Apparently, he has a subordinate who is sensitive to such things. Dorian began to think, a pondering expression appearing on his face. Is that so? He said finally. Honestly, he never liked Dancrest and his family's ways. They were all nothing but power-hungry brutes, like most of the human kingdom's nobles. But this family in particular was unsavory. So the moment he heard the name, he had already decided to do his own investigation and check the validity of these claims. Either way, this whole situation was bound to complicate things greatly for their clan, and for Celeste most of all. I don't like where this is going. Dorian got up. If that is all the information you have on the boy for me, then I am going to be on my way. Wait, Maximus stopped him. Why is the vampire clan interested in a student of my academy? It was obvious where Maximus' thoughts had gone. He had begun to suspect that they had found out about the origin core and that they were hunting Elion for it. Former student, you mean? Dorian corrected. And you should know that I'm not going to answer that, even if he was once a student under your care. In my opinion, your accusations against him are unwarranted and made up. However, that is not my concern. I will be doing my own investigation. He continued. That aside, judging from the manner in which he left, he is very unlikely to return. Even if he has reasons to return, I doubt he would come back to the academy. Most probably, he will end up in the city. Now, if you will excuse me, old friend, I have places to be. Dorian gave Maximus a respectful nod, and then he simply vanished in a thin air without a trace, leaving behind a conflicted Maximus. He sighed deeply in his seat. Another opportunity had slipped out of his hands yet again. His fate was simply too pitiful. The gods seemed stubbornly intent on seeing him wither away and die of old age in this lifetime. How uncouth. It had been 2 days since the selection tournament had ended, and just as expected, the aftermath of Elion's rather complicated exit had thrown the academy, and even parts of the city, into complete disarray. Among those who truly understood what the incident meant, there was an uproar. The first pair, Cain and Vivian, had watched the event unfold with bated breath, and for a moment, when Elion was surrounded, they had wondered if perhaps the old man was wrong, and if the boy was really about to die here, but things ended up going well from their perspective at least. As for the matter of Elion being a heretic, they didn't take it to heart in the slightest. Their organization simply didn't care for such things. If one were to look at the kind of work they handled on a daily basis, it would become painfully obvious why. Morality was a flexible concept to them, and lines that most would never dare cross meant very little in their world. It was not beneath them to accept contracts that targeted the most vulnerable, including mothers and their unborn. Compared to that, A supposed heretic meant nothing. Then there were the general masses, the students, the lesser nobles, the onlookers. They had been shocked, to say the least. But shock quickly turned into noise, and noise turned into a single, dominant narrative. While opinions had initially been divided, those who shouted the loudest were the ones who believed that a heretic should be killed without question. And so, naturally, their voices drowned out the rest. Before long, the consensus had formed. Elion was a demon. The second group were the mages and warriors who had taken to the skies to surround him that day. Whether they had been there to observe, to intervene, or simply to curry favor with Duke Dancrest and Maximus, it didn't matter. What mattered was how it ended. They had been made fools of. They all felt like they had received a slap to their faces by a young mage, no less. Some of them had left the battlefield with red faces and clenched jaws, their pride wounded more than anything else. Others said nothing at all, but the humiliation lingered all the same. Duke Dancrest and Halbrecht were in this group, mostly Halbrecht. Dancrest had not wasted the opportunity. He had seized it immediately, declaring that Elion's escape was proof enough that his accusations were true. To him, there was no need for further investigation, and the majority could not help but agree with him. Then there were the students of the academy. Most of them had been quick to side with the masses. After all, how could the great mage Maximus be wrong? He had done far more to earn their trust than this fledgling talent ever could. Among the first years, it was even worse. They were the ones who had witnessed Elion's rise firsthand, his sudden and unnatural growth in strength. And now, with everything that had happened, they connected the dots in the worst possible way. To them, it all made sense. And so, without hesitation, the more shameless individuals flocked to William's side, offering him their support, reinforcing the idea that they had always stood on the right side. Of course, there were plenty of exceptions. Despite that, it came as no surprise that those closest to Elion found themselves isolated and alienated. Though no investigation, accusation, or anything of the sort was handed out, Mira, Arya, Isolde, Tessa, and even Lyra and Arya as friends are not left out. No surprise that academy life had been a little difficult the last few days. At least William did not have the guts to confront them. Well, he had tried once, but Mira had put him in his place so thoroughly that it left everyone stunned into silence. After that, people simply chose to avoid them, which, in its own way, made things easier. At least they still had each other. If anything, the isolation only strengthened their bond, forcing them closer together, leaving them with no one else to rely on but themselves. Arya, however, she was the most affected of all. Even after receiving Elion's message from Mira, it did little to calm her. If anything, it made things worse. Elion's absence seemed to make her jumpy. His presence had become something she depended on and missed deeply. And she had become like a person who relied on him. And now that he was gone, the emptiness was setting in. The Barado days that passed without seeing him, the Barado unsettled she became. It didn't help that he hadn't been around for a few days, even before he left. Of course, her parents and sister had been shocked about Elion's supposed heretic status, but they had their hands full trying to calm her down, and they hadn't even left the city 2 days after the tournament ended. But Arya rarely visited them. As for Mira's parents, their reaction was exactly what one would expect once they connected the dots. They hadn't met Elion, and they hadn't seen Mira since coming here, but there couldn't be that many first-year students named Elion, let alone one powerful enough to cause such an incident. By now, Madame Gale had grown tired of hearing her husband repeat the same thing over and over again, that he had been right, that the boy was bad news all along, even without ever meeting him. What truly infuriated him to no end was that foolish daughter of his had yet to come and see them, and she had no intention of doing so. Mira was actively avoiding them at all costs. She rarely left the academy grounds, and during the tournament, when they had tried to intercept her at the arena, she had managed to evade them every single time with the help of the others. On another note, the rankings for the Hidden Realm spots had finally been decided. And with Elion gone, well, the outcome was obvious. Chapter 273, Mira meets Esme Tessa, Isolde, Mira, and William ended up taking those spots in the end. Arya wasn't too disappointed about being the only one left out, since she hadn't expected to get a spot after losing to William. Tessa and Isolde had begun visiting the dungeon again today. Since the Hidden World opening was still about 2 months away, they had plenty of time, weeks even, to gain some experience points and maybe level up a bit more. Mira had actually tagged along with them on the way to the city, and now they were just about to separate. She was wearing a cloak over her clothes, for obvious reasons. "This is where we separate," Mira said to Isolde and Tessa as she briefly took off her cloak. Her black hair fell down her back once it was freed. Isolde and Tessa nodded, then stepped forward and gave her a hug one at a time. "See you soon, Mira," Isolde said. "Oh, will you be returning today?" "To the academy, Tessa asked. Mira paused, thinking for a moment. "Well, I just need to check his house out and see if the people he said might be there are back yet." Tessa let out a small laugh. "I still can't believe it when you said Elion owns a mansion in the city." Mira gave a small shrug. "Well, he didn't tell me about it either, until—" She trailed off. The three of them fell silent for a brief moment, their expressions darkening slightly as the same thought crossed their minds. Then Tessa suddenly laughed again, shaking her head. "No need to be all doom and gloom. If he said he'll be back, he'll be back." Isolde and Mira both smiled faintly. "Yeah, you're right." Tessa and Isolde waved Mira off before turning and heading down another road. Mira watched them go for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh before pulling her cloak back over herself and continuing on her way. "Let us see what Husband El was on about," she muttered softly as she walked. Meanwhile, a pair of shady figures watched Mira's retreating form from the shadows of a dark alley. "That's her, right?" one of them asked quietly, his eyes narrowing as he kept his gaze fixed on her disappearing figure. "Yes, indeed," the other replied. "That is the young miss." The first man gave a small nod. "You go and report. I'll follow her." He reached into his cloak and pulled out a faintly glowing stone, its surface pulsing softly with light. "Take this," he said, handing it over. "I have the other one. It will lead you to me when you come back with the master." "Understood." The second man took the stone without hesitation, then turned and quickly slipped out of the alley, disappearing down the road without a trace. The first remained behind for only a moment longer before stepping out, just enough to keep Mira within sight. Then, silently, he began to follow. Mira stopped at the large gates of the dark manor, leading into Elion's mansion. "How do I get inside?" she murmured, looking up at the tall gates from beneath her cloak before glancing around at the well-kept gardens beyond. "This place is big," she commented to herself. It was easily the size of her parents' estate, and despite knowing that those two mysterious Barado from his memories had gotten it for him, she was still impressed. Honestly, it was still difficult to come to terms with everything she had seen in his memories, the fragments he had shown her. Most of it, she didn't even fully understand. But what had shocked her the most was that Elion had impregnated not one, not two, but 3 women. She couldn't have imagined someone as young as him to be so willing to have children, even though she had heard him talk about it with Arya. They had, in the end, decided to put it off until much later in their lives. She couldn't imagine that being her honestly. Though she hoped to be a mother one day, to bear her beloved as children, the key word was one day. She let out a quiet, right chuckle. "As expected of my husband." A faint smile tugged at her lips as she shifted her weight from one leg to the other. Just as she was about to step forward and try the gates, far in the distance, the doors of the manor swung wide, and a woman stepped out, walking down the long stone path toward the Barado. Mira stilled in her steps. Even from afar, the woman's presence was striking, almost regal. Her elegant bearing, her presence, the way she carried herself, it all drew the eye effortlessly, making it hard to look away. For a brief moment, Mira found herself entranced despite being a beautiful woman herself. It wasn't until the woman stopped on the other side of the gates that she snapped out of it, a small smile forming on her Barado. "Hello, Esme," she greeted lightly. Of course, she recognized this woman standing before her. The long black hair that was so similar to her own, the striking features, the blue eyes. Her confident posture as she stood there in her elegant dress. Cinchuredo. But he had never specified how many, and she hadn't met any of them yet. So this girl in front of her, she was uncertain. Was she another lover? A potential lover, or just a close friend? Mira didn't answer immediately. Instead, she simply smiled, her gaze slowly trailing over Esme's barato, as though she was looking for something on her person. It has been 2 months, no? Physically, you don't seem to be pregnant at all. Esme's eyes sharpened instantly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. How did you? Mira only giggled. Come now, dear sister. She tilted her head slightly, her smile widening just a bit. Open the gates so we can talk inside. Esme narrowed her eyes further, her gaze sharpening as she looked deeply into Mira, as if trying to peel back every layer and see what lay beneath. In the end, she sighed. With a small snap of her fingers, the gates groaned open. Mira stepped forward without hesitation, walking past her and into the estate. Esme's eyes lingered on her for a moment, but then her gaze shifted, looking off into the distance beyond the gates, her expression turning slightly thoughtful as if she was looking at something. She was followed. Or is an accomplice? The former seemed more likely. She thought about eliminating this person. The thought passed through her mind briefly before she shook her head. Let us see what this person plans to do. In the end, both Mira and whoever might be watching were far too weak to pose any real threat on their own. Even if they brought someone stronger later, Esme was more than confident she could deal with it. So she let it be and followed after Mira. It wasn't too long before the two of them were seated in the lounging area, the atmosphere inside the manor calm and refined. They sat across from each other on plush couches, each holding a cup of freshly prepared tea, the faint steam curling upward between them. Esme set her cup down first. So, she began, I would appreciate it if you told me which one of Lord Husband's women you are. Mira raised a brow slightly. Lord Husband? The way she said it was oddly fitting. A small smile tugged at her lips. I'll take it. She cleared her throat lightly and set her own teacup down, her expression turning a bit more serious as she began to recount everything. It wasn't easy explaining the sequence of events, the memories, the connections, everything she had seen and experienced. But she did, and by the end of it, Esme understood. A heavy frown had settled on her face. No, more than that. Her expression had darkened to the point where it almost looked like she wanted to harm someone. A low, eerie chuckle slipped from her bravado. Dancrest, you say? The expression on her face was unsettling enough to startle even Mira. A chill ran down her spine as bravado stiffened slightly, a faint tremble passing through her. Had she still been holding her teacup, she might have spilled it or dropped it entirely. It seems I have a target to destroy, Esme said in an eerily calm and low voice. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the terrifying look on her face vanished. It was replaced by a heavy, trembling sigh as she leaned back slightly, composing herself with great effort. When she looked up again, her gaze softened upon noticing Mira's reaction. Oh, I didn't mean to scare you, sister, she said sweetly. Mira let out a small breath, forcing a wry smile. It's fine. Esme sighed again, this time more quietly, a trace of regret slipping into her expression. It seems we were too relaxed, she murmured. I can't imagine what he had to go through. We were tasked with protecting him, ensuring his safety, and yet, her eyes lowered slightly. I'm just glad he managed to escape safely. Though I do hope he is fine. He was gravely injured, no? Mira nodded, yes. But I think he'll be fine. From what I know, he has ways to heal himself and others from grave injuries. Esme gave a small nod at that. Mother will not be happy, though, she added. Mira blinked slightly. Oh, that's right. There was supposed to be another enchantress, Esme's mother. Where's your mother? Mira asked. She went to seek out her sisters, Esme answered briskly. All right, they're Esperado of them, Mira thought. She still had some trouble recalling everything Elion had shown her. The sheer amount of information made it difficult to piece together without having to go back through everything like flipping pages in a book. After answering a few more of Esme's questions about the academy, including whether they still plan to stay there, Esme offered to take all of them under her wing. Mira declined. Tessa and Isolde were still not entirely sure about their place in Elion's life, and Mira knew her presence at the academy would help keep things stable. The most troublesome was Tessa. Her relationship with Elion hadn't really progressed that far, and yet, Cinceredo, it would give her time to come to terms with her own feelings. As for Isolde, well, that matter was more or less a closed case. She had fallen completely. Hook, line, and sinker. Mira could see it clearly. The way Isolde struggled internally, trying to stay composed, trying to comfort both Mira and Arya while being just as affected by Elion's departure, perhaps even more. She hid it well behind that gentle, ever-present smile, but Mira could see through it. And unfortunately, there was very little she could do about it. That kind of emptiness, that kind of longing, only Elion could fill it, which meant that right now, he was the one Isolde needed the most. Once everything else had been discussed and settled, Mira finally voiced the question that had been lingering in her mind. In fact, it had been bothering her very much for the past 10 or so minutes while they were talking. So, how is it that you don't appear to be with child at all? Her gaze drifted down to Esme's completely stomach. Chapter 274. Illusion. Mira was no pregnancy expert. She had never seen a woman go through a full cycle after all, and she didn't have any siblings to compare with. But still, 2 months was a long time. Surely there should be something, some kind of physical change, no matter how small. And yet, no matter how closely she looked at Esme, she seemed completely normal. Wait, are you not pregnant? Mira asked, her brows knitting together slightly. Maybe Elion's ability didn't work the way he thought it did. Esme let out a soft laugh, bringing a hand up near her face. Her blue eyes glowed faintly. Mira could immediately feel that she was casting a spell. The air before her shimmered slightly and distorted. Vanished, or rather, it changed form. A small, subtle bump appeared in its place, just barely noticeable, but undeniably there. Mira's jaw dropped on. Esme laughed out loud when she saw the expression on Mira's face. I used an illusion to make it look flat, as it always has been, she said, her tone light. Cinceredo, do you want to touch it? She asked. Mira blinked and nodded. Please, can I? She stammered. Of course. Esme replied with a gentle smile. Mira stood, walking around the tea table before sitting down beside her. Esme reached out and took Mira's hand and guided it gently toward her stomach. The moment her palm made contact, Mira flinched slightly. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to feel much of anything yet, Esme said softly. The fetus has barely developed. Mira nodded slightly. Don't worry, though, Esme continued with a small smile. You can keep visiting to see how much it has grown from time to time. Mira nodded again, gently pulling her hand back. She shifted a little, trying to create some distance between them, worried she might be sitting too close. Cinceredo. He really must spend a lot of time with you then. How wonderful, Esme added casually. Mira gave a wry smile. You also know how enormous husband Elion's energy is. He could keep busy for days if he wasn't worried about her well-being. Esme laughed. That is indeed true. But as the laughter faded, she noticed something. Mira had gone quiet, her expression distant. Did I give you the desire to have your own child? Esme asked gently. Huh? Mira blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. No, it's not that. She shook her head. It's just. Her voice trailed off as she hummed softly, clearly hesitating, weighing whether or not to voice her thoughts. Esme didn't rush her. She simply waited in quiet patience. After a moment, Mira seemed to come to a decision. She looked up and looked Esme in the eye. You're so strong, Esme. It was a brief pause. Then, if you don't mind, can you teach me how to become a better mage? Esme gave Mira a long, searching look. It wasn't hard for her to understand where this was coming from. Mira wasn't weak, far from it. For her age, she was already quite strong, more than most could hope to be, but she was measuring herself against Elion. And that was simply unfair. That man is a monster. He wasn't someone you used as a standard. Not for anything related to being a mage. Even Esme herself had never been anywhere near that level at his age. But still, she understood. Mira didn't want to feel that same helplessness again, the kind she had felt while watching him struggle in the arena, surrounded, wounded, yet still standing alone. She didn't want to fall behind him. Not like that. And it wasn't jealousy. Esme could tell it quite clearly. There was no bitterness in her gaze, and not a trace of resentment whatsoever. Only the resolution that came from making a firm decision. A quiet, burning determination. She wanted to stand beside Elion, to support him, and to be someone he could rely on in his times of need and his weakest moments. All of that. Esme could see it clearly in her emerald green eyes. That steady, unwavering look. And beneath it, a faint trace of fear. Fear that she might be rejected. I understand. Esme smiled softly. Do not expect it to be easy, though. Esme warned, her tone calm but firm. It will be a steep mountain climb. As it should be, Mira nodded without hesitation. You know, Lord Husband is a unique case, Esme continued. So I would advise you not to compare yourself to him. That will only leave you feeling inadequate, and in the worst case, insecure. Mira shook her head. I know that. I won't waste my time trying to catch up to him or anything like that. I only want to do my absolute best. Esme smiled softly and nodded in approval. You know, I envy your resolve. Huh? Mira blinked in surprise. Esme laughed lightly. Don't get me wrong. You might think I have no reason to envy you since I'm much stronger, but that's not it. She leaned back slightly, her expression turning more thoughtful. I pledge my allegiance to Lord Husband for my own reasons, and while I do love him deeply and want to see him in his most glorious form, I lack the same ambition and drive that you have to stand by his side. Mira remained quiet, listening. I want to stay with him, to be with him, to stand by his side as well. Or at least I thought I did, Esme continued. But now, I see that all of that pales in comparison to what you feel for him. She gave a small shrug. Perhaps it is simply my own lacking, or maybe it just means your love for him is greater than mine. Mira smiled at that. As you said before, there is no reason for any of us to compete or compare. We should just work together and do our best to support him. Esme's smile deepened. Well said, dear sister. Well said. They both paused for a bit as they let their thoughts and words settle. I am curious, though, Esme added, tilting her head slightly as her gaze drifted off for a brief moment. What do you think our husband vanished off to? Mira paused. Her expression shifted, her brows knitting ever so slightly as she thought back to everything that had happened. The way he disappeared, the circumstances surrounding it, the state he had been in. She let out a small breath. I'm not entirely sure. Her fingers curled slightly in her lap, but I don't think he is anywhere nearby. There was a brief pause before she continued. The way he left, it didn't feel like a normal escape, and we should be able to communicate through the seal. Her gaze lowered slightly. The only reason I can think of for why he is unable to speak with us is that he is too far away and the communication seal has a distance limit. Either that, or the seal has no distance limit at all, which would mean the link has been cut off somehow, meaning he might be in a separate space. Her voice trailed off. Esme leaned back slightly, her expression turning thoughtful. So he's been taken to some sort of separate space. Most likely, Mira replied. Silence settled between them for a moment. Then Esme smiled faintly. Well, wherever he is, her eyes gleamed softly. I pity whatever is on the other side. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the manor, a fuming Gale arrived in his carriage, accompanied by an entourage of 5 or 6 people, 2 of whom were the very same shady figures who had been following Mira. This is the damn place. He practically hissed as he stepped out of the carriage, his cane tapping against the ground as he leaned on it slightly. Yes, master, one of them replied. He had brought with him a pair of women and several men. Though his daughter had been extremely disobedient lately, it wasn't to the point where he would use men to restrain her if it came to that, hence the women. As for the men, they were there to deal with anyone who might try to get in their way. Gale walked forward, his gaze sweeping over the estate before he reached out and placed a hand against one of the cold metal bars of the gate. How do we open this blasted thing? He snapped. Clang. He struck the gate with his cane. the metal ringing dully as his belly jiggled slightly from the effort. At once, the four men stepped forward, moving to the gates as they began trying to force them open, gripping the bars and testing their strength as they looked for a way inside. Chapter 275. Servant, the metal bars didn't budge even a little. The four men strained as much as they could, their muscles tensing as they pushed and pulled, testing different points along the gate, trying to find some kind of weakness, but the structure remained completely unmoved, as if it had been rooted into the ground itself. One of them stepped back and slammed his shoulder into it. Clang! The sound echoed out sharply. Still nothing. Gale's expression darkened further. Useless, he muttered under his breath, holding his cane barato firmly as he tapped it impatiently against the ground. Break it. The men exchanged quick glances before nodding. One of them stepped forward, his aura flaring slightly as mana gathered around his arms, veins bulging along his skin as he drew back his fist and drove it forward. Boom! The impact rang out, louder this time, the force sending a faint ripple through the metal, but the gate remained intact. There was not even a dent in it. The man staggered back slightly, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Another stepped in, this time drawing a blade, the edge humming faintly with mana as he swung it across the bars. Screech dash. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal scraping against metal grated through the air, and yet nothing. Not a single mark. Silence fell for a brief moment. Gale, I twitched in annoyance. What? Is this nonsense? He muttered, his irritation only increasing. Behind him, one of the shady figures stepped forward slightly, lowering his voice. Master, this place may be protected by some kind of artifact. Gale clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH, of course it is. His gaze hardened as he stared at the gate, as if trying to force it open through sheer will alone. Then, from beyond the gates, a faint sound echoed out as the doors of the manor opened. Click! At the same time, the gates began to open on their own, slowly with a low, groaning creak. The men immediately stepped back, their hands going to their weapons as their expressions sharpened. Gale straightened slightly, his grip on his cane tightening as his eyes narrowed. From within the estate, calm, unhurried footsteps approached, and a woman emerged into view. The moment she stepped into the open, the air itself seemed to shift. Her long, dark hair swayed gently behind her as she walked, her posture relaxed, almost leisurely, yet there was something about her presence that made the burly men instinctively tense. Gale's annoyed eyes locked onto her. He was stunned for a moment by the woman's unparalleled beauty, but her dressing was not as high class as her looks, so he assumed her status was not so great in this place. His irritation flared instantly as he realized that he had been put into a trance by someone who was probably a servant, or at best, a personal attendant for whichever high-profile person owned this place. And who the hell are you supposed to be? He demanded, his tone sharp. Esme stopped just beyond the threshold of the gates. Her blue eyes flicked over the group in front of her, taking them in with a single glance. She smiled softly. And who? She replied, her voice calm, almost pleasant. Are you supposed to be making noise at my gate? Gale's bravado curled into a snarled tone, his irritation flaring instantly. My gate? He scoffed, tapping his cane against the ground. You speak as if this place belongs to you. His eyes swept over her with clear displeasure, his jaw tightening. His thoughts were clearly written all over his face. Call your leader. I did not come here to speak with underlings. Behind him, the men shifted slightly, their stances tightening, though there was a faint hesitation in their bravado that hadn't been there before. Something about this woman. Didn't sit right with them? It was odd that their master didn't seem to realize that. But that was probably because he was not that strong as a mage, and he didn't have the instincts of a warrior. That was why he hired men like them to protect him from potential dangers such as this. Esme's smile didn't change. If anything, it deepened. Servant. She repeated the word lightly, as if savoring the sound of it. Then she took a step forward, and in that instant, the air grew even heavier. It was not visible in any way that the eye could see, but it pressed down on them all the same in a suffocating wave of pressure. The men behind Gale stiffened, their instincts screaming at them, their hands tightening around their weapons without even realizing it. Even Gale's expression faltered for a fraction of a second before he forced it back into place. "You came all this way to cause a disturbance at my home," Esme continued, her voice still soft, still pleasant. "And yet you do not even introduce yourself properly." She tilted her head slightly, her blue eyes glinting. "How uncouth." Gale's face darkened. "You dare. I will ask once more." Esme cut him off smoothly, her tone no longer carrying that gentle softness, but something far sharper beneath it. "Who are you?" There was a pause, a brief, tense silence. Then, "Gale," he said, his voice heavy with authority, as if the name alone should mean something. "Head of the Gale family. And I am here for my daughter." His gaze sharpened. "I hear she entered this place not long ago." Cinceredo Esme's expression didn't change, but her eyes flickered slightly. "I see." She let the words hang for a moment before her lips curved once more. "Your daughter is safe." A beat passed, but whether you get to see her or not, the faintest trace of killing intent slipped into the air. Depends entirely on how you behave next. Gale's expression stiffened. "Are you threatening me?" he said, his voice dropping, heavy and cold. Behind him, the men straightened, their stances hardening as if waiting for the command to act, though that same invisible pressure still lingered in the air, making their instincts scream at them to be careful. Esme didn't answer immediately. She simply looked at him calmly, as if weighing something. "No," she said softly. "I'm setting a boundary." Gale's grip on his cane tightened, his knuckles whitening slightly. "You think a mere formation artifact and a few tricks will stop me from taking my daughter?" He scoffed, though his voice lacked a fraction of the confidence it had carried earlier. Esme took another step forward, and the pressure in the air increased noticeably. One of the men behind Gale staggered slightly, his breathing hitching as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Another swallowed hard, his hand trembling just a little where it rested on his weapon. Esme didn't even look at them. Her eyes remained locked on Gale. He didn't apply the same pressure on him as the others. Otherwise, he might have pissed himself already. Cinceredo would be a mistake. He suddenly realized that he had really misunderstood. This woman might really be the master of this place after all. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as nothing more than a flicker of Esme's aura touched him. One of the shady figures behind him leaned in slightly, his voice low. "Master, we should reconsider." Gale didn't respond. His burning eyes remained fixed on Esme, deeply fighting the urge to let his pride do the talking for him. But in the end, he was a merchant at heart. He had gotten this far by his wits and a bit of bootlicking. He didn't mind giving her some face as long as she had the right amount of strength, which she probably did. As much as it irked him, he had to step back. But he couldn't change his attitude too much, since that would make him look like a pushover. Clearly, this woman was also being cautious. Otherwise, with her strength, none of them would be standing already. TCH. His cane struck the ground once. "Fine." The word came out like poison. "Call her out." His gaze narrowed. "I will speak to her myself." Esme held his gaze for a moment longer. Then she smiled. "Of course." She held his gaze for a moment longer, as if measuring him one last time, then slowly turned her back on him, completely unguarded and unconcerned, to show her back to them, and began walking back up the path toward the manor. None of the men behind Gale dared to move even a single step. The pressure in the air only eased slightly once she had created some distance, and even then, it lingered just enough to remind them of what stood beyond those gates. Gale clicked his tongue again, but he didn't speak. He simply stood there, waiting. Inside the manor, Esme stepped into the lounge without a change in expression. Mira looked up immediately. "He is waiting for you," Esme said calmly. Mira froze. She didn't need to ask who, since she had already seen him through one of Esme's projection spells before she went out to greet him. Her expression hardened slightly, though a flicker of unease passed through her eyes. A brief silence followed. Mira's fingers tightened slightly in her lap before she let out a slow breath, steadying herself. She stood up. There was no point avoiding this anymore. Esme watched her for a moment, then spoke again. You don't have to go. Mira paused mid-step. Esme's gaze softened just a fraction. You are safe here. Mira turned her head slightly, looking back at her. For a moment, she seemed tempted. Then she shook her head. No, I should deal with this. Her voice was steady, more steady than she felt. Esme didn't stop her. She simply nodded. Very well. Mira adjusted her cloak slightly, pulling it tighter around herself before walking toward the entrance. Her steps measured, controlled, even as her thoughts churned beneath the surface. Esme followed behind her at a slower pace. The doors opened once more, and Mira stepped out. The moment Gale saw her, his expression shifted into immediate anger. Chapter 276. My future. The moment Gale saw Mira, his expression exploded into immediate anger. Mira. Her name came out more like the sharp hiss of an angry snake. Mira stopped just inside the open gates, keeping her distance, her eyes meeting his without wavering. Of course, Gale had tried to have one of his men walk past the gates when Esme went inside, only to be blocked by an invisible wall. It was like Esme was teasing them, opening the gates for them as if to allow entry, only for them to find that they couldn't walk past the gates at all. Father. A tense silence stretched between them as they held eye contact. What do you think you're doing here? Gale demanded, his voice rising slightly, and his cane striking the ground again. You disappear for days, you ignore your family, and now I find you hiding in some stranger's estate? Mira's expression didn't change. I'm not hiding. Then what is this? He snapped, gesturing around. You think you can do whatever you want just because you're in that academy? Mira's gaze sharpened slightly. I am doing what I think is right for me. Gale's face darkened. What is right? His voice dangerously dropped again. Associating with a heretic? With someone accused of consorting with demons? A flicker of emotion crossed Mira's face, but it wasn't doubt. It was irritation. He's not a heretic. You don't know that. Gale barked. I do. Her answer came instantly, without any hesitation from her side. That alone made something snap in Gale's expression. You will come home. Now. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Mira stood her ground. No. The word fell quietly, but it echoed heavily all the same. Gale's grip on his cane tightened. What did you say? I said no. Her voice was still calm and more steadier than ever. I'm not going anywhere with you. Gale took a step forward. You will not defy me. She already has. Esme's voice cut in smoothly from behind Mira. She stepped forward, coming to stand just behind Mira, her presence settling over the scene once more like a shadow. And I do believe, she continued lightly, that she made herself quite clear. Gale's eyes narrowed. Stay out of this. Esme smiled. I would. A pause. But Mira, here is my dear sister, and you are standing at my gate, raising your voice. Her eyes gleamed faintly, and I find that rather unpleasant. Gale's jaw tightened, his gaze flickering between Mira and Esme. It looked like his irritation would bubble over any moment now. You think I care what you find unpleasant? He snapped, though the edge of his voice had dulled just slightly. Esme didn't react. She simply looked at him with that calm look, but it only made Gale's irritation worse. Mira exhaled softly, stepping forward bravado. Her presence drew Gale's attention back to her. Father, enough. Her tone wasn't loud. She seemed to become calmer and more confident with Esme by her side, and for good reason. I didn't come here to argue with you. Gale scoffed. Then stop acting like a rebellious child and come home quietly. Mira shook her head. I already told you. I'm not going back anywhere with you. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides, but her gaze never wavered. I have things I need to do. And what could possibly be more important than your family? Gale shot back immediately. Mira didn't hesitate. My future. The answer was vague but simple at the same time. Gale's expression faltered for the briefest moment. You think your future lies here? He said, his voice lowering again. In a place tied to that boy. That thing? Mira's eyes flashed. Don't call him that. The air pulsed lightly, not because of Esme this time, but because of Mira. A faint ripple of mana stirred around her, distorting the air slightly. Gale saw it, and it made his anger surge again. He couldn't believe that she would dare to act like this, in front of other people, no less. Toward her own father. You think you can do what you want just because you have a strong ally? You want to waste all my efforts for some boy? Do you think that you can just disregard all that I have done to raise you and do as you see fit? He began slowly until his final words ended and echoed loudly. Not a chance. Mira didn't respond, because in her opinion, she didn't need to. Her silence was answer enough. Gale let out a sharp breath, his cane striking the ground again. Fine. The word came out cold. Then hear me clearly. His gaze hardened completely. If you walk away from this now, if you choose him over your family, he paused. You're no longer a part of the Gale family. A deep silence passed over them all. Even the men behind him seemed to stiffen at that. Mira didn't move. For a moment, it looked like the words might have shaken her. But then she took a light breath and steadied herself, putting on a light smile on her face. I was hoping you would say that, if that is what it takes. Her voice was quiet. Then so be it. Gale's eyes widened in disbelief. She had said it so simply and without hesitation that it made his heart ache. He had said the words as a way to scare her and maybe goad her into making the easy choice of staying with her family instead of some heretic who would, in his mind, no doubt be hunted once he showed himself. But instead, it seemed as if she had been hoping for this outcome all along. But instead of acknowledging it, he turned it into anger. Are you mad, girl? He shouted loudly as spittle flew from his mouth. Do you not care for your mother and brother? Have you forgotten who raised you? Don't misunderstand me, father, she answered calmly. I have not forgotten anything. But as much as you're going to start speaking of family, about familial love, raising me, and so on and so forth, I do not think I will be able to understand that language. Her smile deepened. After all, I have been taught to chase nothing but benefits and material things since the day I was born. So why must I conform to values that I do not understand? She shrugged. Gale's mouth gaped open. Never in his life did he ever think he would see the day that his own teachings would be used against him. By his own daughter, no less. What was he supposed to say to that? It would only make him appear to be a cheap and shameless human being who believed in their own values, so long as it benefited them. But then he still had a way to twist her words. He had been playing this game way too long for him to lose to a little girl who was still green. And what benefits do you think you will get from associating with this demon? This is foolish and illogical. Have I taught you nothing? Well then, father, I guess I am just a foolish little girl who knows nothing. She finished with a smile. Do not waste your breath. You are not going to convince me into anything. I suggest that you give up. Cedric should be enough to achieve your ambitious goals. No? Or are you admitting that your only son is useless? Gale didn't answer to that last jest, since he knew he wouldn't win that argument. The tense silence was the only thing everyone could hear now. His eyes were red and strained, and it took him at least a minute to finally speak. If this is what you want, then don't come crawling back when you realize your mistake. But I promise you this. You are an investment that I have gambled on for the past 19 years of my life. I have not taken any losses in all my days as a merchant. I will not start now. One day, I will come to collect the debt that you owe me, and it will not be pretty. Mira said nothing, and Gale only stared at her for a moment longer. Then he turned sharply toward his entourage. But maybe I might not need to do anything at all. Your little demon will get you in deep trouble sooner or later. He threatened sharply. Let us go. He didn't wait. He turned around and walked into his carriage without looking back even once. The men followed quickly, none of them daring to linger as they retreated toward the carriage. The two shady figures exchanged one last glance before slipping away as well, disappearing into the surroundings. The carriage door slammed shut, and moments later, they were gone. The area fell silent once more. Mira stood there for a long moment with her gaze fixed on where they had been. She said nothing. Then a soft breath left her lips. Behind her, Esme stepped forward quietly. You held your ground well, she said. Mira let out a small, wry laugh. Did I? Her voice was quieter and a bit heavier now, but at least there was no regret in it, only resolve. Esme placed a hand gently on her shoulder. You did. Mira closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. They were clear and focused. She turned slightly and looked up into the sky. She stood there for a moment longer before she finally let out a quiet breath and turned around. Esme was already walking back toward the manor Mira followed and caught up quickly. You know, he really does cause quite a bit of trouble for someone who isn't even here. Mira blinked, then let out a small laugh of her own. But he does. They stepped through the doors together as Esme glanced at Mira from the side with a playful glint in her eyes. And yet, despite all that trouble, you seem like you would die for him if it came to it. Mira rolled her eyes lightly, though a faint smile tugged at her lips. As if you're any different. Esme laughed softly. I suppose not. They continued walking deeper inside, their steps echoing faintly through the halls. You said earlier that he could go on for days, Esme added casually, her tone teasing now. I take it you've had to deal with that multiple times? Mira's face flushed slightly. You make it sound like it's a burden, she replied dryly. If anything, he's the one who keeps his distance. Esme let out a low hum, clearly amused. How considerate of him. Mira huffed softly. Trust me, if he didn't, none of us would be getting any rest. That made Esme laugh a little louder this time. I can imagine. There was a brief pause before Esme added, her voice lowering just slightly with a teasing edge, and here I was thinking I was special. Mira shot her a look. You are, just not in that way. Esme placed a hand over her chest dramatically. How cruel. Mira couldn't help but laugh at that. Well, Esme said after a moment, a soft smile on her lips when he returns. I suppose we'll all have to make up for lost time. Mira smirked slightly. Something tells me he'll make sure of that himself. Esme's eyes gleamed faintly. I look forward to it. Chapter 277. More fun Celeste SPOV. Celeste stood still on the endless surface of water, the ripples from her last movement long gone by now. The space gradually returned to that same eerie silence that felt too deep and too empty, even for her liking. She had just won her 7th fight, and though each fight had been difficult in its own way, proven by her somewhat currently battered state, she was still a bit distracted. Her thoughts refused to move past what the ancestor Darius from her first battle had said before vanishing into nothing after she defeated him. Time magic. She frowned slightly, her brows knitting as she lifted her hand slowly, staring at it as if she expected something to manifest, but nothing happened, no matter how much she focused on it. She had done the same thing each time after every fight, to no avail, unfortunately. There was no shift, no distortion, and no sensation that would even hint at such an affinity. And yet, he had said it so confidently, like he was sure of it, and that was not something an ancestor of his level would mistake so easily. Trial for 2, she muttered quietly, her hand lowering as her gaze drifted toward her stomach for the briefest moment before she straightened again. Her expression settled back into calm. There was no time to dwell on confusion. A dark, bloody red glow engulfed her body, and she was once again healed to peak condition for the 7th time in this trial. It was the trial's way of balancing things out. Since she was up against a different opponent at their peak strength each time, it was only natural that she enter each battle in the same peak state as when she began. And of course, that also meant her next opponent was about to make an appearance. The water beneath her feet trembled slightly. It was subtle at first, a faint ripple that spread outward in slow circles. But it didn't stop. It grew steadily, the surface beneath her feet vibrating lightly, as if something deep beneath it had begun to stir. And then Batum. A loud heartbeat echoed out. It echoed through the space, not through her ears, but directly into her mind, into her chest, sinking with her own pulse for a brief moment before it diverged again. Batum. The water began to darken. What had once looked like an endless reflective surface now seemed deeper and heavier, the color shifting into a thicker, darker, ink-like color that bled through it. Shapes began to form beneath the surface, faint silhouettes at first, They were indistinct and continuously shifting, but growing clearer with each passing second. Celeste's eye sharpened. She stepped back slightly, her stance adjusting instinctively as mana began to circulate through her body. Her senses expanded outward as she tried to gauge what was coming, and then the first figure broke the surface. It was a hand, a pale and slender hand. It rose slowly from the water, droplets sliding down its length as it reached upward, followed by an arm, then a shoulder, and then a full body pulled itself free from the surface as if emerging from another world entirely, and then another, and another. Dozens, no, hundreds of figures began to rise from the endless water, all of them similar in form and all of them carrying that same pale complexion, that same red tint in their eyes, though dim and incomplete, like shadows of something that had once been whole. They were all female silhouettes of the same vampire. Celeste's gaze hardened. Dark constructs, she murmured under her breath. Her voice was low but steady as she took in the scene. The famous vampire bloodline cloning spell. This technique was a nightmare to fight against for plenty of reasons. The first clone would carry 50% of the original S strength. If you made two, that 50% would be split between the two copies, meaning they would both be 25% clones. What truly made it monstrous was that creating clones had no effect on the caster's own strength other than consuming mana, meaning you would have to fight against them as well as their clones. No doubt, most would prefer to create clones and stay at the back line. Let the clones do the work without putting themselves in danger. Probably what this new opponent was doing. The better mastery one had of the technique, the more clones one could make. It was a pain to fight against because, against a true master, you would find yourself against hundreds of opponents like right now, even though that made the clones much weaker. Perhaps in a more dire situation, you might find yourself up against 1,000 clones. Theoretically, it should be possible to create a whole army with this spell, she thought. In truth, there was a rumor that this technique, as they knew it, was simply a cheap imitation of what a progenitor vampire could do. It is believed that their clones do not suffer the same drawback of having their strength halved each time you create another one, and that it is possible to make a singular 100% clone of oneself. But that is a story for another day. The figures had begun to move. Their movements were slow, and their limbs were stiff as they adjusted to their forms. But that stiffness faded quickly, replaced by fluid, coordinated motion as their eyes all locked on her at once. Batum. The heartbeat sounded again, and this time they moved all at once. Whoosh! The first one lunged forward, its body blurring slightly as it closed the distance in an instant, its hand reaching out with clawed fingers aimed straight for her throat. But Celeste was already moving, her body shifting to the side with effortless grace as her hand rose in a simple motion. Blood marionette. Her fingers curled. The figure froze mid-motion, and its body locked in on itself. Crack! It twisted unnaturally before collapsing into the water below, dissolving into dark particles the moment it made contact. But there was no pause. 3 more were already upon her. Celeste moved through them, her steps light, precise, and she wove between their attacks as if she had already seen them before they happened, her hand rising again. This time not to control, but to shape. Crimson energy gathered from the water, from the air, and from them. It condensed into thin, sharp threads that snapped outward in an instant. SHHK dash. She struck them down one by one. The water beneath her rippled violently as barato of them fell, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. But for every one she defeated, barato continued to rise, their numbers not diminishing, and their presence seemingly growing. Batum. The heartbeat grew louder. Her breathing remained steady, and her expression was calm, but her eyes had sharpened further, the faint crimson glow within them deepening slightly as she adjusted her stance, her mana flowing more freely and more aggressively now. This was tea about raw power at all. This was about endurance and control. Cinchureto boom. A pulse barato from her form. Red mana surged outward in a violent wave, tearing through the nearest barato, and barato the rest back just enough to create space, her hand rising as her fingers extended outward. Coagulate. The water beneath her shifted instantly, hardening, thickening, and rising in jagged spikes that pierced through multiple figures at once, suspending them in place before they shattered into fragments of dark light. Silence returned for a brief second, as Celeste exhaled slowly. Her eyes flickered once. Batum. The entire space around her trembled. The water surged violently, and something far larger began to rise from its solid depths. The ripples on the water were no longer gentle but chaotic, rising and crashing in uneven waves as more figures clawed their way out from beneath the surface. Their bodies formed faster now, stronger, more refined, their bravado sharper as they rushed her from all directions. Bravado her to move continuously without pause, her steps light but relentless as she twisted and turned, ducking beneath clawed hands and striking with deadly precision. SHH dash. Once again, she struck them down. Bravado broke apart and vanished across the dark surface, but they kept coming endlessly, as if the trial itself was testing how long she could keep up. Her breathing grew heavier, though not yet strained, and her mana flowed in stronger currents through her veins. Her hands moving almost instinctively now. Bravado Marionette struck down one enemy mid-lunge, while she used Coagulate to harden the surface beneath another, Bravado it to collapse before sharp protrusions burst up from below. A sharp bravado echoed as the fight continued, though the spilled bravado never stayed. It always dissolved quickly, always returned to the pool, probably feeding it, strengthening it, and maybe serving to make the next wave faster. It was odd how these constructs' bodies seemed so real, which went to show, really, how the spell was so intricately made to be as real as possible. Celeste was more than prepared to face another huge wave of constructs that had already begun to form. But just then, clap, clap, clap. The sound of someone clapping their hands cut through everything. The rushing figures stopped, and the unstable water around them stilled all at once. Celeste froze for the briefest moment, her eyes snapping toward the source as a figure appeared not too far away from her position, standing calmly on the surface as if she had always been there. Her hands came together in slow applause, and she had a soft smile on her lips as she tilted her head slightly, her long dark hair flowing gently behind her as her crimson eyes glowed with a deep, ancient intensity. "Wonderful," the woman said lightly, her voice smooth, almost amused. "Your control is exquisite for someone so young. Truly, I am impressed." Celeste said nothing. She only stared as the woman smiled wider. The silent type," she mused, lowering her hands as she took a slow step forward, the water beneath her feet barely rippling. "I suppose that makes this more fun for me." Chapter 278. Rewind Celeste SPOV. "I suppose that makes this more fun for me." Once again, Celeste chose not to answer, but she shifted her stance and prepared herself for an attack. Mana surged around her as she concentrated it into her body. The woman's smile sharpened, and then, whoosh, they both vanished all at once. The clash was immediate. Boom! The surface of the water exploded outward as the two of them collided. Celeste's arm snapped forward as a blade of condensed crimson energy formed instantly in her grasp, slashing toward the woman's neck. But the woman leaned back just enough. She bent in an unnatural arc as the crimson blade missed by a hair, and in the same motion, her hand shot forward in a flash, her fingers digging straight into Celeste's side. With a sharp impact, Celeste was struck hard in the ribs. Celeste's eyes narrowed. She didn't scream or grimace in pain. Her hand snapped down, grabbing the woman's wrist. Blood Marionette activating instantly as she tried to seize control of her opponent's body. But the woman laughed, her body twisting as her own blood surged outward, breaking the control before it could even take hold. "You are too slow," she whispered, her knee driving upward into Celeste's abdomen. Boom! The impact forced the air out of her lungs as she was sent skidding backward across the water. She slid, then stopped, her feet digging into the surface as she steadied herself, a thin trail of red dripping from her side, and her breath was sharp but controlled. The woman tilted her head. "Yes, that's better," she said softly. "Show me your technique." Celeste moved first this time. Whoosh, she surged forward, faster, sharper, her barato refined as she closed the distance in an instant. Her blade changed form, switching to a scythe flashing downward, then sideways. Then it changed forms again as she thrust forward in rapid succession, each strike aimed to kill, to maim, and hopefully to end the fight quickly. But the woman matched her. Every movement of hers was mirrored, and every strike was met with another. They clashed again and again as they traded blow after blow in a relentless flurry. Celeste was hurt. The woman was hurt, too. Though the woman seemed to care far less for her own state of being, her laughter slipped through the clash as she fought. Her voice sounded almost delighted. "Good, good. You learn quickly," she said as she twisted around a strike, her blade cutting across Celeste's barato in a clean arc. "But you're still lacking." Celeste didn't respond. She couldn't. Her focus was absolute. Her barato tightened, sharpened, her mana surging stronger as she pushed herself further, ignoring the pain, ignoring the injuries as she pressed forward again. Her blade carved deep across the woman's side, and the woman was struck hard. She smiled through it, her barato marked red, and struck back harder. Boom! Celeste was driven into the water, crashing through the surface as she lost her bearings for a moment before pushing herself back up, coughing, a trickle of barato at her barato as her vision blurred slightly. She was losing. It wasn't hard for her to see that. It had been a bad idea to let this woman come in close and directly engage her in physical combat. Celeste wasn't exactly poor in physical combat, but her opponent was clearly far more attuned to that style of fighting. Her movements were sharper, cleaner, and every strike carried purpose, while Celeste lacked proper technique, relying mostly on channeling mana through her body to empower her physical strength and keep up. Not just that, but her mana was also thinning rapidly for some reason, slipping away faster than it should have, while her opponent remained relentless and unyielding, pressing forward without giving her even a moment to recover. Regardless, they rushed each other again. Whoosh! Their barato collided in another flurry of exchanges, fists and blades clashing in rapid succession. But the result was the same. Every clash pushed her further back. Every exchange left her more damaged, her arms growing heavier, her reactions just slightly off as the woman's attacks grew sharper, more precise, more deadly. "Getting tired?" the woman asked lightly, her voice echoing as she stepped forward again, her wounds already beginning to close. Barato knitting itself back together with ease. Celeste said nothing. She moved again, but this time she was too slow. The woman struck her with devastating barato. Time seemed to slow down as Celeste stumbled back, overwhelmed. Celeste's barato froze. Her eyes widened slightly as she looked down. The woman's arm was pressed against her midsection, her fingers clutching at something she could not bear to lose. Her heart stopped as she panicked, and for a split second, the cold feeling of dread threatened to overwhelm her. Her breath hitched. She momentarily forgot that she was supposed to be in a trial, and even when she remembered it a second later, it didn't matter to her that this was not her actual physical form, and whatever damage she thought might have occurred had not actually happened. The barato was unpleasant enough to make her furious. She looked up sharply and looked at the smiling beauty, whose arm had struck her midsection and gave her a deathly glare. But she had taken barato damage than she could handle. "That's a scary look you have there," the woman said softly, her voice almost gentle now. "But that's enough. Rest now." She twisted her arm and infused a Centurado, sealing spell to corrupt Celeste's internal mana, stopping whatever countermeasures she may have already started deploying. Celeste's strength left her, and Centurado slowly Centurado beneath the spell as corruption. The woman pulled her arm out, letting go of Celeste's limp body collapse backward. She fell into the water with a gentle splash, and the water swallowed her. Darkness crept in. Her thoughts slowed. Is this it? Her mind drifted. Her vision dimmed. I can In the end, she had lost because she was too stubborn, too prideful, too inexperienced, among plenty of other things she did not even want to admit right now. And as that thought settled in her mind, it left behind a bitter aftertaste that she could not ignore. She had barely used half of the spells in her entire arsenal. And even though she could tell herself that she had no opportunity to do so, since she had lost the initiative from the very beginning, the truth was not that simple. It never was. Hadn't she charged at her enemy as well? Hadn't she willingly stepped into a direct clash when she could have created distance, when she could have tested, probed, and adapted before committing fully? And yet she had not. She had gone in head first, relying on instinct and raw power rather than control and planning, and that had nearly cost her everything. Sure, that had worked well enough in the past 7 fights, but it had to stop working at some point. It seemed that time was now, unfortunately. Excuses were easy, but that would never help her. Her body sank deeper, as if the trial had already begun, registering her loss and ending the trial. I was too weak, she berated herself. But as soon as that thought registered, she rejected it completely. No, I am weak right now, but I want to be strong. I can become strong. I just need time. Her will flared violently, the words echoing in her mind with a force that refused to be silenced. And even as her consciousness was slipping away, even as her thoughts began to fade into that creeping darkness, she forced herself to hold on. No, it can't end here. Her breathing grew shallow, her body barely responding, but her mind clung stubbornly to that single thread. I can't give up now. I want to create a better future with him. Her vision dimmed further, the darkness pressing in from all sides. And our child. It can't end here. Time. Something snapped. The darkness in her vision was suddenly overwhelmed by a flash of brilliance, a burst of light that cut through everything, flooding her senses in an instant as something deep within her awakened. She felt something inside that she couldn't understand. A faint sensation, a distortion, a memory, a moment, a feeling she had not understood before. Time. Her eyes flickered open, and her mind sharpened for just a second. She looked up from below the surface of the water, her body sinking lower and lower as the cold darkness wrapped around her, the faint light above her growing dimmer with every passing second, the rippling surface distorting her view as it drifted further out of reach. Her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if the water itself was pulling her down, dragging her into that endless abyss, her breath slowing, her vision blurring as the light continued to fade, inch by inch, second by second. And yet, her eyes remained fixed on it, on that fading glow above, even as it slipped further away. Time. Her lips parted weakly. Rewind, she muttered. Chapter 279, Time Rewind. The world snapped. The crimson water surged backward. No, she surged upward, gliding out of the dark pool, coming to stop right before the surface. She rose from the water, her injuries sealing, and her breath returning. Her chest no longer pierced as she found herself standing again, not at the beginning, but moments before her collapse, only that her body was still injured, a little bit battered, but alive. Her eyes widened. So this is... She didn't finish the thought. She had already moved again, faster than before. Her opponent's eyes widened bravado. Impossible Celeste was already upon her. Her right arm flashed as a crimson blade materialized from nowhere, and she grasped it firmly in her palm. She struck out with the weapon. Once, twice, 3 times. The woman staggered, wounded from a vicious strike, and stumbled. She tried to counter, but her control faltered. And in that moment, Celeste did not waste the opening. She condensed all the mana she had left into her blade at a singular point, and she struck. Boom! The blow landed cleanly, but it was not as explosive as you would have expected. The control was immaculate, targeting the most vital organ any person would need to survive before a sinister wave of corrupted mana spread out from that point to stop any potential regenerative abilities she might have from acting. The woman's body froze. Her shocked eyes locked onto Celeste's. How? She whispered. Then she dissolved. She broke into wisps of darkness that scattered into the air. Even at the very end, She could not understand what had happened. She had just never seen anything like it. Celeste stood there, barely, trembling, covered in her opponent's blood, her own blood, with her breathing ragged, her limbs barely holding her upright. The rewind had brought her from the brink of death to a somewhat optimal state, not entirely perfect. But that was all she needed. She had won. She suddenly staggered as a flood of information flooded her mind. 3 spells, to be exact, all of them basic time spells. She was surprised for a moment as the reality of what she had done finally caught up to her. Once she understood, she rapidly recalled the information about the time spells. The one she had just used, Rewind, was a powerful level 4 spell. She had also received a level 3 spell called Time Lock. From what she understood, she could stop time around herself and a target for a short period of time at the cost of astronomical amounts of mana and a portion of her lifespan depending on how much she used it. Celeste frowned. She wasn't foolish enough to believe that something so clearly heaven-defying could be used without any drawbacks. But wasn't this a bit much? Guess I should use it sparingly, she thought to herself, her brows knitting as she considered the implications. She had never heard of such a drawback, and that was understandable. Even within the Kronos family, who were known as keepers of time magic, those who could truly touch even the surface of this affinity were incredibly rare, so rare that even her own father, despite being who he was, had never awakened it. And when she thought about it further, the penalty itself made a strange kind of sense, because for a race like vampires, whose lifespans stretched far beyond that of ordinary beings, losing a few minutes, or even hours, might be considered negligible, especially in exchange for something as absurdly powerful as freezing time itself. For these basic spells, the cost reflected that minutes at most for a few seconds of use, which was already more than enough to decide the outcome of a battle between equals. It could be the difference between life and death. But even then, she could not help but think ahead. If this were the cost for basic spells, then what are the higher tiers? What of spells that could affect larger areas, longer durations, or multiple targets? The thought lingered in her mind for a moment before she pushed it aside. There was one more spell. A level 2 ability that distorted a target's perception of time, not stopping it, not truly altering its flow, but bending how it was experienced, making movements seem slower or faster than they actually were, creating openings where none existed, or masking threats until it was already too late to react, and the distinction was clear to her immediately. Perception and reality were not the same. You could have time slowed for you or sped up without realizing it, moving normally while the world betrayed you in subtle ways, and in the same instance, you could have time completely stopped around you, feel it, know it, and yet be unable to act at all, trapped within a moment you could not escape. She smiled faintly as the spells settled in her already large arsenal of spells. A good harvest, she murmured to herself, her voice soft but satisfied. The trial truly was the best place to grow stronger quickly. She hadn't made this much progress in nearly 2 years at the academy, and yet in such a short span within this trial, she had not only had another chance to evolve her bloodline, but also discovered a completely new affinity and unlocked its most basic functions, which did not feel basic at all. That unwillingness to lose, that refusal to accept defeat, had driven her to the brink, and in that final moment, when everything had been slipping away, it had forced the hidden affinity within her to awaken. Regardless of the gains, the fact still remained that she had almost lost because she had not played to her strengths. The excitement that had briefly surfaced in her eyes slowly faded as she took a steady breath, forcing her thoughts to settle as she grounded herself once more. Don't let anything cloud your judgment again, she told herself firmly, her gaze lowering slightly as she focused on her breathing. Luck could only do so much to help her in this trial, and what had just happened could not be relied on again. She had to be cautious, she had to be smart. The woman she had just defeated was a powerful peak ancestor-level vampire. Though she had been at the same level as Celeste, they should have been evenly matched since Celeste's bloodline was also currently at the peak of the ancestor rank. Yet it hadn't felt like that at all. The difference in control and experience in how she used her abilities, It had all been painfully clear, and for a moment, Celeste could not help but think that maybe it was because she hadn't had enough time to truly adapt to the strength that came with that kind of bloodline. But time waited for no one. If another person were in her shoes, perhaps they would have given up in the fifth fight, where she had almost lost within the first 5 seconds, not because she was necessarily weaker than her opponent, but because that despicable ancestor she had been up against was shameless enough to distract her using conversation before ambushing her with an unexpected spell. Apparently, not everyone was as honorable as Darius, who was kind enough to alert her before he attacked. It had become obvious to her then that she was too naive and inexperienced compared to every single opponent she faced. But she would not give up unless she lost horribly and died in this trial. After all, there was nothing for her to lose. Whining about her inexperience was insignificant. After all, she had chosen to take this trial despite the age gap compared to everyone else. If she could not afford time, then she would have to make use of what she had in the moment. Her eyes sharpened slightly. So that begged the question, what level would her next opponent be? One thing was for sure, if it wasn't for her newly found time magic, she would have been out already. Chapter 280. He will be fine after parting from Mira. Isolde and Tessa went to the market to stock up on potions and essentials for the dungeon. Once they were done, they immediately departed, walking out of the city gates while greeting the guards who wished them a fruitful raid. It was odd that in such a large city, students of the academy were probably the most respected by the general populace, but they were more or less used to it by now. Of course, the hustle and bustle of the tournament was still dying down, and there were many people leaving the flying city in one way or another, since it was not allowed to just ascend into the airspace. Most people left the city and headed for the landing ports, where they were directed to depart in an orderly manner. Soon enough, Isolde and Tessa had walked far enough along the paved pathway that the noise was now far behind them, and now they only met the occasional student or adventurer who was either leaving the dungeon to go back to the city or going into the dungeon just like them. Up until now, they had both been mostly quiet. Isolde was not much of a talker, and Tessa was just not comfortable being quiet for so long. It was inevitable that she would break the silence. She rolled her shoulders forward, adjusting the robe she was wearing, and then looked at Isolde's side profile. She could never have imagined getting along with the elf girl a few months ago. No offense to Isolde. She was a great person, but their personalities were so far apart that had it not been their overlapping interest in Elion, they would have never become so close. But now that she had come to know Isolde, she had realized that you did not need to have similar personalities to get along with someone. Both people just had to be willing to meet halfway. And in fact, since Tessa liked to talk, and Isolde was more quiet, on top of being a good listener, they had ended up being a match made in heaven, as friends of course. However, Tessa had also noticed that Isolde had been much more aloof than usual. She didn't even need to guess why. The reason was as clear as day. She was worried about Elion. Not that she wasn't but she believed in his strength. He was plenty strong, and if he could escape from all those powerful and ruthless adversaries with his life intact, then he would definitely be fine, wherever he was. What did she have to say about Elion's supposed heretic status? Nonsense. That was what she thought. She had spent so much time around the guy, sparring. Sinceredo, she couldn't help but think that she had been blessed to be born in a noble family, as honorable as hers. The human kingdom's nobility is rotten to the core, she thought. I think it will be fine, Isolde, Tessa suddenly said with an easygoing smile on her face. Huh? Isolde looked up sharply in surprise. The confusion on her face clear enough to show what she was thinking. You're thinking how I knew? Tessa laughed. It's written all over your face. Isolde's ears turned a little bit red, and she looked down shyly. It's just, she began but never finished her sentence. Elion is strong, Tessa continued, her tone becoming more thoughtful as she looked up at the sky. And from what we saw during the tournament, he is even stronger than any of us even know. I doubt anyone other than the higher years are his match at this point. Isolde's eyes widened slightly in shock as she looked up at her. And, I'm not even joking, Tessa added. I thought he might have been hiding his strength this whole time, but after thinking about it, it made no sense. Why would he do that? She paused briefly, her gaze still on the sky. Then it hit me. He was never holding back, she said slowly. He was just improving at a rate that was too impossible for me to accept. Her expression turned slightly melancholic. It made me think about how long I've been training. She continued. Since the day I started walking, my father took me to his dojo back home. And since then, I haven't rested for even a single day. She let out a small breath. And still, I have come to the realization that all my efforts will never be enough to stand toe-to-toe with a genius like him. She paused again before shaking her head slightly. Now I understand what my father meant when he said life, isn't always fair. Isolde gave an odd look, and Tessa suddenly waved her hands lightly in front of her. Don't get me wrong or anything. It's not that I'm jealous, she laughed. It's just that his existence has shifted how I see things. She looked forward again. Even if I know my efforts won't be enough, I'll keep working harder and harder to at least bridge that gap his talent creates. Isolde smiled faintly. Right, she said simply. This was how most of their conversations went. Tessa would go on a rant, and Isolde would give a simple one-word answer, and maybe a full sentence on a good day. Anyone who saw would think them odd, but they were comfortable this way. Isolde finally relaxed a bit. It wasn't enough to completely offset her worries, but it was enough for her to steady herself. You'll be fine, she told herself. Meanwhile, the man in question, Elion's eyes fluttered open as he groaned awake, his eyelids feeling unusually heavy, like they had weights tied to them. And for a moment, he just lay there, his thoughts sluggish, his bravado unresponsive. Bravado is going on, he muttered groggily, his voice hoarse as he slowly began to feel sensation returning to his limbs. Though he still couldn't move them properly, it was like his body was waking up in pieces rather than all at once. His vision was blurry at first, shapes and light blending together in a hazy mess. But after a few seconds, it began to clear, and the first thing he saw were his own feet straight ahead. He blinked slowly. Wait. He realized he was lying flat on his back. Then another thought hit him. His brows furrowed slightly as he focused more, his gaze trailing down his own body, and that was when he noticed that he was only in his gray underpants, Centuredo, which ended up not being very difficult. I was bathing in that pool by the waterfall after Zenobia and Maya left. He thought slowly, his mind still foggy, or was that all a dream? It couldn't be. He would have been able to tell the difference. There was no doubt that it had happened. But everything after that was a hazy blur. Odd, he muttered faintly, a slight frown forming on his face as a sense of unease crept into his chest, because something had definitely happened to him. That much he was sure of. Had he been drugged and kidnapped? But how? The thought had barely settled when his bravado finally responded enough for him to try moving, his feet shifting slightly, only to immediately feel something tight around his ankles. He froze. What was going on? He tried again, putting bravado effort into it this time, but his legs barely moved, the metallic clink of restraints and the feeling of something cold pressing sharply into his ankles only confirming what he had just felt. His heart rate picked up. Slowly, he lifted his head, straining his neck as his vision tilted downward, and what he saw made his eyes narrow. There were chains wrapped tightly around his ankles, and not just that, he was lying on a cold, rectangular stone slab. His body was secured to it using his legs. He immediately tried to move his hands, but they were just as restricted, held down firmly by restraints that did not budge, no matter how much he flexed. At least, he exhaled slowly, forcing himself to calm down, my head isn't chained. So he could look around. He was in a wide, but completely empty room, with 2 flame torches on either side providing dim but sufficient lighting in the otherwise dark and gloomy space. The walls were made of thick, jagged granite stone held together by dark mortar. The ceiling was built in the same fashion, and though he couldn't see the floor from his position, he could already imagine it being made from the same rough material, because that would only be natural. He stayed like that for a good 2 minutes, his eyes moving slowly as he studied every inch of the room, taking in the details, the lack of furniture, the absence of doors in his immediate line of sight, until eventually the reality of his situation settled in. He needed to get out of here. Since pure physical strength didn't seem to be working out for him, he decided to try using mana to augment his body. This should work, he said out loud, more to steady himself than anything else, as he began to channel mana from his mana core into the rest of his body. But the moment he did, the chains glowed. A faint blue light pulsed through them, and before he could even react, the mana he had just gathered was completely drained, ripped away from him as if it had never been there to begin with. The glow faded, and just like that, he felt that familiar weakness again. "Barato?" he shouted, his voice echoing slightly in the empty room. "What in the world are these chains made of?" Now it made sense why there were no guards, and why no one was watching him. They didn't need to. He clenched his jaw and tried again, this time attempting to move faster, channeling mana and immediately straining against the restraints in one swift motion. But the result was the same. He tried again, doing it even faster this time. Again, and again, and again, nothing changed. After the 10th attempt, he stopped trying, letting his head fall back against the cold stone slab as he exhaled slowly. That's not going to work. He stared up at the ceiling for a moment, Centuredo, his initial caution, slowly giving way to irritation as he lay there with nothing to do but think. Wasn't it common courtesy to appear before your hostage after they woke up and state your demands and reasons for kidnapping them? Well, apparently not. Where is that guy? He thought, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as his fingers twitched uselessly against the restraints. At least he didn't need to worry about the elements assaulting his body. Even though the room was cold, it wasn't unbearable, probably thanks to his physique. Since the passive protection that mana usually afforded him didn't seem to be working at the moment, not when he had effectively been stripped of it by those damn chains. Even so, his body wasn't reacting the way a normal person would. He didn't feel hungry yet. Ever since he started getting stronger, he had noticed the changes. He didn't need to consume as much food, didn't need to sleep as much either, though he still did both out of habit barato than necessity, because that was what he was used to. Now, though, he wasn't sure how long that would last. How long would it take for his body to burn through all that stored energy? He didn't know. He sighed for what felt like the 100th time since he had woken up, the sound echoing faintly in the empty room as his head rested back against the cold stone. The worst part about this wasn't even the restraints. It was the fact that he couldn't figure out how he had been captured in the first place. He was supposed to have enough passive protection against most mental attacks and even poisons that could put him out of commission, but clearly that had failed, and that alone was troubling. That meant one of two things. Either the poison that had been used was just that potent, or the person who had targeted him was so powerful that his passive abilities meant nothing, completely void in the face of their strength, and he had never stood a chance to begin with. But then, if they were that powerful, why go through all this trouble? Why use such roundabout methods to get to him? He wouldn't have been able to resist anyway if they really wanted to take him. Unless they didn't want him making a fuss. His brows furrowed slightly. Was completely disarming me really necessary? He thought, his expression turning flat. Either this person had some strange preferences, or this was some sort of tactic used on hostages that he just didn't know about. 5 barato days passed, and still, this person had yet to appear. By this point, Elion was really starting to barato of boredom. The kind of boredom that made every second feel stretched out, like time itself had slowed down just to spite him, and with nothing to do but stare at the same stone ceiling and the flickering torchlight that seemed to run on infinite fuel, his thoughts had long since run dry. Yeah, he was yet to feel hungry. His body still holding on somehow, but the thirst, that was starting to get to him. His lips were dry. His throat felt scratchy, every swallow uncomfortable as the lack of water slowly made itself known, creeping in little by little until it became impossible to ignore. Phew-uck, he groaned dryly, his voice barely carrying in the empty room, more breath than sound at this point. Each minute felt agonizingly slow, and each hour dragged on endlessly. And now days had passed. Wouldn't it be quite ironic if he died here, in this dimly lit, empty space? Time blurred, and another 10 days passed. The first few days after that had already been unbearable, but now, As more time passed, even the concept of time itself began to lose meaning to him. He had initially been keeping track of the passage of time, but counting quickly became tiring. It didn't help that there was nothing reliable enough to show him how much time had passed. The flickering of the torches became the only thing he could measure anything by, and even though it was inconsistent and unreliable, the dancing flames had no clear pattern that he could follow. He could only hope that his internal clock was as accurate as he thought it was. Another day passed, then another. His throat burned. His lips cracked. Every swallow felt like dragging sand down his throat, dry, painful, useless, and his body, once so resilient, once so full of vitality, was beginning to betray him slowly but surely. He stopped talking. There was no point. His voice had long since faded into nothing more than strained whispers, and even those cost him more energy than they were worth. His thoughts grew sluggish and heavy, like they were being pulled down into the same darkness that surrounded him. Honestly, he had hoped that in the worst case, if his captor didn't show up for longer than he had thought, he would be able to stay in top shape for longer. At this point, he began to suspect that maybe the chains were sucking away more than just his mana. At some point, he stopped trying to count the days. But his body's internal clock knew. His body always knew. By the time the third week was halfway through, there was no strength left in him to even feel frustration. The irritation, the anger, the confusion, all of it had been worn down into a dull and distant longing, like echoes of emotions he could no longer fully grasp. His chest rose and fell slowly, shallowly, and weakly. His eyes barely opened anymore. His vision grew dim and unfocused, the ceiling above him nothing more than a blurred patch of darkness and faint light. He was thirsty, so unbearably thirsty. And now, hungry too. His body had finally started to burn through whatever reserves it had left, and the weakness that followed was suffocating and overwhelming. His limbs were once again almost completely unresponsive, his fingers barely twitching even when he tried. A faint, broken sound escaped his lips, though even he didn't know what he found funny anymore. His consciousness began to slip slowly, like he was sinking into something deep and quiet. Darkness crept into his vision again, not sudden, not violent, but gradual, like a curtain being drawn over his eyes. This might really be it. The thought barely formed when he finally heard a sound. Scree, the sound of heavy metal being moved by something. His mind stirred weakly, clinging to that sound as if it were the only thing keeping him tethered. Soft and measured footsteps soon followed as the sound of the screaming metal faded. Clink! They echoed lightly against the stone floor, growing closer with each step, and though he couldn't move or turn his head or even focus his eyes properly, he knew that someone was there. Was he supposed to be relieved that someone was finally here? Or should he despair that this person seemed to have decided to appear when he had reached his weakest point in this horrible period of confinement? "Oh, you are awake." A smooth female voice sounded from behind him. It was oddly familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Her tone was calm, almost amused, as her footsteps came to a stop somewhere just out of his line of sight. Chapter 282. An Exotic Beauty. The woman let out an amused chuckle, the soft sound echoing lightly in the empty chamber. But Elion still couldn't see her. His vision was too limited and his body too weak to even attempt to turn his head. "How careless of me. I do apologize for leaving you unattended for so long," she said smoothly, her tone casual, almost conversational, as if they were discussing something trivial rather than the fact that he had been left to rot for weeks. "But wars are time-consuming, and a rather powerful mage appeared that only I could deal with. So I had no choice but to leave quickly, and I forgot to tell someone to check on you." Her footsteps shifted slightly behind him. The battle itself was quite close, she continued, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement as she recalled her time on the battlefield. "So close and time-consuming that it took a whole month before my opponent finally decided to call a retreat when he realized he couldn't defeat me so easily." Elion listened quietly. Or rather, he tried to. Her words reached him, but they felt distant, like they had to travel through layers of fog before reaching his mind. And even then, they barely registered properly, slipping in and out of his awareness as he struggled to stay conscious. He didn't know why she was explaining all this to him, as if they were long-lost friends. And more importantly, wasn't she supposed to set him free first before blabbering on about things he didn't care about? Why was she just standing there and speaking like this? Well, technically, she was speaking to him, but he couldn't exactly respond in the state he was in. Your condition is not very good. She seemed to realize it only now. Her footsteps started again. Clink. They grew louder as she walked forward, coming around to his side. And though his vision was still blurred, he could faintly make out a silhouette now, a figure standing beside the stone platform he was lying on. "Let me get rid of these chains and heal you up to peak health," she said casually. She simply snapped her fingers, and just like that, the binds that had given him so much trouble for the past 3 weeks or so were undone in an instant. Elion felt it immediately, the sudden release, the absence of pressure around his limbs, and more than that, a gush of mana rushed back into his body all at once, flooding through his veins, filling every empty space, reinvigorating him from the inside out, as well as filling his drained core. He took in a shuddering breath as air rushed into his lungs, Centuredo lingering on his appearance and the thin fabric of his clothing. Sure enough, Elion already felt better within a mere second. The dryness in his throat faded even though he hadn't drunk any water, and the weakness in his limbs disappeared as if it had never been there. Then his vision snapped back into perfect clarity almost instantly. He didn't waste a second. His upper body lifted sharply as he pushed himself up from the stone slab, his muscles tensing instinctively as his eyes locked onto the woman in front of him, his gaze sharp, wary, and alert. But when he saw her, whatever concerns he had seemed to vanish into a puff of invisible smoke. A bombshell went off in his mind, and words died on his lips. His jaw dropped slightly, and it stayed like that as he stared at her, completely frozen, his mind blanking for a moment as his eyes traced her features. She was beautiful. No, that word didn't even begin to cover it. It was like looking at someone who didn't belong in the same world as him, like a goddess that had descended from the heavens and taken form right in front of him. Elion felt complicated. Did he even have the right to be mad at this woman? He had said before that the likes of Celeste, Mira, Isolde, Beatrice, and even Arya's mother were some of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and he had meant it, but now it felt like his standards had just been shattered and rebuilt entirely, raised by at least 3 more grades, like a whole new world had just opened up to him. She was just that beautiful, not that the others were suddenly less beautiful. No, this was just something else entirely. And the most unbelievable part was definitely her skin, which made it clear that she wasn't human. From what he had seen from the others in the forest, she was most probably a demon, which told him one thing. He had been captured by the demon forces. Her skin was a faint, smooth shade of blue, almost ethereal, and instead of detracting from her appearance, it elevated it, giving her an exotic, otherworldly presence that was hard to miss. And if that alone wasn't enough, then the horns were even bravado telling. 2 pairs. The first pair was smaller, elegant, jutting out from her forehead in a gentle curve, their roots partially hidden beneath her bangs, while the second pair was larger and thicker, emerging from within her hair and curling downward along the sides of her head before sweeping inward, their sharp tips pointing upward with a refined, almost regal grace. They were a deep, sleek midnight black color that reflected the red glow from the flame torches. And somehow, they made her look even more beautiful. Her appearance was a devilish kind of beauty, the kind that could start wars, and for good reason. If he didn't know about the war, and she told him that the war she had mentioned earlier had been fought for her hand in marriage, he might actually believe her. In fact, he might even join to gain her approval. Any man who laid eyes on this woman would no doubt want to get closer to her. His gaze drifted upward again, taking in her hair. It was black, long, and silky, flowing down her back like strands of liquid darkness, the same deep black as her horns, with faint streaks of white woven through it, subtle but striking, adding to her already overwhelming presence. Then, he looked back at her face. It was sharp and absolutely refined. Her brows were thin, not fully covering the length of her eyes, giving her a slightly aloof look. Her lashes looked long and pale, almost white, framing eyes that were sharp at the edges, naturally carrying that striking, magnetic allure. And her eyes? Heavens! They were odd, beautifully odd and different from anything he had ever seen on any other being. To start with, she had black sclera instead of white. Then there was a thin white ring separating it from the iris, and that iris, it was a deep, vivid red, with slit black pupils that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it. To call them odd would be an understatement. They were hypnotic in the way that you feel like you have to keep looking in them until eventually you get lost in their depth. Elion had to force himself to pry his gaze away from them and look lower on her exquisite face. He was met with a small, delicate nose that matched what he had seen already perfectly, high cheekbones that gave her face structure and elegance, and then a soft but defined chin to barato it all off in a fitting manner. Finally, he gazed at her barato. They were thin, perfectly shaped, and painted in a deep crimson that stood out starkly against her blue skin, but they also matched her red iris as well. Then his eyes drifted further down, taking in the rest of her appearance. With a face like that, it was only natural that her overall look would not be disappointing. She carried herself with graceful ease, every movement flowing naturally into the next. Her presence was striking and confident. Sensuredo, like she had been sculpted with intention by the heavens themselves, rather than being naturally born. Her light blue skin was smooth and flawless across every visible inch. She wore a long, dark one-piece dress that draped elegantly along her form. The flowing fabric of her dress draped elegantly, accentuating her silhouette in a tasteful and refined way. The high slits on either side added a graceful, elegant detail to the design, fitting her poised presence perfectly. And all the while, she was watching him as much as he was watching her, with her lips curved slightly into an amused smile. "Enthralled by my beauty?" she asked lightly. Her voice snapped him out of his daze. Elion shook his head, forcing himself to focus as the situation came rushing back to him. His expression tightened slightly. "Who are you?" he asked, remaining seated as his eyes stayed locked onto her. "Me?" She tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. "I am no one important." She waved a hand dismissively, briefly revealing her black-painted nails to him. Elion frowned. That was not an answer. "And what do you want with me?" He pressed, his tone sharpening slightly. "Why have you been keeping me here?" She laughed softly. "Curious, are we?" she said, her voice carrying a playful lilt. "Patience, my dear. I do hope you can walk." Elion eyed her for a few seconds, studying her carefully before giving a slow nod. "Good," she replied simply. "Come, walk with me if you want answers." She turned, her hair flowing like a dark river down her back as she began walking with unhurried steps toward the steel door. Sensuredo, he glanced around the empty room again, but there was no sign of his belongings anywhere. He considered pulling something out from his storage, but it would take him too long to put them on, and she was already at the door. She might really leave him in here if he took too long to move. "Dang it," he muttered under his breath. With no other choice, he swung his legs off the stone platform, stood up, and followed after her without further complaint. Chapter 283. No right to refuse. Elion followed a few steps behind her, his bare feet meeting the cold stone floor as he stepped out of the room. The faint echo of his movements mixing with the soft, rhythmic sound of her heels clicking against the ground ahead of him. The corridor outside was just as dim as the room he had woken up in, lined with the same jagged stone walls and faintly flickering torches that cast long, shifting shadows along the path. Elion's eyes moved subtly as he walked, taking everything in. The length of the corridor, the spacing between the torches, the lack of guards, the silence. It was all strange. He narrowed his eyes slightly as his gaze settled on her back, watching the way she moved with such steady confidence, like she had nothing to fear in this place. He could tell with a simple glance that she was powerful, despite her apparent youthful appearance, which was exactly why he had no thoughts of putting up any sort of fuss right now. There was no point in acting recklessly when he didn't even know what he was dealing with. The real question was, how powerful? His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused, activating his discerning eye as he attempted to assess her strength. And then his vision went completely dark in an instant. His senses cut off for a split second, disoriented, and before he could react properly, his footing slipped. Thud! He tripped and fell forward, catching himself awkwardly on the ground. A soft, amused laugh reached his ears. "It's not nice to sneak a look without asking, you know?" she said lightly. Elion pushed himself up quickly, his expression tightening slightly from embarrassment. "Dang," he muttered under his breath. How powerful is this woman? Nothing seemed to be going well for him recently. Why did it feel like his abilities were suddenly useless? And what she said, did that mean she would let him know what her level was if he asked nicely? "Don't stress your mind over it," she added casually, as if reading his thoughts. "I'm just far stronger than you could ever imagine, so don't even try anything funny." Even so, her warning was simply lighthearted, giving off the idea that she wouldn't even care even if he put up any sort of fuss. She began walking forward again, and Elion got up quickly and followed, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Nice place you've got," he said dryly after a few moments. "Do you treat all your guests like this?" She didn't stop walking, but he saw her shoulders rise slightly, and a soft laugh escaped her. "You're quite bold for someone who was just at death's door," she replied casually. Elion clicked his tongue lightly. "Hard not to be," he said, after being chained up for weeks without so much as a hello. She hummed faintly. I suppose I should apologize again," she said, though there was no real weight behind her words, "but as I said, I was busy." Elion rolled his eyes slightly, though she couldn't see it from where she was. "Yeah, you mentioned," he muttered. "Still not going to tell me who you are?" he asked again. She slowed slightly this time, just enough for him to notice. Then she turned her head just a little, her black and crimson eyes glancing back at him over her shoulder. "I already told you," she said softly. "I'm no one important, right?" Elion snorted. She was fooling anyone with that. "If you're not going to tell me who you are, can you at least give me a name?" Elion decided to try a different approach. She hummed, looking up at the ceiling for a moment, as if actually considering it. "Isn't that the same thing, though?" "Technically not," Elion countered, keeping his gaze on her. "I can see that you are a demon, and for what was said before, you are participating in the war. My question was directed at asking what your position in the Demon King's army is, not your name." He paused briefly before continuing. "Now I'm asking for your name. That isn't difficult?" "No?" he asked with a casual shrug. "I don't believe I'm asking too much." She smiled lightly as an odd light flashed in her eyes. "Fair enough." She looked back toward the front as she continued walking, her voice calm and unhurried. "I'm called Zenith," she said simply. "That is my given name." Elion raised a brow slightly. "Just Zenith?" he asked. "Yes," she replied without turning back, "just Zenith." None of them spoke after that. Centuredo. He had forgotten that detail. But how? Was he going senile already? Why had he just assumed that someone had taken something from him? Or maybe he had been hoping for a clear explanation. He pressed the bridge of his nose, his expression turning slightly strained. He remembered thinking that maybe his captor had some strange obsession. Now it seemed it was him. "What is wrong with me?" he thought to himself. They walked in silence for a while longer, the corridor stretching on, turning once, then again, until eventually a faint glow appeared ahead that was brighter than the torches lining the walls. It was an exit. They had reached the end of the corridor. As she stepped forward into the light, Elion followed. As she stepped forward into the light and out of the tunnel, Elion followed closely behind, his eyes adjusting quickly to the sudden change in lighting. And what he saw made him pause for a brief moment. They had stepped into an extravagant bedroom. "Welcome to my humble abode," Zenith said casually as she walked forward, her steps light as she made her way toward a large canopy bed positioned not far from the hidden entrance they had just come through. Behind Elion, the entrance slid shut silently, the mechanism seamless as the passage concealed itself behind what now looked like an ordinary bookshelf, leaving no trace that a tunnel had ever been there. Zenith sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping slightly beneath her weight as she crossed one leg over the other. Her posture relaxed as she looked at him calmly. Elion, meanwhile, was already scanning the room. It was spacious, far larger than any normal bedroom, with dark polished floors, elegant furnishings, and rich fabrics that spoke of both luxury and power. The kind of place that didn't just belong to someone important, but someone who ruled. You can put some pants on if that makes you more comfortable, Zenith suggested lightly. Centurado. Elion shrugged, but he chose not to answer that. He really had failed to consider that detail. Instead, he shifted the topic. I thought you wanted to take me quietly, he said, his tone thoughtful. Wouldn't it have been better if you had taken my belongings with you? Or at least got rid of them, so that my comrades would assume I deserted them. He paused slightly. Leaving them behind gives them a chance to think I was killed or captured. Zenith nodded slowly. Yes, she said simply, you're right. As much as I hate to admit it, I failed to account for that possibility. She admitted calmly, her tone carrying no real regret. Not that it makes much of a difference, she added, her gaze settling on him as she slowly looked him over from head to toe, a faint smile forming on her lips as she crossed one leg over the other. I don't really care about what happened after I left, after all. I already got what I wanted. Elion frowned slightly at that. I suppose I should explain why I enthralled you, captured you, then left you chained for weeks, she continued. Well, you already explained that the last part was unintentional. Elion grumbled under his breath. She didn't react to that. Centurado, he walked toward her without hesitation and sat down right beside her on the bed, the mattress dipping once again under his weight. He didn't immediately look at her. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the only window in the room. It was small and narrow. The thick walls around it were made of the same stacked granite stone, tightly bound together with dark mortar, leaving only a sliver of the outside world visible through it. Not much of an escape route. Not that he had expected one. He looked back toward the drop-dead, gorgeous blue-skinned demon beside him, and just as his eyes met hers, he flinched slightly at the sudden closeness. She reached out and tapped his arm lightly, a casual gesture that seemed almost absent-minded, yet there was something deliberate about the way she held his gaze. Their eyes locked. Red met blue. Centurado. Keeping you confined in this room would be barato easy, as you've already seen. Elion didn't interrupt. He simply watched her and listened as she stated her reason. What I want is simple, she continued, a confident, almost triumphant expression crossing her face. She stepped forward, her posture resolute. Why don't you become my companion? Elion Nova. Huh. Chapter 284. He will see, huh? That was her request. So, she is that kind of woman. Well, she is a demon. So, are all demons like this? Bold, forward, and shameless to their core? But then again, how does she know my name? Elion's mind raced, trying to piece things together, but nothing made sense. This whole situation was strange. Everything that had happened. All of it. Just for this? He frowned slightly. How'd I know who you are? She finished for him, her tone calm, almost amused. Her hand lifted, and she gently touched his cheek. Her touch was soft, warm, and gentle, her expression shifting just slightly, something almost melancholic flashing through her eyes as she looked at him. Now is not the time for you to know, she said lightly. Elion's brows furrowed. What was that supposed to mean? You do know that we are supposed to be enemies, right? He asked again, his tone more serious now. He needed clarity, something he could ground himself in. Of course, she replied easily, I know everything about you. The way she said it made him uncomfortable. There was obviously more to those words than what she was letting on. But he already knew she wouldn't elaborate, even if he asked her to explain what she meant. But if she really wanted him around, he wasn't going to refuse, since he had agreed to this arrangement long ago. She was a remarkable demon woman. He had yet to encounter one of those before. Maybe he could learn something new from this experience. Even if he didn't have one. He wouldn't mind obliging her, though he didn't like the idea of letting her take the lead. And worse yet, he was a fan of making promises to someone he was sure would stay in his life. If she wanted to be with him here, he would make sure to keep her close in the future. Maybe he was weaker than her right now, but he was 100% confident that it wouldn't be the same case in the future. Wait, was he forgetting something? This is just a trial. He screamed inwardly. She might not even be real, Uberado. He suddenly felt like the trial had completely done him in. Was she just playing around with him when she said she knew him? Elion grumbled inwardly. He felt like he was about to pop a Barado vessel. He didn't know anything. He was completely blind right now. This is the worst feeling ever. He gave a thought. Okay, let us just go along with it. Whatever happens after that, well, that's a problem for the future me. Besides, he might actually get some points, which he was in desperate need of right now. He really needed to restock. Right now, though, he had to figure out how to take control of the situation. You're not going to tell me anything, are you? He asked, though it sounded more like a statement than a question. Nope, she replied simply, her tone almost playful. As I said, now is not the time. She leaned in slightly. Just do as you're told, she added softly, and I will return you to your companions when I'm done with you. Elion blinked. That only made things more confusing. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him afterward? That would benefit the demon forces far more. So what was she playing at? Was she betraying her own kind? Was she an ally or an enemy? If so, how and why? Barado questions kept popping up in his mind. It made him feel like hitting something to vent. I can see that you're trying to make sense of the situation, she said with a light laugh, standing close to him. But don't bother. You will never understand it as you are right now. Censurado. She murmured softly as her hand rested lightly against his collarbone. Elion didn't move yet. He just watched her from the corner of his eye, his expression guarded despite the proximity. You really expect me to just go along with this? He asked quietly. She paused for a moment. Then she laughed. I don't expect anything, she said, pulling back just enough to look at him properly again, her eyes studying his face closely. I already told you. You don't have the luxury of refusal. She rested her hand lightly on the table beside him. But, she added in a bravado tone, Censurado, his expression changing from being confused and hesitant to that of a calm person who had gotten exactly what they were looking for, who said anything about resisting. Zenith's pupils narrowed into pinpricks, surprise flashing through her otherwise composed expression for the briefest moment. She smiled, her hand moved upward, but Elion gently stopped her. He then drew her closer, and they shared a brief, light bravado. Elion had executed a bold, calculated move that completely flipped the dynamic in an instant. He didn't like being led on, so he had acted as he did to drop her guard so that he would be the one to initiate whatever came next between them. Maybe it was a last-ditch attempt for him to feel like he was the one in control, but at least it had worked. For a fraction of a second, the world seemed to still. Zenith went still, her eyes slowly closing as her initial surprise gave way to a quiet moment of relief. Her free hand rose, her fingers slipping lightly into his hair as she tilted her head just slightly, trying to regain control of the situation, which, unfortunately for her, Elion wasn't going to let happen. Censurado Zenith carried an aura of something ancient and otherworldly, a presence that hinted at her demonic nature. It was unfamiliar to him, yet strangely compelling, and it quickened his heartbeat. She tried to step back, Censurado. A smile tugged at the corners of his bravado, hidden from her view. Was she putting on that confident bravado to mask how new this situation was to her? Maybe she was bravado Yuli inexperienced after all? Now, wouldn't that be interesting? The thought only fueled his determination to take the lead and show her ex-bravado ly how things were done. Censurado. Censurado, his fingers exploring the curve of her skull before resting near the base of one spiraling horn. The rough texture felt warm in his palm, like polished obsidian. You have beautiful horns, Elion remarked, gazing at the ridge that spiraled upward. Zenith smiled softly. Censurado. Centurado, 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 exposing the full length of her neck as he pulled back. Releasing her horn, Elion stepped in front of her, his hands steadying the thin fabric of her dress near the neckline, adjusting the V-shaped fold so it sat neatly across her collarbone. The material strained under his grip, and with a sharp rip, the cloth tore audibly. He pulled it free from the neckline, the golden ornament holding the fabric there popping loose and scattering across the floor. Centurado, and they were a dark blue color that matched nicely in contrast against the smooth, impossibly soft azure skin. Wow, look at this! Elion rasped as his eyes widened at the beautiful sight. He reached out gently, admiring the remarkable color with obvious awe, and his hands moving carefully as he adjusted the soft fabric. The material felt smooth and warm, shifting gently under his touch. He paused thoughtfully before stepping back to admire his work on the Barado garment. Centurado Elion took his time. He held Zenith close, his hands gently moving across her soft shoulders as he whispered comforting words to her. He rested his cheek against her left side first, then leaned over to her right, staying close and attentive to her. Centurado, he moved methodically back and forth, his hands busy at work, roughly massaging the soft dough while his thumbs pressed firmly into the surface to keep the mixture working. Her blue skin flushed a deeper shade as she struggled to catch her breath, her barato rising and falling with each desperate inhale. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Elion stepped back, wiping his face with his sleeve. He looked at her as she caught her breath. "Enough of that for now," he said. "Please get up." Zenith hesitated, her eyes showing defiance and uncertainty. She was unhappy with how the situation had turned out after their earlier conversation. Centurado, she stood there in a quiet, vulnerable moment. The simple white fabric she wore was plain and unadorned. The contrast between her simple choice of clothing and her bold personality was very surprising, to say the least. He raised a brow in genuine surprise and then looked up to her face to find that she was looking up at him shyly. She quickly averted her eyes, staring off to the side as a faint blush spread across her blue skin. He let out a low, amused laugh. "Who could have guessed? A reckless demon like you has such a refined sense of style." Zenith's blush deepened, spreading down her neck, but she pressed her barato together and stayed silent, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a retort. Elion's amused chuckle sounded again, as he leaned back casually. Centurado, she trembled under his gentle, careful touch, her breath catching as she pressed her barato together and barato her eyes shut. Closing her eyes, Elion withdrew his hand slowly, wiping his fingers clean on a nearby cloth. He took a moment to steady himself and looked away, composing his thoughts. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Elion leaned close, speaking gently to her as he embraced her tenderly. Her expression shifted, her barato, as she felt a warm wave of emotion rising barato. "Oh gods!" Elion, Zenith whispered, reaching toward him. Her hands rested on his shoulders as she held him close, her fingers curling gently as she drew nearer to him. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, 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 wiping his barato with the back of his hand, while keeping his eyes locked on her trembling form. Her blue skin was slick with sweat, her pink-tinged barato flushed from exhaustion. She lay there, gasping for air. Centurado, she felt dazed, her thoughts scattered and barato exhausted. As her vision slowly cleared, she turned her head and was startled to see Elion standing nearby, having taken off his coat and tossed it aside while she rested. Centurado, she shuddered violently in fear. "What is that supposed to be?" she whispered, her voice small and trembling, her eyes wide as she stared at the towering creature. "What do you think?" Elion replied, his tone laced with amusement as he moved closer. The mattress dipped under his weight as he moved toward her with quiet intensity. "Wait!" Zenith shot up a hand defensively, her palm pressing against his barato as she gulped down a lump that had formed in her throat. Her horns seemed to droop slightly, all fire gone from her gaze. "Can I please take the lead from here?" The words came out as a plea, her eyes beseeching him. There was not a single trace of all that bravado and overbearing presence from earlier. Now, she just exuded pure vulnerability. Elion paused, hovering over her, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The look on her face was too endearing, all wide-eyed innocence cracking through her demonic facade. "Where'd all that eagerness go?" He called out to her, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of white hair behind her ear. She looked away, her face turning a deeper shade of red, refusing to meet his eyes. She did not give an answer, just a shy glance downward. "Fine," he said, relenting with a grin. "They'll let you take the lead from here. But don't push yourself too much." He rolled onto his back beside her. Censurado, 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 censurado. I'm starting now," Zenith stuttered, her voice laced with clear fear. Elion nodded reassuringly, his expression softening. "Just barato, go on," he murmured, one hand coming up to rest gently on her arm and barato. Chapter 287. "Give it to me," Zenith nodded lightly. "Censurado, censurado, 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 censurado," but Zenith was a strong demon woman. She nodded her head slowly, barato her eyes open. They glistened with unshed tears, but she blinked them back, jaw set in resolve. "I'm okay," she whispered. The words sounded steady despite the quiver in her tone. Elion kept his hands gently on her barato. Censurado, censurado, censurado. The tension built quickly, and she took a deep breath to steady herself as the challenge pushed her harder. He watched her through half-closed eyes, impressed by her determination and focus. The strain lingered in her expression as she pressed on. Censurado, 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 censurado. She stepped back from his barato with a sigh, lifting herself away from him as they separated in the cool air. Both of them stood breathless at the sudden distance between them. Elion groaned in frustration, the tension still visible in the air as they caught their breath. Censurado, 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 censurado. Chapter 288. Questions. Once Elion and Zenith were done with the first round, he wondered how things would proceed next. He tried to focus on the situation at hand and barato out what came next for the two of them. Censurado, but she used some kind of dark flame spell to recover instantly. Elion sighed once again in disappointment, since he had been kind of looking forward to seeing her struggle a bit for the fun of it. After that, they both dressed up, and now they were standing face to face. Zenith had just told him that she was going to somehow secretly take him out of the Demon King's castle. He had been surprised to find that he was actually in the fabled demon's personal castle, Censurado. Zenith had still not told him who she was supposed to be exactly. If it turned out that she was the Demon King's daughter, a close relative, or worse yet, maybe even someone he was meant to be closely connected to Censurado before Elion had skillfully taken it away from her. That is, unless the Demon King had never even touched his own barato. From the many things that Zenith had spoken about, he could gather that barato of time had passed, and he couldn't help but think about how the war was going and how Zenobia and the others were doing. Of course, Zenith had ended up sincerely apologizing for the manner in which she chose to contact him, and also explained that she hadn't expected him to wake so soon. Censurado, censurado, censurado. I guess I should be thankful for the experience at least. He chuckled inwardly. He suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and surprised Zenith by pulling her into a hug, his arms wrapping around her. She grunted lightly and squirmed, trying to get out of his grip. I don't care that this is only a trial, and that this may just be an illusion, Elion said firmly. If there's a way, I will do my best to get you out of here. He didn't believe that everything he had just experienced with her was all just an illusion. There was no way. If it was, well, he would have to become a god and make it reality. Zenith's eyes trembled at his words. An odd light flashed through her enigmatic gaze. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose to stay quiet. A faint look of regret and longing passed through her expression, but she masked it quickly. Then, after a brief pause, she simply nodded in response. Elion shifted the topic to a more pressing matter. So, how do you plan on getting me out of here? The other demons think I'm an enemy and attack me on sight? Elion asked. That is indeed true, she agreed. I brought you in here secretly, and I intend to keep it that way. We do have a few humans here, and all of them are slaves, and you won't end up the same way. Well, except for the 3 summoned heroes on our side. Oh, that's right. Elion nodded. I hear you also have summoned heroes. Would you tell me about them? I want to know what to expect if I meet any of them on the battlefield. Or is that a line you are not willing to cross? Zenith smiled lightly. I don't mind telling you if you ask, but I don't think that's necessary. You don't need to worry about any of them. You are far stronger than all of them combined. Oh, he raised a brow. That was quite high praise coming from her. And how do you know how strong I am? I already told you, she replied calmly. I know more about you than you think. Perhaps even more than you know yourself. Elion chortled. That is unsettling, but don't even try to ask. She cut him off before he could continue. And about your statement earlier, you don't need to worry about me. We will meet again. I'm sorry, but I can't say any more than that. Elion looked deeply into her eyes. I guess that will have to do for now. I have another question, though. He exhaled lightly. She nodded. Are you even loyal to your own demon kind? Who are you doing this for? Why are you doing this? She sighed softly. That's 3 questions. I thought I told you not to ask. Okay, fine. Elion cut her off as he removed his hand from her waist. If you don't want me asking questions, then tell me what you can, anything at all. She paused, thinking for a bit. Not much, really. At least nothing that will be useful to you right now. Her voice faded away. Then her expression shifted slightly. Wait, actually there is something. Her gaze sharpened dangerously, and she paused before speaking, her tone suddenly colder and almost eerie. Don't trust Leora. Elion's breath hitched, his body trembling slightly. How do you know Leora? He was really confused now. She sighed again. More questions. And this is why I shouldn't be telling you anything. I will give you a hint, though. She lifted up 3 fingers, her black nail polish catching the light. 3 things. The ink of yearning, a dream affinity, and the incident at the tournament. Elion went rigid. It was like a lightning bolt had shot through his body. His mind suddenly connected everything he had been missing, everything he hadn't understood about that incident, and he came to one simple conclusion. It was Leora. He realized. He was shocked, to say the least. He didn't need too many hints to figure out that his gamble with the ink had failed spectacularly. But he still wanted confirmation from Zenith, though he didn't even attempt to think about how Leora could have outed him from just one simple use of the ink bottle. The realization snapped something in him. Sure, he had no one to blame but himself, and Leora's personality had always been a bit off, and the love meter had been a good indicator of what she thought of him. But still, he had really hoped that they had built something real, even over the short time they spent together while on DC duty. It seemed to have been nothing more than wishful thinking on his side. It stung more than he thought to find out that she had been the one to betray him. His gaze turned distant as he began overthinking everything. Don't think too much of it, Zenith said suddenly as she placed a hand on his shoulder, bringing him back to the present. But then again, how did this demon woman seem to know so much about him? The questions made his head hurt. He was getting overwhelmed by the lack of information. Just be wary of her the next time you meet, and no matter what you do, don't let her get close to you, she added sharply. Elion frowned. Yet another cryptic warning. He looked at her beautiful face intently. He couldn't understand it. Why was she helping him? Why had she done all this? How did she seem to know so much about him? And how could she know all this while being a simple demon inside an ancient trial that the system had thrown him into out of nowhere? What was going on? In the end, he forced himself to put those thoughts aside. He could keep thinking and keep making guesses, but Barato questions would just keep coming up. If she wasn't going to tell him anything, he was never going to figure it out with so little information. He wasn't supposed to be omniscient, though he wished he could be. I guess I will just have to wait. Anyway, you should get going now, Zenith said. I have duties to attend to very soon. Elion nodded. She suddenly leaned in and Barato on the cheek. Thank you for everything, she said lightly. I would have loved to spend Barato time together. The circumstances of Barato strained right now. She paused slightly, then added with a soft chuckle, however, if I find time while you're still in this trial, we can have a few Barato adventures. She leaned in and gave him a brief, friendly Barato. Elion reached toward her, but she stepped back, chuckling softly. I don't trust you to follow the rules, she Barato, so you will have to wait until next time. Elion laughed wryly. You know me so well, and it makes me uncomfortable. She smiled lightly. You have a disguise spell, right? She asked. Use it so that we can get to the teleportation circle. Elion nodded. At this point, he had already given up on trying to understand this mysterious woman, so he didn't even bother asking how she seemed to also know about his spell catalog. He cast the mirage spell, his face distorted, his features shifting as his skin turned a deep red, a single horn growing on his forehead, and his overall appearance became far less striking. She nodded in silent approval. Good, let's go. She gestured toward the door as Elion followed behind her. Chapter 289. Run Elion found that it was no surprise that the castle halls were eerily dark, lit dimly by the occasional dark flame torches that cast long, shifting shadows along the walls. The walls themselves were made of the same black, shapely granite stone, giving the entire place a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. What surprised him more was how empty it all was. Every hall they turned into, there was not a single demon in sight. Everyone is out in battle, Zenith commented, as if reading his mind. Elion watched her walk ahead of him, keeping his focus steady. The battle has grown rather grim, she continued. Neither side seems to be winning right now. We are all stretched thin, fighting on 3 fronts. She paused briefly before adding, though demons are more resilient in a war of attrition, it is still 1 race against 4. Possibly 5 if things continue in this manner. Elion nodded slowly in agreement. You don't seem to be bothered by the possibility of losing, though, he commented. She glanced back at him calmly, taking a moment longer than was necessary to answer. You are right, she said. I am participating more out of necessity than anything. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she looked back to the front. Though I expect the battle will become more skewed in the Coalition's favor with you back. Elion let out a short laugh and shrugged lightly. You think too highly of me. How can I not? It's well-deserved, she replied with a faint smile. Unfortunately, the way she said it was more unsettling than it was encouraging for Elion. After turning through a few more halls, they made their way toward a set of stairs and began heading lower into the keep, their footsteps echoing faintly in the otherwise quiet corridors. There were a few narrow windows along the way, set deep into the thick stone walls, and from what Elion could see through them, it was pitch dark outside. But he couldn't tell if it was actually nighttime. He had heard the eerie rumors about how the ambient mana in demon territory was corrupted and tainted to the point where it affected even the sky itself, leaving it in a perpetual state of darkness and blocking out the sun entirely. If that was true, then there might never be daylight here at all. Quite fitting, he thought inwardly. We should be arriving at the room teleportation circle soon, Zenith commented as they continued walking. The teleportation range only goes as far as the general vicinity of the Great Forest, she said, letting him know what to expect once he got teleported out of the demon territory. That's all right, Elion replied. I will be fine from there. The demon territory was located on the northern side of the Great Forest, across the Great River, and it shared a border to the southeast with the Beastmen clans, and another to the east with the Empire of the Goddess of Light. In Elion's current timeline, that territory was still abandoned after so many years. And in fact, he had heard from his father during one of his basic homeschool geography lessons that it was slowly being swallowed up by the great forest as time went on. Apparently, none of the current great powers had seen any need for them to lay claim to that territory, which was odd. Those closest to the area should have probably been at least the first to do something like that. But from what he knew, no one had even attempted such a thing. Maybe there was a general rule or something else at play that he wasn't too aware of that they knew. He suddenly got an idea. If he ever got strong enough to reach the level of a sage or saint, that alone would place him on the same pedestal as some of the great figures who ruled the different races of the world. So, wouldn't it be nice if he claimed that territory as his own? He chuckled inwardly. If he was already being branded as a heretic, then he might as well play the part and poach the fabled demon-s lands for himself. And then what if people started calling him the new Demon King? A faint smile tugged at his lips as he entertained the thought for a moment. No way, he snorted inwardly. He just couldn't see himself taking on that kind of role. He doubted one needed to be inherently evil to be called the Demon King, or if he would have to do some kind of atrocious acts to be branded such. That was not a path that he would ever go down. People, however, were quick to throw accusations and labels at people. Maybe someone would call him the Demon King for the fun of it, and before he knows it, mages would be looking to hunt him down for fame and glory. The possibilities made him smile, but still, he gave a Barado thought. Once he managed to attain 4, maybe 5, or even 6 bloodlines, what kind of being would he become? He certainly wouldn't be human, any Barado. And what if he obtained a demon bloodline? That thought lingered. It naturally led him to think about why demons were persecuted so heavily by the other races. Of course, he had always been told the same story, that the Demon King was a tyrant who craved power and sought total world domination, and that demonkind in general were Barado, mindless beasts who Barado for sport and preyed on humans even when they didn't need to. Maybe that was true to an extent. The incidents were well documented, after all, but he doubted that someone like Zenith would partake in such. And surely, there had to be many Barado like her. Then again, he considered another angle. Just like how his supernatural Barado affected his thoughts and impulses, maybe a demon Barado did the same, twisting one's desires, making them crave flesh, chaos, Barado. But even then, Centuredo, he didn't need to become an evil entity to take on the Demon King-esque territory. He just didn't feel like there was any need, and since the demons were simply sealed off in another realm and not wiped out. What would happen if the old Demon King returned one day and decided to take back his territory, only to find that some brat had laid claim to it? Now wouldn't that be quite a spectacle? But he did like the idea of having his own personal space once he became strong enough that no one would push him around. That part, at least, was tempting. Zenith suddenly stopped walking, and Elion, who had been lost in his thoughts, accidentally bumped into her. He blinked in surprise as he felt a brief impact. HM. At the same time, he looked up, confused as to why she had stopped, only to see that she had frozen completely in her tracks, looking forward down the hall. A short distance ahead, there was a towering blue-skinned demon in their path, walking toward them with heavy footfalls that made the ground beneath them vibrate faintly. Elion looked back toward her face, just in time to see Zenith press her Barado together, but she recovered rather quickly. Elion, she spoke under her breath without looking back, her voice barely above a whisper, as she moved her hand behind her back and revealed a shimmering black gemstone. You see that door at the end of the hall? Elion glanced back past the approaching demon, who was still heavily walking toward them, while keeping his eyes fixed on Zenith. And sure enough, there was a large door at the far end of the hall. They had just barely reached the end of the hall, probably their destination. However, judging from Zenith's grave expression, things were not looking good for them, and it was clear hi, who is this demon? Elion thought as he gave a slight nod to indicate that he had seen the door. I'm going to try and distract him, Zenith continued quietly. When you see an opening, run as fast as you can into that room. Without looking back, she pressed the crystal into his hand at an angle the approaching demon couldn't see. Take this. You needed to activate the teleportation formation. Just pour your mana into it once you reach the circle engraved into the floor. Elion accepted it smoothly without giving away too much from his movements. However, the way the demon's brow furrowed made it clear that he had already sensed something was off. He was only about 30 meters away now. Zenith started walking again, as if nothing had happened, likely trying not to raise suspicion. Elion didn't ask questions, particularly about why they weren't sticking to the original plan of simply walking past anyone they ran into by using his disguise. This was probably the kind of demon whose strength rendered such tricks useless. A mere level 3 illusion spell wouldn't fool someone like that. Soon, they were standing right in front of him. The towering demon wore light armor, yet even that seemed heavy in presence, and resting on his shoulder was an immaculate broadsword, polished and deadly, as if he had been on his way to war. Zenith. His voice came out like a roar, even though he spoke calmly for his size. My liege has requested your presence. Zenith nodded without hesitation. I will go and see him as soon as possible. He grunted in response, though it sounded more like a deep rumble vibrating through the air. Then his gaze shifted slowly toward Elion. He sniffed the air curiously, taking in a deep, deliberate inhale. What does this one smell like? He paused briefly, sniffing once again as if to confirm something. Human. Zenith's head snapped slightly toward Elion. Her lips moved silently. Run. Chapter 290. Escaping. Elion didn't hesitate. The moment her lips formed that word, his body moved on its own. His leg muscles tensed as he pushed off the ground in a sharp burst of motion, his figure blurring as he shot past Zenith and the towering demon in a straight line toward the door at the end of the corridor. The demon's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, then they narrowed violently as overwhelming hostility bravado from his bravado. Impudent. His roar shook the hall. Boom! The ground cracked beneath his bravado as he moved, his massive frame surging forward with terrifying speed, moving far faster than someone his size should have been capable of. Elion's eyes sharpened. Fust, he thought as he felt a presence burst into motion behind him. Way too fast. He didn't dare to look back or slow down. His feet pounded against the stone as he poured everything into his speed, the distance between him and the door shrinking rapidly. But at the same time, he could feel the pressure behind him grow. A shadow loomed right behind him. Where do you think you are going? Clang! A deafening metallic crash rang out behind him. Elion's eyes flickered briefly as he caught the aftermath at the edge of his vision. Zenith had intercepted him just before he had reached Elion. Her figure had appeared between Elion and the demon in an instant. Her arm raised as she blocked the massive broadsword that had come crashing down toward him with nothing more than her bare hand. Sparks exploded from the impact as her body slid back slightly from the sheer force. Zenith, what are you doing? The demon roared in anger. Go! She snapped toward Elion. He didn't need to be told twice. He pushed harder. The door was right there, just a few more steps, and he would reach it. Boom! He burst through the door, bringing it down and breaking the wooden bars to pieces with his powerful body. The space beyond opened into a large circular chamber. The air was thick with mana, and right in the center, there was a glowing formation engraved into the stone floor. The teleportation circle. Elion rushed toward it without slowing his pace. His hand tightened around the black crystal Zenith had given him as he leapt into the center of the formation, dropping to one knee as he slammed his palm down toward the intricately engraved lines. Come on, come on. Mana surged around him as he poured it into the crystal. For a split second, nothing happened, and his expression soured. Then, the circle lit up in a brilliant and blinding flash of light. Energy surged through the formation as ancient runes flared to life, the entire chamber trembling under the sudden activation. Boom! The wall, and what was left of the door, exploded inward. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air as the towering demon stepped through the destruction. His eyes locked onto Elion, fury burning within them. You think you can escape, A blur of blue flashed behind him. Zenith. She reappeared instantly, her hand slamming into his side with explosive force, redirecting him just enough to throw off his momentum. Enough, she said coldly. Elion and Zenith's gazes met for a split second. The unspoken goodbyes passed between them as they both nodded to each other. Then the light consumed him. The world twisted violently, and he vanished. Elion felt his body stretch and compress at the same time, like he was being pulled through something far too small to contain him, his senses warping, his vision twisting into streaks of white and violet as the world around him shattered and reformed in an instant. Then less than a second later, thud. Centuredo, his vision still swimming for a second before it finally settled. The first thing he noticed was that the air felt cleaner in this new space. He lifted his head, and his gaze met a sea of familiar towering trees. The dense canopy of the great forest stretched above him, faint rays of natural light filtering through the leaves, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the demon castle. He was back. Hopefully, I wasn't teleported too far away from the closest camp, he thought. Elion exhaled slowly, brushing off the dirt and leaves that clung to his clothes. His grip tightened slightly around the now dimmed black crystal in his hand before he tucked it away in his pocket. His gaze lingered on the ground beneath him for a moment as he walked around the plain clearing. Zenith. He didn't know what would happen to her after she so openly acted against one of her own. He had looked like someone who was a powerful and highly regarded demon. He could only hope that she knew what she was getting herself into by defending him like that. His steps slowed slightly as the thought lingered in his mind, his expression turning a bit sour. I hope her punishment isn't too great, he thought as a brief silence settled over the clearing he had been dropped into. He shook his head lightly. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. He straightened his posture and spread his perception outward, scanning his surroundings carefully. He did not sense any immediate threats in his vicinity, which was a good sign, but that didn't necessarily mean he was safe from harm, though he allowed himself to relax a bit and think for a moment. His expression hardened slightly as his thoughts shifted toward what Zenith had said about Leora. Zenith's warning echoed faintly in his mind. Don't trust Leora. Was her having a dream affinity really all it had taken for her to so quickly brand him a demonic existence? He would have really liked to have her before him so that he could ask her straight. But then again, maybe from her perspective, her actions were more than justified. He ruffled his hair in frustration. He still couldn't wrap his head around Zenith's whole existence, and that was what troubled him the most. No matter how many times he told himself that he shouldn't ask questions or keep pondering on it if he didn't have any useful information, that was easier said than done. His curiosity refused to be suppressed so easily. Zang. He exhaled slowly through his nose. He realized that he was getting lost in his own thoughts again. What a terrible habit to have. His thoughts settled as he finally decided to take a look at how many system points he had managed to earn from his Barado with Zenith. System points, 132,000, he hissed sharply. Just how powerful is this woman? He thought in shock. Sure, he probably got a bonus due to her high rank, and then there was the race multiplier that the system had told him about the Barado. He encountered Esme and Ophelia. But he had not gotten nearly this much from not one, but two powerful demon-class entities, after multiple rounds together, no less. Wasn't this Barado too much? He had obtained almost 130,000 system points from one round with her, counting what he already had. This is ridiculous, he muttered under his breath. He tried to think through all the possible reasons why he had gotten so much, but nothing made sense to him, other than the fact that she was just that powerful. She was the perfect point for him. If he had Barado allies like her around, or if he could have had Barado time with her. Maybe the dream of having multiple powerful bloodlines was not so distant after all. He had recovered more than half of the points he had lost, just like that. Unfortunately, he and T received a quest or any bonus rewards from it. Maybe the system's active functions don't work here, he thought, or is it being suppressed by the trial somehow? At least the passive functions, like storage and the point reward system, were still working. The amount of points he had gained was something, though, even without any bonus rewards. No, that was more than something. With this, he might be able to raise his level a bit and improve his chances in the trial. If he ran into someone like that hulking demon again, or Zenith on the battlefield, he would be dead in a matter of minutes. No question about it. Hopefully the trial doesn't ask us to defeat the Demon King or something. He chuckled lightly. If that happened, they might as well just give up. His eyes sharpened in concentration as he looked around in a circle. Then he turned in a direction he instinctively felt was the right one. He took a step forward, then another, and soon he was running south. Chapter 291. Hungry half a day had passed since Elion had appeared in the forest, and he was really starting to get hungry now. Growl! His stomach rumbled loudly. Shoot! I should have asked Zenith to give me something to Barado before we decided to go to the teleportation formation room. He muttered to himself. After spending all that time in confinement, he hadn't eaten anything for weeks. Well, maybe except for a small blue object he debarado, but that didn't really count as food. The shadows on the forest floor had grown longer, stretching between the roots and fallen leaves. A clear sign that it was about to get dark soon. I should find something to eat before then, he thought. He didn't know how far he had to go, so it was better not to take any chances. He wasn't a wildlife or hunting expert, but he had seen a few beasts along the way. But he had decided against hunting anything so far since he wanted to cover as much ground as possible. Wild fruits were also an option. However, as far as he had seen, there wasn't a single fruit tree in sight. So much for the great forest. He thought, not a single fruit tree in sight. After having come so far, I would have expected to see at least one. He climbed up one of the trees and supported himself on a thick branch and listened carefully. He spread out his perception, activating his discerning eye at the same time as he focused outward. His vision sharpened and carefully locked onto every living thing in the area. Hundreds of buzzing and crawling insects filled his sight and hearing. His senses were instantly overwhelmed by the sheer noise of it all. Oh, no way. I'm not eating bugs, he said out loud, immediately pulling his perception back and dulling it, filtering out the smaller life forms and focusing only on larger presences while spreading out the blanket of his perception even wider. His perception currently had a radius of about 10 or so kilometers, but the more he spread it out, the thinner and less vivid the details and feedback became to him. He had never had the opportunity to use it in this way, but now that he had, it was very useful to use for scouting. His only regret was that it wasn't any wider. If the best mage scouts ever heard Elion complaining about having a perception that could see 10 kilometers, maybe they would all beat him to death. The average person with a similar skill would only be able to spread their perception out for as far as their eyes could see, which defeated the purpose of it. So it usually became useful in a situation like this, when you're in a forest where the trees and foliage blocked out their natural vision, or in most cases, in a dungeon, where adventurers use it to look for hidden monsters. Maybe a high-level scout would have theirs stretching to a kilometer max. That was easier than he had expected. A faint smirk found its way onto his lips. He had found a wild boar or anything like that. Instead, he had found a demon camp further down south, about 2 kilometers away. He could tell that they were demons from the silhouettes made by their heat signatures alone, even from this far out. Of course, he wasn't planning on eating demons or anything like that, but they probably had real food with them to nourish their troops. He could already sense the faint heat of a campfire being lit. Taking them out would be easy, he thought. There were not a lot of them, only about 20 or so, and there were no strong presences in the camp. At best, they were low to mid-level fighters. Nothing he couldn't handle. Wait, maybe wanting to take them down. He was still in his disguise. To them, he would just look like another demon. Maybe they would think he was lost or something. Hopefully they don't think I'm a deserter and try to strike me down or something. If they did, he exhaled lightly. Well, then he might have no choice but to eliminate them all after all. He dropped down from the tree without making a sound, landing lightly on the forest floor as his Barado immediately shifted into motion. The smell of smoke reached him first, accompanied by the fragrant smell of burning meat. He and T thought demons would be the type to cook their food. For some reason, he had been convinced that they would have whatever game they caught raw. Maybe some of them like to eat their food like humans. Elion's stomach tightened painfully. Yeah, I'm definitely not rushing this, he muttered under his breath. He moved through the underbrush carefully, pushing past low branches and thick foliage until the faint glow of firelight began to flicker through the trees ahead. A small camp came into view. He could see maybe 10, 15 demons at most in the general vicinity. They were gathered loosely around a campfire, some sitting, some standing, and a few lazily patrolling the perimeter with little to no real discipline, their weapons resting casually at their sides. Elion slowed his steps before coming to a complete stop and observing the group for a short while. He listened to their laughter, quiet conversation, and the crackling of meat roasting over the flames. He remained there for several moments, waiting for the perfect opportunity to join them without being singled out as an outsider. It shouldn't be too difficult. His eyes flickered briefly toward the skewers turning slowly over the flames, burrito dripping and sizzling as the smell hit him, full burrito. At least it's something ordinary, he thought, relieved by the simple familiarity of the scene unfolding before him. Not to mention the fact that there would be no food for him here, if that turned out to be the case. He didn't burrito people. Happy to see that they burrito like normal people, the freshly prepared deer and burrito roasting over the flames indicated as much. His stomach suddenly growled loudly. Growl! Darn! A couple of heads turned toward. Elion didn't freeze from despair once he was discovered. He stepped forward into the firelight as if he belonged there, his posture relaxed, and his expression staying as neutral as he could manage. His disguise held perfectly as his red skin and single horn caught the glow of the flames. Boy, one of the demons called out, narrowing his eyes slightly. Where on earth did you come from? Elion let out a slow breath as he approached, rolling his shoulders lightly as if he had just come from a long walk. I got separated from my unit earlier today, he said simply in a casual tone, making sure to sound a bit annoyed, like it was more of an inconvenience than anything else. I've been wandering around for hours. I'm relieved to finally find someone at least. The demon clicked his tongue. TCH, figures, he muttered before glancing back toward the others. We've been getting pushed around all day anyway. Another one snorted. Sit down if you're staying, he said, gesturing lazily toward the fire. The meat is almost ready. Well, they're oddly nice, he thought. He didn't need to be told twice. He stepped closer, the heat of the fire brushing against his skin as he lowered himself onto one of the empty spots around the camp, his eyes briefly scanning the group again. None of them were threats, and there was nothing out of the ordinary as far as he could see. Good. A chunk of roasted emburrado was offered toward him on a crude skewer. Burrito, the same demon said. Elion took it without much thought. Thanks. He didn't wait. He burrito into it immediately. Juice spilled burrito as the rich, salty flavor hit him. Dang, this is actually good, he muttered under his burrito H, chapter 292. Confront him, he didn't stop at one burrito. He devoured the meal like a man who had been starving for weeks, which, in all honesty, he had been. His jaw worked overtime as he burrito quickly, burrito after burrito. The warmth of the food quickly spread through his burrito in a way that felt almost surreal after so long without anything proper. The demons around him didn't question it. If anything, a few of them snorted in amusement. Dang, you look like you've been through a rough time, one of them said. Definitely feels like it, Elion replied between bites without even bothering to look up. Another demon tossed him a second skewer. Here, before the others take it, he said lazily. Elion caught it without hesitation. Appreciate it. There were only about 5 demons from those gathered around the fire who were actually talking to him, and a few others chose to keep to themselves, while some other, smaller, lower-level ones did not seem to be capable of speaking the human language at all. They seemed to be responsible for doing most of the chores in the camp, while yapping in some incomprehensible rubel that Elion had never heard of. Which unit were you with? One of them asked suddenly. Elion didn't pause. Northern Front, he answered immediately, like he had already prepared his reply beforehand. A few of them grimaced. TCH, rough spot. One muttered, "We heard that place got wrecked about a month ago." Yeah, another added, "Some human went crazy out there, cut through a whole line by himself." Elion's hand paused for just a fraction of a second. "Sound about right," he said flatly. "Command us a mess right now." The first one continued, poking at the fire with a stick. "Orders keep changing, so we're just holding this position until further notice." "Which is nonsense," another grumbled. "We're sitting ducks out here." Elion kept listening. So this was one of the outer camps. Not important enough to guard heavily, and not important enough to send to the elites. Perfect. He took another Barado. "Any movement from the coalition side?" he asked casually. The demons shrugged. "Not here." One said, "They're probably regrouping after that earlier push last week. Or planning something worse." Another added with a snort, "If it wasn't for our heroes, no doubt we would have lost already." Elion nodded lightly like he agreed. Inwardly, he was already mapping things out about this camp and the surroundings. The direction he had come from, and the likely direction of the front lines. And most importantly, he needed to make a quiet exit once he was done. He Barado the last Barado of the scrumptious meat and exhaled quietly. "Good food," he muttered. One of them laughed. "Right? Beats whatever trash they give us on supply runs. It's a real treat." Elion's eyes trembled, but he kept his expression neutral, leaning back slightly, with one arm resting casually over his knee. The empty skewer hung loosely from his fingers as he let out a quiet breath. His body felt somewhat replenished after getting some actual food into his system, but he didn't want to stay here for too long. The fire crackled between them, sparks drifting upward into the dark canopy as the demons continued their idle chatter. For a brief moment, it almost felt normal, like he was just another soldier sitting around a campfire with his demon companions after a long day of tiring work. "Elion," a voice cut through his thoughts. He froze internally, and his entire body went still. "What did you just call me?" The lanky demon sitting across from him tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Elion with a growing suspicion. "You said your name earlier, didn't you?" Elion's mind raced. Did he? No. He was sure he hadn't. So how? Wait. He gave a thought. Did the demons have some way to communicate from long distance? What if they had been notified to look out for a human in disguise ahead of time? But if that was the case, then why was this group so relaxed around him? Oh, he looked at the meat skewer in his hand. If it was poisoned, then his poison immunity would sort that out for him without any problems, meaning they had miscalculated. But did I hear wrong? The demon continued slowly, his fingers tightening slightly around the halberd resting beside him. The chatter around the fire died down. One by one, the others began to look over, turning around to face him. Elion looked around, realizing that he was completely surrounded. He exhaled slowly through his nose, his expression not changing in the slightest, even as the atmosphere around him grew tense. "You heard wrong," he said calmly in an even voice. The demon's eyes stayed on him. "Maybe," he muttered, but he didn't look convinced. Neither did the others. A long, heavy silence followed the brief conversation, but Noon seemed to make a move. Elion's fingers tightened slightly around the skewer. His perception spread subtly, counting positions, distances between them, and numbers. 10. No. 12 of them with weapons within reach and the fire between them. A few T's behind, and no obstacles for at least 20 meters in one direction. "Very good." Hey, another demon suddenly spoke up, his tone lighter, as if trying to break the tension. "If you're from the Northern Front, which commander were you under?" There it was. The final test. Elion's eyes flickered briefly. "Commander Var," he said without hesitation. A lie. The reaction was immediate. The demon across from him smiled very slowly. "Var," he repeated as his smile widened into a grin. "Funny." He paused for a heartbeat. "Var died 2 months ago." There was a short moment of silence. "Oh, they did have someone have Var after all. Close enough, I guess." Elion mused inwardly. The sound of metal scraping softly sounded in the camp. "So, I'll ask again, the demon said in a low but dangerous tone, his earlier casual tone gone completely. Who on earth are you? Elion, didn't you 2019 T answer immediately. He just sat there for a moment, his posture still relaxed, and his gaze drifting lazily from one demon to the next. Then he sighed softly in disappointment. I was hoping that would hold Barato longer. He muttered, but this will save me the time and trouble of having to leave quietly, so it's a win in my book. The demon's eyes widened with fury. Take it down. The shout came instantly. Feet scraped as the closest ones all lunged at him. Multiple weapons flashed as the circle around the fire broke into motion all at once. However, Elion had moved as well. Crack! His foot slammed into the ground as he twisted his body, his arm snapping forward as the skewer in his hand shot out like a thrown dagger. Thunk! It struck the closest demon squarely, the impact knocking him back as his eyes widened in shock. Elion was already up, and he was too fast, way too fast. He moved like a phantom as a blade came from his left. Clang! He caught it barehanded, his mana-augmented fingers clamping around the steel as his other hand drove forward, with the fingers curled. Thud! The strike landed squarely on the demon, ending the fight in an instant.